Seamoss. So, like, I like to stay in the background and kind of get people that like to buy and actually people like to sell. So if you're a seller, if you're a marketer, if you're somebody of that nature, then that's who I have to go for, because I like to stay in the background. I just like to make the products and give them to you.
To be the supplier.
I'm simple. I'm simple. I'm like, I don't, like, that's why you don't see me online doing social media too much, because that's not my lane. Like, I'd rather sit in the back and create, like, hey, I got this new product. You want to sell it? Yeah, I'll give it to you for a cheap price. Here, you just go out and sell it. Because really, if I have options, either I can actually get a sales team and pay them, or I can actually get people that's what they want to do anyway, and they're their own entity. That's their business. Their business is to sell. That's their position. That's the position that they like to hold. But they may be not good at. They don't know how to make products. Their whole thing is selling. Like, that's what I want you to stay good at. Stay good at selling. I'll give you the product that you need to sell. Stay good at selling. I don't want you to think about the product. I want to give you the information about the product and just let you go.
And run with it.
And just go. Just get it out to as many people as you want to. I'm gonna give it to you for a discount, so you can give out a discount, and then let's see how many people we can have taking this product.
Yeah. No, I agree. And that's something that when I talk to a lot of these sellers, I tell them you need to build new businesses, build new, don't just like try to sell to the same group. You know what I mean? There's so much, abundance. There's so much opportunities. Like people are not even like
untapped markets.
Exactly. That's what it's on top. Like if it was me, I would be standing out with a sign saying Seamoss here. You know what I mean? Put a table right on the street corner. I would be setting up in front of gyms and stuff, like you said before, like getting people to try their samples and stuff like that, and just focus on that, and then build sort of like a base. You know what I mean? Of these regular buyers and users of the product.
So one thing I will say is, I think, and I'm not sure because I haven't really seen how it goes in New York, but in Atlanta, it's a whole different ball game when it comes to Seamoss. Like, you can get Seamoss everywhere. like when you say you want to see vendors selling Seamoss, you can go to a vending spot and you're gonna see about 10 to 15 Seamoss suppliers.
You know, I always wondered why that is. It's like Atlanta is like the distribution point for Seamoss. There are a lot, like most of the major wholesalers are out in that area, which I think is crazy.
So I'll kind of break down the scenario, and I hope it actually stays like this for a while, because so it's actually the easiest access point for the islands to actually get their Seamoss. Because if you send it to Miami, a lot of times if you actually keep it in Miami, there's going to be a price as far as with warehouse space and things of that nature. So you don't want to really operate out of Miami. It's a little bit more expensive. So you want to go to the next best city that's going to actually have a lot of traffic for you and be close to pretty much so you can actually just drop it off, and that's actually Atlanta. Now, the best thing about Atlanta, unlike New York, which would be I would say would be the second place, or Philadelphia would be the second or third place, is that you're looking at space that you would need to hold all this Seamoss. Now, you know that in New York, space, the whole Seamoss, now your price of Seamoss has to go skyrocket up, because you got attend for that space that you actually have to hold all the Seamoss. So you can't get 1,000, 2,000 pounds and think that you're going to hold it in your apartment or anything of that nature. You're not going to be able to move.
Dude, I did that in the beginning. I had the Seamoss in my condo, and like anybody that would come over to my house, the first thing they do, open the door, like, what the fuck? Because all they could sell
Exactly.
is Seamoss. And it was, I wish I had taken a picture. It was like boxes everywhere. My whole living room was like Seamoss, like 3,000 pounds
So
sitting in the.
yeah, so you kind of understand the situation. That's what happened in New York. So when you go to New York, it's like, oh, so like I've always actually had a situation where I had a couple people that sell in New York, and they don't want to buy more than 25 pounds at a time.
Yeah.
That just makes sense to them, and I understand that. And if they can get at a certain price for 25 at a time, or unless they're just connected to the islands and they actually have a store up there, and that's the next thing that they do. They'll actually just get a store.
Mm-hmm. And
so
then they sell it from there.
But then that's expensive as well. So then you see the prices go up. But yeah, that's the biggest thing is that we actually have cheap rent. Like my warehouse space is, I have a pretty big sized warehouse space, and I don't pay that much rent.
Yeah, I checked out your
My
space.
rent is not too crazy.
Yeah, I checked out your space because we were actually thinking about getting something like that. It's a unique space that you have there. It's called the Salt Box, right? It's like some kind of
Yes.
like is it black owned? But it seemed like it was like basically like
It definitely is.
Yeah.
And that's what kind of got me. Okay, so I didn't know about the Salt Box, but if you ever heard of Flow Essential, they're actually a gel company.
Okay.
That I actually was selling to. They were major last year. They kind of slowed down now. I think they've kind of gotten into more of the gummies and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
However, they had just got a spot there, and I was supplying it with Seamoss at the time, and it was definitely a unique spot. First of all, it's called the Salt Box, which is, it just fit right in. Mm-hmm. It's on Seaboard Industrial, so I was like, okay, so everything just added up. I just had to get the spot.
Yeah.
Everything just added up, and so the spot is, I would say, for somebody that sells Seamoss, for somebody that actually has a Seamoss business or is looking to start e-commerce, period, that is an excellent location to be at, because really everything is right there in one location. If I have to do a photo shoot, I can do a photo shoot right there. Business meetings, we have office park right there. Mm-hmm. I started off with an office and a warehouse space, but I really didn't need the office because I was never in it.
Yeah, I was packing Seamoss.
Yeah, my office was the warehouse, so it was no need for it, but it's there for you. Yeah, everything's just really there. Now, the best part about it, which is actually helping me grow my business even more, we're kind of growing together. Yes. Is that they're doing total fulfillment. Mm-hmm. So now what it is that even with the companies that I actually do business with Seamoss, now I'm able to provide them total fulfillment. So some people don't even see their Seamoss anymore. Yeah, I package everything up, and if it's a situation where we have to send it out as well, we send it out. Yeah, they don't even have to see their Seamoss anymore.
Yeah, that's something.
They sell gel. Like, everybody knows me, and I'm really adamant about my about me and gel. So unless they sell gel, like I always say I'm never gonna mail out gel. That's just mine.
No, I agree. It is kind of like, how do you say it? There's too much risk involved, too much issues, like too much moving parts and stuff like that. And the way I see it, it's like you said earlier, like, develop your own lane. If you're good at selling, this or that, just stick to selling that. I'm not good at selling gels, you know what I mean? Although I could learn to be, but why do that? Like, people, they always say to me, oh, why don't you just sell gels? And I'm like, well, I'm selling to the people that are making the gels. How does that look? You know what I mean?
Exactly. That doesn't, like, it's like, that's why I always thought that, I would be their competition. So I try not to be my people that I sell to competition. That's the biggest thing. Like, I think that's the reason why I kind of stayed off of social media. Mm-hmm. Because all the people I was selling to are on social media. So it would, I would feel a certain way. I would feel like, you know what, I'm taking some of their customers, and it wouldn't feel right.
Yeah.
Because I know that, and it's not being. I just know that my business is structured to where that at this point in time that a lot of them can't compete with me as far as price wise, and it's not fair. However, like that person may be closer to them as far as even where they're at, as far as they may be 10 minutes away from each other. However, my price is different and my price is lower, so they're going to go with me instead of going with that person. I'd rather have them go to that person.
Mm-hmm.
If that's just, I guess that's just me. I'd rather have them go to that person instead of come to me, because what it is, I want you to get your Seamoss as fast as possible.
Yeah, I agree. And then, like, in some ways, it's like if you're like, say, the Colombian drug lord, you're not out selling grams. You know what I mean? Like, it's just.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So that would actually be one thing I definitely would want to talk about.
Yeah, I know.
Is the structure of how we should be selling.
I agree.
Because I think there's a mishap, and trust me, I deal with all the suppliers and all the farmers that are involved, and they know what I feel about the situation because I've had these conversations with them.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't like I'd be talking about something that I haven't talked to them about. Like I always tell them, why are you selling to? If you have 1,000 pounds, you shouldn't be selling 3, 5 to 10 pounds.
No.
Like you shouldn't, and that's where you're gonna end up messing up at, because what's gonna happen is you're gonna get frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Because those 3 to 5 to 10 pound people, they want their stuff fast.
Yep.
They want their stuff yesterday. They need their stuff.
Yep.
ASAP, and you're sending it from overseas.
Mm-hmm.
Which anything can happen, any delays or anything like that, and not to mention most of the time you don't have a setup to where they're secure payments. And so that causes another level of frustration with a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Is that there's not a level of security that secures their payments when they send it over.
Yeah.
And so now you have people that don't have a lot of money because they're actually only buying 3 to 10 pounds. So you understand they're not working with a lot of money.
Yes.
So they need everything. And so then you have a sensitivity. You have now everything's sensitive. And now what happens is you're selling 3, 5 to 10 pounds, and you're not really happy because you're doing a lot of work for that 3, 5 to 10 pounds, and you're like, man, I'm sitting over here with 1,000 pounds. I'm over here having to work my butt off for 3, 5, 10 pounds.
Yep.
Instead of just going for some big fish.
And just moving the volume like they should.
And just moving the volume, just saying, okay, well, I know that my farm can easily produce 1,000 pounds a month. Find you somebody that probably wants 1,000 pounds a month and start working with that person exclusively. And then that's where you got a base from. And then once you get your base, and then you start, if you get a couple more, then you start building from there. But you need to find somebody. And the truth of the matter is that if somebody's buying, and I always tell people, if you're buying 100 to 200 pounds, I'm going to introduce you to my supplier. Because you're at that next step to where it's time for you to, look at expanding what you want to do. I don't want you to stay under me all this whole entire time. I want you to be your own person. I want you to understand that, okay, start understanding customs. Start understanding how to get it in yourself. Make sure you have your FDAs and everything cleared up. Make sure the person that you're dealing with has their FDAs cleared up. And then you start to see the true value of what you want to do. Because once you get to 100, 200 pounds, then it's understandable that you would go to a supplier.
Yeah. That you would need that kind of price point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when, and I always tell people, hey, if that's what you're going to do, I'll walk you through the scenario. Sometimes I let you go through me 1 or 2 times until you understand, and then I introduce you to my customs agent.
Mm-hmm.
So that you understand, hey, we don't burn bridges. Like, if we make money together, I want you to continue to make money. I want you to continue to grow in business. I want you to continue to push this product and build the industry, because once the industry gets to a certain point, we're all going to be okay.
Yeah.
And I think people don't understand that we'll all be okay once we get to a certain point, once we build it up. Mm-hmm. So
No, I agree.
Yeah.
And I think it's important for guys like you and me to set a certain standard so that it helps like set the tone of like I don't want to say set the certain standard, but I just believe that by us being at a certain level and operating with a certain professionalism, a certain level of efficacy and stuff, it then forces those beneath us or those coming up to at least meet our standard or cheat or go beyond that. Do you know what I'm saying? So
Yes, and also understand that it's always friendly competition. We understand that we're all in the same game, and we're somewhat competing, but it's friendly competition.
yeah,
We want everybody to succeed. Um, we want everybody to make it, especially at exactly what they're actually in it to make it for. So once we have all that together, and everybody, I think everybody understands that because I it's funny that I actually talk to a lot of people that are actually the major suppliers. A lot of us are pretty much in the kind of the same circle, I would say, that we actually all talk. I would say about 3 or 4 of us I know. I talk to Moss Boss all the time.
yeah,
And that's
Mossball's a cool guy.
I talk to him all the time. I'm not sure. Do you talk to Seamoss Boss ever? I know that I speak to him every now and then, but he's a good person that actually is in the Seamoss business.
Seamoss boss, that's the guy from the military.
Yes.
Yes. No, I haven't talked to him, although I've commented on some of his stuff and I've jumped in on some of his live streams just to kind of show support or whatever. Because I believe when like say one or two people are on the live stream and you jump in and you stick there and you're watching it, like it brings in more people on like because the Instagram or Facebook algorithm sees someone watching. So sometimes I'll go on people's lives that I don't even know and I'll just like even put the phone down and walk away. I'm not listening to them, but I'm just there to show that support, you know, because I know what it was like when I was like doing it and there was nobody watching, you know, for hours, you know. So
Definitely agree. Definitely. So yeah, I always I'm always rooting like I go to social media and I watch. I'm a watcher. I like to see what the patterns are. I like to see some things that happen, and just in my circle as far as because I'm a person that likes like I like the new things that come out.
Yep.
Like when it's something that I didn't even think about. Oh man, like I go crazy. Oh man, that's my friendly competition.
Yes.
Like somebody will come out with something that I'm like, oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh, let me go back to the drawing board.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because like growing up when I was younger, I used to be a DJ, right? I used to DJ parties, nightclubs, and stuff like that. And so in our crew, we would have that healthy competition where it was like, okay, you got this mix or you play this track, and it's like, oh, where did you get that beat from? So when you came out with the freeze dried Seamoss, oh my god, we were like, fuck, because we had been planning it for like months, and it was a matter of us like researching the machine and saving up the money, and then you're like, oh, I got free, and we're just like, fuck, like we gotta wait a bit because it's like we can't just like next day show up with freeze dry. You'd be like,
no, I wanted you to like that. I actually wanted you because like okay, so I'm in the background, right? And a lot of times people don't know me, and they're just like, okay, who's this guy that say he got this and he got that, and you know, I never put myself out there like, yeah, I sell to this person, this person, this person. No, I'm pretty much just like, yeah, I'll just drop, hey, I got freeze dry Seamoss, hey, yeah. And I'm like, but I always like to put the, hey, I beat y'all to it. And that's why I put the disclaimer. I was like, hey, I beat y'all to it. I was like, I know y'all coming. I said, I know y'all coming for me. I said,
that's why when he said that, I was like, fuck.
I said, before they say that they did it first, I said, I'm coming. I said, I figured it out. I got it. Because I knew it was happening.
Yeah.
Because I know how people think. I know it. I was like, I know somebody say, I bet you I can make a better pie. I bet you I can get this powder to be 99%
pure. Yeah.
And I was like, man, because and I thought that somebody was gonna beat me to it because I actually was looking at a it was a freeze dryer machine. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like when I started looking into freeze dryers and things of that nature, like the one I got right now is economical. The one I was looking at, you know how much they wanted to charge me for it?
Like 40 grand.
No. This is it's astronomical price. It was like 1.8 million.
Fuck. Wow. That's crazy.
What it was going to spray. It just like you make it into like almost like into the gel, but make it even waterier. Like it's like a really water slush.
Uh-huh.
And you put it into a big container, and just by the time it's like a cylinder. And by the time it reaches the bottom, it sprays down. By the time it reaches the bottom, it turns into a powder.
Wow.
That's and you know me, I'm just like, hey, yeah, okay. So they're like, yeah, well, you know, we're gonna take about 6 months to build, and it's gonna be about 1.8 million. I was like, what? 1.8 million?
Yeah. Like
I said,
are you talking like, pesos?
I'm like, you know, I just started this business, right? I was like, 1.8 million. I said, Seamoss is new. I said, you know what? I'm gonna come back to y'all in about 3 years from now.
Yeah.
I said, I'm gonna buy the cheaper version, and I'm gonna get it working. I said, but when I but when I get it working, I said, I'm gonna come back to y'all and have this conversation again. Yeah. I said, because 1.8 million just was not even seeming plausible at that time. I understood it, and I would say probably 5 years from now, it's probably gonna be worth it.
Yeah.
But right now, oh man,
that's crazy. 1.8. But what was the capacity on it?
It was doing like 100 or 200 kilograms a day.
Yeah. See, it's got to be crazy.
Yeah, it was producing a lot. Like, but I was like, yeah, we gonna, you know, so when I first got in it, you know, I kind of got in before COVID. Yeah. So I kind of got my feet wet before COVID, like right before COVID though. It was like, when I say right before COVID, I'm talking about right before COVID. To where that's why I ended up having to switch up everything I was doing because COVID hit. Like I really just wanted to open up a smoothie bar and just sell smoothies and you know, be in my little neighborhood and go to school and be the person that actually sold smoothies in the community. Yeah, just have another Planet Smoothie, but
just doing something positive.
Exactly. However, what happened is that when COVID hit and the border shut down, I was just so lucky to actually know somebody that had a lot of Seamoss on the island that didn't know what to do with it, so I just bought it all
up. That's crazy.
And everybody's like, so how did you get? Just being at the right place and at the right time and starting, and just seeing what was about to happen. Yeah. And before they closed the borders down, I was like, "Hey, man, how much you got in that warehouse that you said? Can you send all that to me?" Yeah. And then it locked up for like a month or so. And so when it locked up for a month or so there was a lot of people that were actually already selling, already really big in the community, already really big in the Seamoss community. Like I started realizing how much Seamoss had already been big before COVID, but it just started picking up as COVID hit. Mm-hmm. With a lot of the people, they were actually having problems with their suppliers. Their supplier couldn't get it to them for about a month. Like everything was shut down. Nobody could go outside or anything of that nature. Uh-huh. And I was just sitting with a ton of Seamoss. So I was just reaching out to these people because my whole thing is like, once I actually first took Seamoss, I was like, man, I got to have everybody take this. Yeah, it's like everybody got to get on this stuff. Yeah. And that's my main objection. Like my main objection, like I couldn't think of anything else, but everybody has to take this. And so when that happened, I just started going to all the people that were supplying. I'm like, hey, is your supply? I'm like, okay, so I'm not trying to be your main source. I said, but until your supply gets back up and running, here, make sure I'll sell it to you for a price that works for both of us. Mm-hmm. That you can get it to your people, and that's how I kind of started getting some good relationships. a few good relationships, I would say.
Yeah.
Just helping people out.
And I probably caused you to grow really quickly, because I remember when I was starting to see it, it seemed like you were already doing it for a while. You were pretty established, because we were like, who the fuck is this guy bringing in all these boxes? I even think there was times when I was in St. Lucian, I would see your boxes getting ready to ship. You know what I mean? Because there was only so many people that were shipping like in like excess of that amount, you know?
Definitely. It was, you know what? I remember that one situation, and that's really what kind of, with the guy from Las Vegas, I can't remember what his name was, but he had came and started really bad mouthing St. Lucia, like he was going to take over St. Lucia.
Oh, like, that guy.
Yeah.
Something happened with him, because remember, he was shooting his mouth off like crazy, like this, that, and I'm in with the government and blah blah blah. And I was like, who the hell is this guy? And then all of a sudden, I can't remember, something happened, and I pointed something out that he was doing, and then like last thing I know, I never heard from him. Yeah, like, okay, so he was culture vulture. Like, he was really like just at that time, like, it was really a sensitive subject to, you know, not be really with the culture, and trying to get money off of it. Yes. No, like, I agree. It's still very sensitive, but like what it was that everything was, even down to Nipsey Hussle music, even down to like, I see all this stuff, and this is the thing that I'm petty, so I'll go there with you. Yeah. And that's a lot of times that's the reason why I try to stay off of social media, because I'm petty. Like I like this. Like, so it gets in, but I shouldn't be. You get what I'm saying? Like, I know I shouldn't like it. Bro, I know what you're saying. You're like me. I'm like an undercover troll. Like, exactly. Like, I don't like it, but bro, this can be fun if you really want it to be fun. You should see how much I fuck with Dr. Sabi's son, Victor. Hate that guy. I troll him every chance I get. But anyways, that's another story. Finish what you were saying. Hey, didn't he say that? Wasn't he going on live with somebody soon? Yeah, with a poster. I'm like, they're gonna expose everything and say the real man. Okay, I understand that, but y'all about to go on to where y'all just talking to each other, but y'all ain't gonna let nobody else have like what it is. I want to debate. I want to actually ask questions. Yeah, Victor's too scared to do that. See, and so if you're not willing to, like, if you're not one to actually, I won't even say debate. I just want to have a friendly conversation, because I need to know your perception of things. Because, everybody has their own perception. And I can respect your own perception. It's when you start saying things that you know are not true, and you're just putting things out there. And if you say, this is how I perceive it to be, I can respect that. I can respect that, but I can't respect, like, no, it's not this. This is how it is. This is what it is. And bro. And that's where my hate comes in. That's where my issue comes in, because for me, it's like, this guy does not know what he's talking about. He's never seen farm Seamoss. He's never been to countries like St. Lucia and seen how the shit grows, and he hasn't done the research to understand how Seamoss, like what Seamoss actually is. And so for you to go there and start throwing shade all over everybody's livelihood, right, just to big up yours, I have a fucking problem with that. Do you know what I mean? And so that's where I'm gonna be truthful with you, and this is what I think, and a lot of people might not want to hear this, but St. Lucia is winning when it comes to Seamoss right now. Yeah. And that's just it's hard to. They're winning. Like, Jamaica has their Seamoss, and there's people that love Jamaica and stick by Jamaican Seamoss, and hey, that's you. However, St. Lucia Seamoss is winning right now. I'm gonna tell you the reason why it's winning. And this is from my studying, and even when I came into the Seamoss industry, I
I wasn't coming into the Seamoss industry looking for St. Lucia Seamoss. I was coming into the Seamoss industry looking for the best Seamoss. Period. If it was Condors Crispus, if it was coming from Jamaica, if it was coming from Grenada, if it was coming from Honduras, I was looking for the best Seamoss. Period. What I found is that in the islands you have great Seamoss, but I kind of figured that the closer you are to volcanic activity, the better the Seamoss is.
Yeah.
And that's just understanding waters and how minerals work around waters. So the closer you are to anything that's volcanic and has a lot of energy and activity going on, you're probably gonna have better Seamoss. So farther away that you get from volcanic activity is probably gonna be a little bit less. Now, Jamaica, only thing I see with Jamaica is that it's a high tourist. Yeah. So the waters may not be as clean, good as what you will see in Grenada and St. Lucia. Still great waters, but just not as good. The big thing I did see with St. Lucia Seamoss that was bigger than everybody else's is that the drying process.
Yes.
So that's what got me. Like and for anybody that's actually selling gel or anybody that sells anything of that nature, that should be the biggest thing for you is the drying process.
Yes.
Because you want to get your yield back. Like some of these, like a lot of these growers have the drying process down to a T. And I give them kudos for that because what it is dried to the point where it's not too dry. Yep. And it feels fresh. And it's easy to get into the bags. And you gotta understand me, I'm sitting here stuffing bags all day. Sometimes the stuff is almost dried out too much, and you can't. Like I'm trying to stuff in a 3-pound bag, and I can't get the 3-pound bag because the stuff is way too fluffy. Fuck. And it's good. Don't get me wrong. The stuff is beautiful. It's phenomenal. But I'm like, man, you gotta dry this almost way too good. It's like it's almost to the point where, like, if I give it to them, they're not gonna ever come back.
Yeah, because it's so much volume on it, dude. There's like
so good.
Real.
Like, you're not gonna ever come back. I understand why people like to sell Jamaica because if you buy a pound of Jamaica Seamoss, you probably get about 3 or 4 16 ounces. You gotta come right back. If you buy a pound of St. Lucia, you're gonna get about 16 of them.
Yep, and it's way drier and it's way cleaner. And like, dude, I was there. I watched them. I dry and clean Seamoss myself. You know what I mean? It's not easy to do. It takes a certain. You have to have a passion for it. You have to like love what you're doing, like because and there are farmers down there who just got into it for the sake of getting into it, and you could see the difference of the quality of Seamoss from them as opposed to someone that has been doing it for a while and cares about what they're doing.
Yeah, and that's all they do. They go out, even if they weren't selling Seamoss, they would probably be out there.
Yep.
Those are farmers I'll be looking for. Those are like, and when you talk to them, they just are they get so excited about farming Seamoss. Like I go crazy. I send money that I'm not even supposed to be sending money down there. I'm like, hey man, I love what y'all doing.
No, you know what? Truth be told, like for the general sense, most St. Lucians are honest and like they're just looking to do good business. You know what I mean? I just think sometimes what happens is they get burnt, and so once they get burnt, they feel like, okay, I need to protect myself and I need to watch out for this and stuff like that. And
this is what I tell you about the Seamoss industry. It's when it first started out, it was like it was going to explode.
Yeah.
It was on its way to exploding. And I'm not sure if it was, and to be honest with you, I think it's COVID was a gift and a curse. It was a gift because the people that kind of understood what Seamoss was, they kind of got into it and was like, okay, I'm going to have some Seamoss on me just in case anything happens.
Yeah.
They're ready. Now, so for people that didn't know what Seamoss was, and now everybody's saying, yeah, we're taking Seamoss because it's curing COVID and stuff like that and things of that nature and all this other stuff. Now they don't want to believe it. Like, like we don't like to believe certain things. Mm-hmm. Like we don't want to, especially if it's going away from what the government's telling you. Like if the government's telling you, nah, it ain't no way that you can get around it. Ain't no cure for this stuff. Like so, what happens is that you put Seamoss in a corner where now it's not. It doesn't look believable because the government is saying that there is no cure or there like nothing's going to help you with COVID. And so I think it kind of got dismissed. And so we actually, I think, like all of 2020, we were actually good as far as business wise. Everything was good. And then as soon as they stopped throwing out money around February, March time, and all that money started to. Nobody was actually all the PPP stopped.
Yeah, I was gonna say the stimulus money.
Yeah, all that PPP stopped. Like we was on a PPP kick for a minute. All that PPP stopped, and then they weren't giving out these vouchers and all this. Man, the industry just went bottom down. Like I'm just watching. I'm watching on my own. I'm like, what is going on? Like I'm watching gel companies just go from 100,000s to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm just kind of watching, and I'm like, and I don't want to say that I've been telling my customers, wow, that you need an alternative. You need an alternative. You need an alternative. You need something else. You need something else because especially if your whole business is shipping gel, because the more people that get into business, the more people that you're going to have that's going to be closer to that person to mm-hmm. actually just buy the gel that's going to be around the corner.
Sure.
So you shipping a gel is going to be null and void in a little bit.
Well, also I think that there's a sort of like a life cycle of a gel customer, and after a certain a certain point, they decide that they want to be they want to be independent in a sense, and they want to make it themselves. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I find that it either can go two ways. Either they go and they make the gel and they love making the gel and they continue to make the gel because they see value in it, or they make the gel and they hate making the gel and they see no value in it and they come back. So I'm always telling these guys, like, if you're making gel, you should try and sell maybe not a lot, but just a little bit. You know what I mean? For those that want to try it out, and you make a sample and they keep coming back. You know what I mean? But one of the biggest things I see, the mistake that a lot of these new people that were coming into the business is that they wanted to sell Seamoss and they decided that they wanted to sell pounds, but they only wanted to start with like 10 pounds or 20 pounds. And I'm like, first of all, you're going to run out of your Seamoss in no time. But second, it's like the amount, like for every person that you see, they're not going to see you for another 6 months if you sell them like you shouldn't be selling pounds at that amount. You know what I mean? Because you can't, how do you say it? It's like you can't create the volume enough, you know?
Yeah, not if you're just getting 10 pounds. That's what I tell you. If you're getting 10 pounds, like, and I structure, like, I kind of know my customers off of what you buy.
Yeah.
If you're buying 10 pounds, then I believe that you have a good gel, or you're making lemonades or smoothies or something of that nature, and you have a good business going, and you may sell a couple 1 ounces and 2 ounces on the side.
Yeah,
that's what my 10 pounders are. My 5 pounders are gels. My 3 pounders are gels. Yes. I know that.
Yeah,
like there's no around it. There's like I know, and even to the quality, I know what they're looking for. Mm-hmm. Like like I'm telling them, hey, I know that you're just gonna. I like to give them a cheaper price because I know that they're not looking for the look to say. They're looking for, hey, can I get the best out of it? How much can I get out of it?
Yeah, the yield.
I'm like, hey, I'll be throwing deals on 3 to 5 because sometimes I get Seamoss, and I get wildcrafted Seamoss, and what a lot of people don't understand that wildcrafted Seamoss doesn't look the best.
It doesn't.
Dude. It doesn't look the best. Like I'm looking at all this pretty Seamoss that's online. I'm like, man, come on, y'all. Y'all know this is not right.
And that's not the.
Y'all know that, like, if you get 500 to 1,000 pounds of Seamoss, 65% of your Seamoss may look like that.
Yeah.
You got some Seamoss that just is really
ugly.
It was ugly.
Yes.
Let's just say it's ugly. It's ugly. Like really, truthfully, it's ugly, but it's good Seamoss. It's wildcrafted. It's not gonna. Everything's not gonna look the best.
Yes.
And I always tell people, like, if you're looking for looks, man, sometimes you got like I can't give you wildcrafted and then give you the best look. Like it's hard, y'all.
It's fucking damn near impossible, bro. Like, I remember, I remember one time we got some real like nice, clean, pretty wildcrafted, and it was like the most we could get was like 5 pounds, and it was like like my partner showed it to me, and he's like, "Dude, this is the real shit." And trust me, bro, I've not seen anybody sell anything like. That's why I say to them, half of these people that think they're selling wildcrafted, yes, it probably is dyed for and it's wildcrafted, but it's not the wildcrafted that they, you know what I mean? Because it looks different. And a lot of it's, like you said, is dirty. Like it's fucking nasty.
Like, yeah, man. I be telling people, like, man, if you really want wildcrafted, like you don't be looking at me funny when it comes to you. And the wildcrafted is tan color. Mm-hmm. I'm like this. They're like, it is tan. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, that's wildcrafted. They're like, but it's tan. It looks brown. I'm like, that's what Seamoss is supposed to look like, really.
Yeah, and dark.
Like, that's
it's
really
all
what a
thick
color
and
is supposed
stuff.
to look like. Like, but you didn't know. I'll be like, you thought it was gold? I'm like, you know what? I'm like, it's not all gold. I said, especially when you say you want wildcrafted. When people tell you they got wildcrafted and it looks beautiful, I'm like, man. And I'd be like, damn, who they farmers are? Because I know all the good farmers. And I'm like, man, yeah, that's a new farmer that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, sure.
That's a new farmer that came out of nowhere. Because I'd be looking like, and I look at people Seamoss like, boy, like, you know, I'm a lover of Seamoss now. Mm-hmm. Like, I just look at Seamoss like, man, like when you put out that when you put that video about the salt, oh, that was the best video ever.
Oh, yes, I know. When I had the pile of Seamoss on my porch. That's the best
video, period.
Thank you.
Hands down. Just to explain that, how do you not have salt on a
dude? Did you even hear my dad in the background when I was trying to give the video? He was like screaming, like, "It's coming from the ocean. What's wrong with these guys?"
Yeah. Like, it's hard to even like. I'm not understanding how you guys don't like. But I do understand. Mm-hmm. You're listening to people that you think are of high quality and have substance and are going to tell you the truth, and they're all trying to sell you something. And I understand that a lot of people get into that situation where that's what happens. They start listening to somebody that's really trying to sell them something.
Yeah. And sometimes I think it's like they don't have the answer, and rather than say, "Hey, I don't have the answer," they just say, "Well, yeah, okay, this is," you know what I mean? Like no one wants to look like they don't know what they're talking about, so they just talk like they know what they're talking, even though they don't. You know? I don't know.
Well, because everybody, I guess when you start selling Seamoss, you have to be an expert.
Yeah.
You know, and I kind of got into the game. I tell people I don't know a lot of stuff. I'm actually learning this stuff just like you learning. Like, and I would tell them, I said, but one thing I do know, I said, when I took it, it worked.
Yeah.
I said, I'm not like, I didn't care. Like, I'm gonna get the details later. But what I know right now is that when I took it, it did everything it was supposed to do. Like, I didn't like taking. Like, I wasn't even a person that would like to take multivitamins. Like, I'm not a multivitamin person. I never took a multivitamin. I probably consider myself probably one of the most healthiest people that I know. I can still go out and run miles and things of that nature and not have issues. I'm 43 years old, still making babies. Like, you gotta understand something. So I'm active. And when I took Seamoss, like really, well, actually, my last baby is from a Seamoss. from Seamoss.
Oh,
I just
congratulations.
thank you. Yeah. So when I first, then that's really why I got into the business, because I actually started taking Seamoss, and like I would say a month into taking Seamoss, she was pregnant.
Boom.
I was like, man. I'm like, so this ain't work. I'm like, this is the truth.
Yeah, dude, I got to be careful on it because I don't want to have any more kids.
Seriously, Seamoss. I'm telling you, Seamoss during the pandemic, I bet you there's a lot of kids.
Yep, a lot of fucking
Seamoss
babies.
If you were taking Seamoss during the pandemic, I need to know how many people got pregnant off of Seamoss during the pandemic.
Yeah, that would be a good question.
Oh man, that.
Like that would be curious to know. You know, well, I'm actually trying to look right now to see if I can find that photo of the wild crafted sea moss that I had gotten when I first touched in the island. I was my uncle I had went to. Like, dude, it was so hard to find a sea moss farmer and all that stuff when I first came here. And it's funny because I at the beginning I was like, oh, I'm just gonna go down there and meet somebody. You know what I mean? And it was so hard to do that. And now when someone says that to me, they're like, "Oh, I'm just going to go down there," and I'm just like, "Okay, buddy, sure you will." Like I had family out there looking for me, trying to help me, and it wasn't easy, you know.
Yes, especially because I think you started a little bit before me, I believe, or right around the same time.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's why I thought you were doing it for longer. Like that's why I was kind of like surprised when you said that. I was like, really? I was like, wow.
Yeah, I had just started. Like when I say I just started, but I had a conversation, and when I had a conversation, I kind of understood what they were looking for, and like because St. Lucian was just they had a lot of Seamoss, they just didn't have the structure of promoting it.
Yes, and getting it out there.
Big thing, and so my thing was like, okay, well, I'm not really a promoter, but I actually have some promoting skills. I know how to get it out there. Mm-hmm. I know how to make it look really good. I know how to flood the market. I would just say.
Yeah, you know how to scale.
That's what my job is to flood the market as much as I possibly could to say, okay, well, I know everybody else has Jamaican and da-da-da, but I want when you a year from now, 2 years from now, when I first died, my whole thing, when you think of Seamoss, you gotta think of St. Lucian. Mm-hmm. And that was the biggest thing that I was on. When you think of Seamoss, you have to think of St. Lucia. And so I just felt like they were doing it the best.
I mean, they are doing it really good, bro. Like when I've been there and seen how these things go on, you know what I mean? Like these guys take a lot of pride and passion in this work. You know what I mean? Like it is no poppy show. It's not just like they sit it on there and they see it as a cash crop. Like many of them were doing it and not making a penny for years. For years. Like my partner was in it for over 7 years. And he told me, he's like, it's just starting to really sort of like pop. People were making money, but it wasn't like it is nowadays, Yeah,
because, and so what I realized when I first and just started having conversations that there was a lot, I won't say that there's a big industry just taking advantage of it. There was a big industry just taking advantage because there was like you have a whole country that has Seamoss, but like there's some corporations that know, and the corporations that pretty much they buy a lot, and but they're gonna try to get it to you for as cheap as possible. They're gonna try to buy it from you like for pennies on the dollar. Mm-hmm. And I know kind of that was going on, and some people didn't want to deal with it anymore.
No, it's true. But I mean, I could be wrong, but from what I've seen, most of the St. Lucians were holding on to their price and stuff like that. It's only like
that's good.
After, I think it was after last summer, when what happened was when I was down there, it was like everybody got into Seamoss farming. Like it was like the industry exploded, where it was like the amount of farmers grew by like 4 times in the span of like a month and a half. You know,
Yes.
so like I remember putting the sticks in our farm and then like coming back like 3 months later and it was like, where's our farm? There was like sticks everywhere. You know what I mean?
Like, okay, which one's our sticks?
Yeah, like literally. And we had to like, put markers up and get it registered and stuff like that. And there was all these kind of like people were stealing Seamoss because of the value of it and stuff like that. And there was times where we were like having to go to the beach at like 3 in the morning and wait to see if we could catch someone stealing Seamoss and shit like that.
It was getting like that.
Bro,
See, I
dude,
didn't know.
dude, like we caught a fucking naked guy in our farm stealing Seamoss.
Like, hey man, come on, guy.
No, straight up, dude. It was no lie. I'll never forget it because it was like it was a Friday night, a Friday day, and we were supposed to go to the beach from like 10 in the morning or earlier. And we, you know how life is. We fuck around, do this, do that. All this shit happens, and we're getting to the beach at like I think it was around 5 o'clock, and nightfall is around 6. So it was like, we had like an hour to do what we were supposed to take like 4. Like I was pissed, dude. Like I was upset. Like, oh, we're going there, right? And but this
Yeah.
is a story to tell you like God puts you in the right place at the right time for the right reason. So we start coming down the road to the beach and stuff like that, and like before we get to our spot on the beach, we got to pass by a bunch of like different farms. Like you go down this like sort of dirt road, and so the
Yeah.
dirt road goes parallel to the beach, the waterfront. And so I look there and I see this guy with no shirt on, just booking it. And that's what caught my eye. I was like, what the fuck? Why is this guy running so fast? You know what I mean? And he's got no shirt on, right? So I'm thinking, oh, it's nothing. He's probably just riding on the beach. So as you're driving through the road, between the beach and the road, there's like bushes and stuff. So all of a sudden, there's a clearing of the bush, and I see the guy's ass. Do you know what I mean? And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, he's naked. So I turn to my partner and I'm like, is this normal? Do guys do this? And he's like, what? And he turns and he looks on the road and he's like, what? No. He's like, what the fuck? So we pull into our little staging area where we get our Seamoss stuff. We go to park, and this guy happened to be like, he tried to cut away from us, but he didn't realize we were pulling into that area. So he basically ran right in front of us. And so the guys there's a whole crew of them, right? In our truck. So they all come out and they're all speaking patois and they're all like, blah, 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 blah. And I have no idea what they're saying, but you could tell by the body language and the reaction, they're basically going to the guy like, what the fuck are you doing here? Why the fuck are you naked? This and you know what I mean? And so the guy's like, oh, I'm training and this and that. And so they let him go. And then my partner said that something in his voice, in his head, said, go check the guy. And so he went to follow him and he found them in the bush, like grabbing 4 sacks of Seamoss. So they chased them off from the Seamoss, and we got our Seamoss back. But what's even crazier is the next day, I'm sitting on my buddy's porch, and fucking the dude walks down the street and is like, "Hela," and I'm like, "Is that the guy?" And my partner shakes his head and is like, "Yeah, that's the guy." I'm like, "Are you serious?" He's like, "Yeah." Like, what are you gonna do, bro? Like, you know what I mean?
He just walked right past, like, hey, like,
Yeah,
it's a
like it was
normal
like
day.
his neighbor pretty much was stealing the sea moss. But
Wow.
yeah, it was a funny story, funny times. Like so, and it's like, yeah, people are stealing. That's why I don't know if you were in the group before, but there was this one guy that was like selling the sea moss, and he was selling it for so cheap that a lot of the St. Lucians like all came out of nowhere and was like, "What the fuck? Well, you're selling it? Like, where did you get your sea moss? That better be from a farm." You know what I mean? Because you know,
Oh, was that a couple weeks ago?
yeah, it was a couple weeks ago.
Like he was selling it for like 350 or something. It was something out. Like when I looked at it, it was green sea moss, wasn't it?
Probably. You know what I mean?
I looked at it, I was like, oh, I was like, I said, this is gonna be a problem.
Yeah. But I
This
don't
is gonna
know
be
if like I should come out and say it, but a lot of times this cheap CMOS that these guys are selling, it's rejected CMOS. It's like CMOS that, but not I don't know for say per se me, but someone else looked at that Seamoss and didn't want it.
Yeah, and said, nah.
That's why they have it. You know what I mean? And you know what? These guys can hate me, but that's the truth, guys. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
they'll sooner try to sell it to someone on the island, I believe, than to go through the trouble of selling it for less than that. You know?
And you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the biggest truth of it.
Mm. Because there was a lot of times where the farmers would reach out to me and be like, "Oh, I'm selling sea moss," and I would send my partner to get it, and then like it's to the point now where I have to stop because he got sick of going to all these places, and he's like, "Bro, you know these guys are sick calling you just because they can't sell their sea moss to the other person that they usually sell their sea moss." He's like, "You think that these guys don't have a buyer? They always have the buyer. The buyer just doesn't want to buy their sea moss, so they're coming to you and saying, you know, will you, no one will buy my Seamoss. Will you buy my Seamoss?
So yeah, what happens is that it gets here and it gets rejected.
Yes.
It's like, man, you just sent me this, and it's like, I don't want this stuff. But no, you can't send it back, bro. I'm about to send this back. No, you can't send it back, and it's like, then it just comes. But okay, so this is the thing. It happens, and what, and I actually have a supplier that it happened to us a couple times. Man, you just got to be straight up with your supplier. Your supplier, and your supplier understands. Like a lot of times, I think they throw in a couple of them just to see what you're gonna do.
They do.
I'll be truthful with you.
No,
like
no,
now,
I trust me.
I kind of understand the game. It's like out of 1,000 pounds, I'm gonna get 700 that I can do something with. 300, I'm like, man, I gotta write this junk off. I'm just being on a actually on a gracious scale now.
Yeah.
When I get 1,000 pounds, I'm telling you that 700 now, 700 I'll be able to work with. 300 I know I can't do nothing with. And so it is.
Yeah, I'll answer this. I'll say this, right? Because
Yeah.
I've been there and I've kind of seen this shit happen. Sometimes, most times, they're not just throwing that shitty CMOS in to test you or to see why you're doing it. It's just hard to get a lot of good CMOS. And so
And that's true.
and especially at a low price point. So at a certain point, like they could be, say, maybe having their own CMOS and they could sell it to you for almost any price, but then they got to get a few £100 to kind of make up the difference, and that's what's going to end up costing them. And if they don't have the money, and you know, because they priced your CMOS so low, they have to get it cheap, you know, and so you end up getting some B grade and stuff like that.
Boy, yeah. If you start going through, like, oh man.
Yeah.
But now you kind of understand the scenario. Like once you're in it for a while, you kind of really understand it. Like you know what it is.
Yep.
Like you start to figure out different things you can do with it.
Yep.
So you're like, okay, yeah, well, you know, I can. If it don't look that good, I can always go ahead and make drinks and things of that nature because it's still good Seamoss. It just don't look.
It just doesn't look pretty. Yeah, I agree with you. Or it's hard to fit in the bag because, like you were saying, I have a lot of customers that they specifically want a certain type of CMOS. Or when we're doing the co-packing, you know, that we're doing now, it's like they want to have they need it soft and stuff so it fits in the bag nice and looks pretty and everything. But the gel guys, they don't care. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And they're like, just give it to me. I'm like, man, I give it to you for the low.
Yeah.
It gotta go. It has to go. Like, I actually have a IG. I probably want to talk to you about it too.
Yeah.
I have a Seamoss auction. I just want to auction this Seamoss off. I got a lot of Seamoss. I just want to auction off to the lowest bid. And y'all come get Seamoss. It's in the States. We don't have nothing else to do with it. It's not the prettiest, but if y'all making gel, it's gonna work for you.
No, that's a good idea. I was actually thinking about how to start some kind of like auction site or some kind of like marketplace. Like I know you started the CMOS directory, which
yes,
I'm surprised.
I actually need help with because I just like it was something that I thought of, but I really was thinking of it for like right now.
Uh-huh.
And so I just kind of started it then, and I was like, okay, because my whole thing is like the industry is gonna get bigger and bigger, and so really what it is, you're gonna want a directory to know who's close to you. Can you get Seamoss from?
Mm-hmm.
Like if somebody 3 miles up the road, let me go get my Seamoss up there.
Mhm.
Or once, like really, I started looking at once once little small stores start to get into it and say, okay, hey, I want to start selling Seamoss, and then we have a location for them to kind of go that kind of goes away from Google.
Mhm.
Like, and that was really the biggest thing is that I wanted a one central location, and it kind of was. I always look at stuff to make it easier for my customers to get sales, and so I'm like, okay, well, I'll make a directory for you.
Yeah.
I'll just gotten that.
No, it was one of those ideas that I had, and when I one of those friendly competitions where I'm like, motherfucker.
Yeah.
And this is why I always tell people, like, don't be afraid about your ideas. Don't be afraid about hiding, because at the end of the day, it's not like, if first of all, if you think about the idea, there's probably about 5,000 people in the world that have thought about it too. It's not about the idea. It's about who's going to execute it first. And so if you're afraid of your idea, then you should be working on your idea nonstop until it's done. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Because like I'll tell you, dude, you could check with my wife. Like I had like Groupon. I was talking about Groupon back in 1998. I was trying to figure out how to start that because I knew that if I got a bunch of a company together, or if I got a bunch of people together, and I went to a company and I said, I have this many people, give me a product that you can promote to your, to this group, for a ridiculous price, and you know what I mean, we'll sell it to them. I was filling on with this idea. It was like going to be called like direct buy or buyers direct or whatever. And the idea was, say I'm Toshiba and I want to release a product like a TV set, and I want everybody to be talking about that TV set. I'll sell the TV set to this group of people for a ridiculous low price, and then it just gets mass spread adoption. Everybody gets the product, and then when people come to your house, they're like, "Oh, where did you get that TV? Oh, that's a Toshiba. It's this, that." You know what I mean? And it's like a way to
Brilliant.
sell.
So like kind of like a buyer club. So you kind of get into this buyer club. With the buyer club, then you actually have where you get these exclusive products that nobody gets, or you get it before everybody else gets it.
Yep.
You're actually able to, and even if you're kind of like an influencer.
Yes.
So
exactly.
you really get the product, and once you get the product, you kind of
and this was
put it out there to everybody else. Hey man, this is the product that you need to get.
Yeah, and this was before influencers were ever coming out. Yeah.
I think that actually still will work. True.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see it, but that was the idea, and then Groupon came out, and that's where I was kind of like, ah, fuck, Groupon's doing it. You know what I mean? Then all all those companies came after it, and it got saturated. But you're right. I probably could revamp it and do it different, because now a lot of those a lot of those offerings are gone, or they fucked up, or even Facebook, dude. That was not the first social media platform. You know what I mean? There were so many before it. And so sometimes you like I said, you don't be afraid about your idea, just execute it.
It just kind of is all coming up with your own niche, and that's why I kind of love this industry, because I think somebody's going to come up with a product that is going to be revolutionary. That's just what I'm waiting for. Like I know there's a product that's going to come out, and I'm actually hoping that is me. But I'm hoping it's me. But if it's somebody else, I want to be right there to see it, and I need to. Like I know it's coming. I know somebody's gonna come out with something, or they're gonna use it in some way, some shape, some form. That's gonna be like, are you serious?
Mm-hmm. Well, that brings up an interesting question that I have. What do you think about the future of gel? Like, do you think that gel has a future? Do you see it lasting forever, or do you feel like it's going to be overtaken by other products?
It will be overtaken by other products. It'll still be kind of like the introduction for a lot of people still, because that's what we get used to tradition.
Yeah.
So I think it'll actually stay in that shape as far as just tradition wise. People actually take gel. However, once you start to realize that, like, okay, so this is and this is just my perception. This is how I felt about it. Is that I never put gel or any type of form of gel in a smoothie or tea or anything of that nature. I'm not even like I don't even use aloe vera gel just because it just doesn't feel right. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
like I don't put it in certain things because it's a gel. It just didn't feel right. And so, only reason why I use gel as far as with Seamoss because it was just a good product. Seamoss was just that good that you just sacrificed you sacrifice something that you wouldn't do all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Like you get what I'm saying? Like it was just okay. I know how good it is, so I'm just gonna take the gel.
Yeah, I'm just going to overlook those concerns that I normally would have because of the benefits.
Exactly. Like I wouldn't know, and so that's the reason why I actually got so deep into powder. I'm like, now, if somebody wants to put it in coffee, you already put powder sugar, powder everything in your coffee. I'd rather put that. Me being because I come from a smoothie background. I used to run a Planet smoothie back in the day. So my whole thing is that we would put powder, anything in your smoothie.
Yeah.
Blend it in, and there you go. So I'm like, okay, so why wouldn't I just make a powder to make it easy? Like and I don't mind dehydrated powder. And at first I did. Like I was an advocate against it. I was like, oh no, I'm not doing dehydrated powder because I'm losing all my nutrients. I'm losing some nutrients, so I don't want to do dehydrated powder. And then I had to understand. I'm like, okay, Rick, kind of going away from your own logic is that even 60% of the nutrients that you get from dehydrated powder is better than 95% of the stuff that you put in your body right now.
Yeah.
So I had to come up with that same logic for myself. I was like, okay, so I say dehydrated powder is not bad. It's not that bad. You know what I'm saying? You're still getting some nutrients out of it. You're still getting a lot of nutrients out of it. So it still worked for me. But what my whole thing was that I just didn't want to give you just dehydrated powder. I wanted to say, hey, well, I have this dehydrated powder, but this freeze-dried powder is the future. Yeah. And so that's really what I was on. And so, and my whole thing was that, like, I know I'm just going to give it to you a little bit, but I know that somebody else is going to come out right after me and is going to blow it out the water. And that's what I really want them to do, because I'm not going to put any marketing and advertising into it. And I know the next person is going to, and they're going to blow it up. And I'm just going to kind of reap off the rewards of that situation. I hope I don't mind whoever it is. I'm cool, because once freeze dry comes into play, then what it is, it kind of ups the industry. Like, yeah, it makes it a little bit harder to just come in and minorly invest and think that you're going to become rich. Like, you know that you're going to have to invest, and then it becomes a real industry. It becomes something that you really have to, like, you're just not going to get in just to get in. Yeah, you may get in just on the, like, there may be still people that will kind of get in on the gel form. And say, hey, and they're just giving gel and they're doing flavored gel. And I hope what they end up doing is doing more of a smoothie type situation and giving them more fruit and less gel. And so they can eat it in a day and they can come back every day. That's what I really would suggest, instead of giving them a gel that actually has fruit in it, where it could actually spoil and you're getting them 16 ounces and maybe it doesn't even last that long and they don't eat it in time. So I go from, all right, let's just go ahead and make it to where we're just giving smoothies, but people start coming back every day if you're going to do it in a gel form. I don't know. I don't think gel is going to last that long. Neither do I. That's just me truthfully. And it's hard for me to, I know I'm going against a lot of people's business. And I understand that, but really, let's look at it. Like, we've never seen, like, what it is that we all do the gel because we know it's just so beneficial. And besides that, like, once we realize that we can get in the powder form, are we really going to want the gel anymore? No. And this is where I kind of see the powder being the future. But I agree with you. It's like, how do I say it? Some standards need to be met, and like
like right now it's too much of a not a like a wild west. Like you really like unless you know the person, you're not really sure what is in like how that person's making the powder, what's in it.
Oh, that is the biggest thing right now.
Yeah.
Like, and that's my like. I'm always for the people that are just starting and they're making their own capsules and everything, and they're getting their Seamoss and they got their own process of how they're doing it, and they can kind of show you how they're doing it. I'm all for that. Big industry situations. So this is like, and I actually deal with a lot of people that were actually going to big industry situations or actually dealing with kind of they're exploring the possibilities if they're not already dealing with big industry people that are making their capsules.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably 2 or 3 big corporations. I don't even like to say their name, but
That's okay. You
I
don't
don't
need it.
even know. But what happens is that I feel like they're getting over on you, truthfully, and just looking at the situation where it is, they actually you pretty much pay for everything up front. You have to wait 5 to 10 weeks. You have to buy a certain amount even to get to that certain point where it's actually even, like even that they will even deal with you. You got to buy, I'm not sure how many capsule bottles that you have to buy from, but I know it's an outrageous amount.
Yeah, it's like a significant thing.
Yeah, and so really what happens is, so they get your money and then they go source your Seamoss from whoever. Like, you don't know where your Seamoss is coming from. They just tell you it's coming from at the coast of Northern America or something like that. Really, you don't really know where your Seamoss is coming from, but so really you pretty much already paid for everything. You've given them all your money. You probably got low level Seamoss.
Well, it almost has to be in order for these guys to make a profit, and especially if they're not telling you where it's coming from, it's almost like where else would they get it from? Like they're not going to go and buy the most expensive one, especially if you're not going to notice the difference.
Like, and so, but this was the conversation. This is the biggest thing. This was the conversation that was said to me, and when I came out with freeze dried Seamoss. So, this one person actually said that they went to their people and like, okay, well, there's freeze dried Seamoss. Why don't you, what I'm saying, you don't have? They're like, yeah, we have freeze dried Seamoss, and they were like, okay, so why would you never offer it to me?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's my whole thing. So I'm like, oh, they have freeze dried Seamoss? Like, really?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know anybody that has freeze dried Seamoss. That's the reason why we made it. Like, that's you get what I'm saying? Like that.
Yeah.
Like, I was looking for somebody that had. I searched.
And it makes you wonder, like you said, why didn't you say anything? And what freeze dried machines do you have? Like like is it really freeze dried?
That means that you didn't want to give these people the best.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's my whole thing. Like, your mission wasn't to give these people the best. Your mission was to make, like, so this is who. So I don't understand that how people give their money to somebody so they can create a product when you can actually do it yourself. You can spend that same amount of money and do it yourself.
Because they trust that person might know more than them. Do you know what I mean? And they want to
show them exactly how to. Like, this is the thing. Like, I kind of try to show them exactly how to do it. I can. It's easy to create capsules. Everything that you need, you can actually get from the store or your Uline account or anything of that nature. It's very simple.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not that hard. Like, as much money as you would spend to start, as far as to put down and wait 5 weeks, man, you could have been selling capsules like 2 weeks in. Mm-hmm. Only thing you gotta do is wait for your stuff to come in. That's it. Like, and if you want to get it freeze dry, I always tell people, because I want everybody to get it freeze dry now, and I can tell you exactly where to go get it from, and you can actually get it. Well, it's kind of a little bit harder now, but you can actually get it sent over here. It only take you a week to 2 weeks now, almost. Yeah. Like, because I told them to start producing them things like more of them ASAP, because my whole thing is like, and I would say in a month to 2 months time is that I'm hoping about 10 to 12 people have freeze dry Seamoss, just, you know, and that's just the product. Mm-hmm. That's just like we're competing for who's gonna have the best product. Like and like I'm trying to see what's the next product, because I got some other stuff coming up that I'm trying to see if somebody's gonna do it before me. If they don't, you know, like I get excited about this. Yeah. Like I always love the next product coming up.
Mm-hmm. I see that the skin and hair products are really going to get some attention soon. That's what I'm saying, or I believe is going to happen in the future. You know.
So I do want to drop a nugget about that though. Yes. There's this product, and I was talking to a lady, and matter of fact, I'm not sure she's supposed. She may still be coming out with this line, but she was into some, like she was doing a lot of stuff. She actually worked for a med spa, and she was a brilliant lady. And I was actually doing some research with her, and she's the one that kind of got me into getting lab tests done on a lot of my Seamoss, and what she was finding out, and it was extraordinary. So she was actually telling me about this this moisturizer called Creme de la Mer. Mm-hmm. Now, this moisturizer is expensive as I don't know what. Like, it's like 3 ounces, it's like $500 some dollars. It's expensive.
Yeah.
So, but she kind of knew the people that were involved with it. And with that being said, she kind of like, Rick, what you need to do is just go look at the reviews and go look at the ingredients. And so, looking at the ingredients, main ingredient is seaweed extract. Mm-hmm. So she's saying, Rick, she's like, I was working with a lady that was actually getting Seamoss, and what she found out that was what was the main source of her product. And so a lady asked her, she was like, okay, so, you know, can I get your source? And the lady went off on her. And so that's when that's when she said, okay, so now I understand what the key ingredient is. And so I think she came to me like a couple weeks later, and so I kind of gave her a few pounds just to experiment with. And then she started, like, she went off onto a whole nother different tangent, and I was like, some stuff I didn't understand. Like, you know, it was a whole nother, you know, I can do this with this, I can do this with it. I did a chemical peel. I'm working with people that have chemical peels, and I'm at the med spa, and I'm doing trial tests and stuff like that. So what I'm hoping that I just see her out of the blue, come out of nowhere, mm-hmm. with a phenomenal Seamoss product. That's what I'm hoping for. But you're right. I think the skin and hair, just because, you know, we have a lot of black women that are in this industry. You mm-hmm. know, when it comes to black women, you start dealing with hair and you start dealing with moisturizers, you know, they gon', like, I'm just looking at my wife right now. She whipping up soaps like it's nothing. And these soaps, I'm telling you, mm-hmm. are amazing. Like, I don't understand it, because, you know, I'm a black man. You can give me any type of soap. I'm just like, yeah, cool. However, just dealing with these soaps, man, like it's a kind of a different experience. It's like, dang, I can feel. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like I can feel the difference. Like, you know what I'm saying? Skin smooth. Like, you know, I don't really got to worry about a lot of moisturizing and things of that nature. Like, everything is natural. I be loving the soaps. Like, now I'm a big advocate for the soaps and everything. I really wasn't big on it until I really started kind of looking to see, like, how big that industry could be, dealing with the lady she's an esthetician. Dealing with her, she was phenomenal.
Nice. Yeah, man. Like, I do feel like soaps are going to be big, and the creams and stuff, especially with the components of the soaps. Hey, before I get into another topic, I just want to give a shout out to Empress. Welcome, Empress. I don't know if you've met Ricky yet, but he runs. Is your company called Ricky Ray's Ocean Gold Seamoss? I know your website's goldseamoss.com.
Yeah, I just say Ricky Ray's Gold Seamoss. Most people I just go by Gold Seamoss. And I just keep it easy.
Cool.
I actually have a quick question. Have you ran into any problems with using gold Seamoss?
Not necessarily. I use it typically every day.
No. I don't mean health problem. I mean trademark or patent for your name.
Oh no. Okay. No, it's my website, so they can't take the website from me.
Have you ever looked into insurance at all? I know a lot of people ask me about insurance. Or do you?
I have not. And then the funny thing is that a lot of people are asking me about my trademark as well. And I really so the thing is that I did Gold Seamoss just for the website. So if anybody wanted Gold Seamoss, they can have it because it's just Seamoss. Like I think we're gonna go bigger than that, but I do understand that.
Mm-hmm. Did you want to say anything else, Empress?
Oh yeah, no, it was just an art of Seamoss Gold.
Oh, Seamoss Gold. See, okay, so.
Do you know the person who owns Seamoss Gold?
No, I've never talked to anybody that has Seamoss Gold.
There's.
All right. So in this industry that we're in, I get that things are moving and we kind of just jump on stuff. We have to do our background. So Seamoss Gold has been around for about 15 plus years in itself, and it started off with the elder. Her name is Umi. So you now have gold Seamoss. So that's what I was asking if you tapped into others that have called, they literally stamp Seamoss Gold as their trademark and patent name. So I just wanted to highlight that so you know the two ends of your spectrum.
Oh no, I've never had any issues. If they actually had anything that they want to speak to me about, then I would love to speak to them about it. I don't think we've ever had any patent issues because I know that my lawyers would have came and talked to me about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see that they do have the Seamoss Gold brand. It's being sold on Black and Noble. But sometimes, these guys, they may have to trademark, but it costs money to like pursue this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, well, I don't know. Like, I always say to people,
he has the backing.
oh, okay.
I don't know if y'all paying attention to the stream, but Seamoss Gold has built the Black and Nobel to a very high standard. He has started the first health and wellness vending machine worldwide, all the way over to Africa and back, and it has Seamoss, black seed, all that in there. So,
that's wonderful. Yeah. That's actually excellent.
Yeah, I'm actually on the Black and Noble site. That's how I got when I searched Seamoss Gold. It took me right to this site, which they seem to be very popular. These guys.
Yep. There was a bit of a controversy with the Seamoss Gold name for the guy, so I'm highlighting it to see what people are with information.
Yeah, but I think sorry, go ahead, Rick.
So is it a controversy with people just saying that they have gold Seamoss, or is it Seamoss? Like, I'm not sure what the controversy is. Like, to be honest with you, I'm not in social media, so unless somebody kind of telling me exactly what's going on, I don't hear anything. Okay, no worries. We'll keep doing your thing then. No, I was actually asking because I don't know. And you just said that there was controversy. I just wanted to know what the controversy was.
Black and Nobel has the best Seamoss Gold, and it's patented. And I've actually watched other people do exactly what you did, which is take the name and switch it around. I'm not saying in spite, you're doing it in spite, but other people have, been argued down multiple times that, you know, he doesn't have the best and everybody can do what they want. However, sometimes things get very competitive for no reason. If that makes sense.
Oh, I do understand that. I'm not sure how big of an issue it would be, because that's just like somebody saying that you can't put Seamoss in your brand.
When have you started your scale of business?
It's been 2 years.
Oh, okay. Well, you're new. Again, he's been building off of this for some time now, so a little more than a decade.
I'm not going against that. That's not like I do understand that, but what I'm saying is that, like, if somebody says, okay, that we have Seamoss, and okay, you have the Boss Seamoss, and then you have Seamoss Boss. So is somebody going to be mad about having Seamoss Boss?
Yeah, they're because Seamoss Boss came first. So it is. I'm totally just. It's not something that I keep up with, but I pay attention to when people do like kind of take your trend and flip it around, and then they either make something of it or they make nothing of it.
Interesting. And it's funny that you brought that up, because my partner's nickname in St. Lucia is Boss Seamoss. Straight up. Like, and when he told me that, I was like, fuck off, bro. Your name's not Boss Seamoss. He's like, yeah, man. They all call me Boss Seamoss. And then one day we were doing like just liming. I think we were in some village and we were picking up like rope. Like, there was this one place that we found where you could get twine for cheap. And we come out of the store, and this kid is riding around on his bicycle, and he pops a wheelie and rides by us, and he's like, "Yo, Boss Seamoss, man, what?" And my partner looked at me and was like, "I told you," you know what I mean? So that just made me think about it when you said Boss Seamoss.
Yeah. So and I understand. I guess I get exactly what you're saying as far as they're building up something, but I guess I've never even pictured me even being in the same mind frame as with them. Is even, I don't know, even when you Google me or when you're looking up Seamoss, you look up gold Seamoss, there's going to be about 10 to 15 people because that's what they sell. Mm-hmm. That's what they started selling. They started selling gold Seamoss, so they wanted to tell people, hey, I have gold Seamoss. It wasn't a situation where I don't think I was looking at it like, okay, I'm going to take this person's identity and run with it. No, it's like, okay, well, I started off and everybody knew that I started off with gold Seamoss. Mm-hmm. And that was what I was selling. And I was selling St. Lucian gold Seamoss. And I've never went anywhere besides going into new forms of Seamoss. But I started off selling gold. Mm-hmm. So if I start off selling gold and I actually say, okay, let me go ahead and Google the best website. Let me get the best one. It was gold Seamoss. Hey, I want gold Seamoss. And it wasn't looking like, let me take Seamoss golds. I guess I don't look at it because I never kind of had that mind frame. But somebody that thinks of that nature, I guess I can understand why you would think that way.
Yeah, no worries. Keep doing your thing. You know, on the open up. Besides anything that I just said.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I actually want to have a conversation with them. To be true,
sure. Now that's how I'm saying. Exactly.
Like, now I want to have a conversation with them because now I didn't know that there was a situation. Now I'm like, okay, so how do I get in touch with these people? Because I've probably been to their website and not even known. Just I research everybody, and I research everybody not to take anything from them. I research everybody because I love their products. Like, I'm a lover of Seamoss. Like, I can care, like that's what I care about. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I care about building, like, in matter of fact, I'm about to go back to their website right now and see, because I need to know what they sell too, because this is the reason why I actually started Directory. Mm-hmm. This is the exact same reason why I started Directory. I'm not even sure where they're located, because mostly I'm one about local. I'm one about, okay, it mostly needs to be local. We need to work on building a local community. So, like, where are they located? And
on the East Coast in Philadelphia.
I think Black and Noble is in Philadelphia, isn't it?
Yes, they're on the East Coast in Philadelphia.
Cool.
Oh.
Actually, I've been around them, so I'm just highlighting certain things for people who are utilizing something that could possibly be of whatever in the future, because it might not be something now, but people are, they're trying to become locals. People are trying to use Seamoss to become famous. So, I kind of see Black and Nobel as like low-key the P. Diddy of Seamoss right now, because of the extent that he's taken it to and how rapidly he's moving with it. So yeah.
Okay, so is Black and Noble. See, I know Black and Noble. Like but I don't look at them as Seamoss Gold. When I think of Black and Noble. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't. That's
maybe for you, but the mass consumerism knows them for Seamoss Gold.
Not me. I know them as Black and Noble.
I just said that you may, but the mass of their audience knows them for Seamoss Gold.
Oh yeah, then they're not gonna.
Seamoss Gold soap, shampoo, lotion. Like, they've been on the soap for maybe about 5-6 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Like in
I do remember, actually, because I definitely remember this. Yeah, I've looked at them a couple times because they're the first one to come out with pouches.
Yep. It was the first one to come out with pouches. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I study everybody. But I didn't, like, I always looked at them as Black and Noble. Like, I didn't really look at them as Seamoss. Like, I never kind of...
it's cool.
Yeah, I don't put it together. See, so I'm looking at them like, I'm looking at it right now. I'm like, yeah, I know these. Like, this them. Like, this them. Like, I don't see any resemblance. I guess that's what I see. I'm like, okay, I don't know how anybody can get us even remotely
confused.
Yeah, like you can't like we're totally different. It's not about confusing you. It's about the names. It's just
like I get mad if you don't. If gold Seamoss, if you Google gold Seamoss and I don't come up, then I get mad. But if I understand it, like if you Googling Seamoss Gold, I'm expecting him to come up. That's just the thing, is that's what he's going off of Seamoss Gold. I go over, like, I never said Seamoss Gold. I always said gold Seamoss. Never put it, and I understand you can flip them back and forth, but I can put sea gold moss, and it's gonna be like, those are gonna always go together, because what sea moss is mostly gold.
Look at this. They have a Seamoss Gold beard bath, a Seamoss lotion for your yoni, a beard glaze, Seamoss Gold infused pina colada soap.
Yeah, this stuff
is dope shit. But to me, it's like, these are some of the product. Like, everybody's so focused on making gels, but it's like these are some good products that they could make and not be. Like, you wouldn't have to compete with like, there's a lot of competition on gels, And I don't think it's totally necessary.
There is actually competition on gels.
It's
a competition on flavors and who has the best flavor and who has the best flavor that doesn't taste like Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
Right about that. So, and where are you based out of, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm East to West Coast. I'm a mobile business, so I started off in Philadelphia. I'm now in Las Vegas.
Okay, so and do you ship gel?
Yes, I do.
And do you make flavored gel?
Yes, I do.
How do you see that going as far as like, do you have any issues with that?
The only issue is shipping the way you ship.
Okay.
That's the biggest issue, the way you ship. Who you ship with, how you package, and I guess the cost.
Okay. And do you do a lot of, my whole thing, because I get afraid about shipping gel at any time. And so I always like to ask people that ship gel, like, so if you're in Las Vegas, do you ever run into issues shipping to somewhere like New York?
No, because we do overnight or 2-day shipping, and we make them pay for it.
And they pay for it.
I said I make them pay for it.
Yeah, I say they pay for it.
Yeah,
then they pay. Like, okay, so and I guess that's where the competition comes in at, because now you feel that you may be able to get the gel somewhere closer, that you don't have to really pay for that shipping that you would have to pay for.
But here's the problem with the closer though.
Yes.
People may be able to get it closer, but the quality you're missing out on.
Yeah, definitely. However, like so the more people that are coming into the industry, now you're getting better quality because people have to up their quality. Like, and you're right. Like at first it was, some people the gel was just terrible. But if you're somewhere like me that's in Atlanta, you can go get some gel around the corner that's gonna, like, everybody got gel.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people got some good gel. Like, I'm talking about, I can take about 5-10 people that's gonna pull up in less than 10 to 15 minutes, like, with a nice one. And so that's what I'm kind of getting into as far as even with the shipping. It's like, okay, so now you got even a place that's not even big on the map, that's a little small town, but you got 3 people that are actually making gels now. Now, sometimes you negate taste for convenience.
True. And that's actually my problem where I lose customers, because people prefer the convenience of local versus getting the quality that's the best.
And so I think that's something that we're actually just kind of talking about. I think maybe right before you kind of got on.
Yep.
Is what do you feel about gel in the future, and how do you feel about gel in the future?
We're going to have to figure out the best way to package it. The packaging of the gel is going to be the biggest thing. But I don't know. It's something that needs very specific connecting. Like, you need to be up with people. You need to. I think that it needs to evolve into a more like, how you go to get a like you go to the allergy doctor or something, and they sit and talk to you and say, what's this wrong? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? How can we help that? Blah blah blah. Like, you need a nutrition person. You need someone to keep up with you. Like, I'm tired of people just selling Seamoss. You can't just sell the moss. You have to sell the health with it.
Yes. Okay, there you go.
So it needs to evolve immediately, because yes, you may have somebody who can come and pull up on you in 10 minutes. However, are they going to sit with you and talk with you and be like, yo, make sure you keep up, don't eat this, drink more water, blah, blah, blah. Like, are they going to consult with you? And most people don't. They just sell them out.
That's a good question.
That's a very true statement.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very true statement. I think that might be the biggest thing that's going on right now, is that a lot of people don't really educate them on really what they're getting. They're just telling them, look here, just take this and it's going to get you healthy. But not really kind of studying and kind of telling them the reason why it's going to get them healthy. And what else do they have to do? Like, really telling them, hey, you got to drink water with this, right? Like, that's one of the big things. You got to drink water with this.
Yeah, lots of water. People don't realize it. Mm-hmm. But
yeah, you're definitely right about that.
And also, I feel like we need to evolve. And I'm not gonna lie, even though we have our separate businesses, I would love for us to have a Seamoss directory where people aren't afraid of competition, or like if someone comes out with a new flavor, or like, I'm just tired of that. Like, Jesus Christ.
Well, actually,
yeah. Go ahead, Rick.
I actually have a directory. I actually have the Seamoss directory. That's one of the businesses that I also have as well. That was my main focus is just being specific with Seamoss and having a really big forum where we can really have these conversations, and not having to find where to have the conversation at. You just know when you go to the directory that there's going to be either a live forum going on or you're getting the information in one spot.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not having to go look for it everywhere. It's not just somebody that believes in one thing. Is you have everybody that has their own perception on how they look at Seamoss. Mm-hmm. And so you have one little big melting pot, and then whatever it is that you feel, you can actually gather all your information from that one melting pot and come up with your own conclusion. Right now, I think that everybody's just going here, there, and we're really not having conversations with everybody. We're just having conversations off to the side. Mm-hmm. And I would love I didn't think that it was going to be for that, but I would love it to be a place where we can really, really come and have a build the industry, because it's a wonderful industry. And just like I didn't know that Seamoss Gold had been in it for 15 years, because I've really only been studying. Like I studied Dr. Sabian, and I've been under Dr. Sabian and followed Dr. Sabian since 2001, but I really wasn't following the whole entire. I just was on him. Mm-hmm. So,
well, I mean, I'm not gonna say what he was doing, but if you dig a little deeper with Dr. Sabian, you'll see Black and Nobel up there with him.
No, that's what I'm saying, is that sometimes I be in my own circle, so I really wasn't paying attention. You get what I'm saying? To, like, it may be a situation where I seen it, but it's just not connecting as far as, like, even back then. I'm gonna be honest with you, even back then with Seamoss, I didn't even know what I was taking, because I was only 22, 23 years old. And you know how somebody just says, take this, you're going to get well? Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about, not giving you the knowledge that you're supposed to have. Like, you're taking this for this and this and this and this. Like, this is, like, what it was is that even back then, and it was just, I'm going to give you this. It wasn't really explaining exactly what this was, because a lot of people didn't want to tell you exactly what they were giving.
No, they were so afraid to like they were going to sell the farm or something like that by telling you the secret.
Exactly, like you weren't going to be told exactly what you're going to get. They were just saying, "Hey, no, take this," and and you would see, okay, it has the bromide, it has this in it, and you're like, okay, and you're not understanding what you're taking at that time. And so I was young then. As time goes on, I started really understanding. That's when you start going to understanding. So it may be a situation back then that when I was really, really on Dr. Sabian and that what I was following, that I probably seen that company. And even with that being said, is that with that company being so deep into the industry, like it really needs to be a company that needs to be in the forefront. Like, I would really love for the owners of that company, these are the people that we need to actually say, okay, these are the people that we need to boost up in the industry, because these are people that are going to give us more stability, and it's going to actually make us look a lot better as far as when we're trying to push this industry. And they should be the first ones that kind of get the shine when it comes to it, because you've been in the game the longest. That's supposed to be. However, it's like, okay, so let's put you in the forefront, because that's really what this industry needs right now is the elders to come up and say, no, we've been in this game. This is what this industry is. Like, I think that people like us, we're just kind of keeping it going. Right now, we're keeping it going until the elders say, yeah, we've been doing this for a long time. It's time for us to come to the forefront and show who we are. Because that's, man, I'm waiting for that. I can't wait for that. I'm a kid in the candy store though. Like, I love
I know what you say when you're a kid. Like when you describe kid at the candy store, that's what I'm like when it comes to Seamoss. Like, especially when you get a new Seamoss and you're opening up all the boxes, and you get to see what's inside, and you're like, oh, you get this and all. But just to know exactly, okay, like especially somebody, and I can't wait to actually, I want to have a conversation with people. But now, just for 15 years in the industry, man, what have you been through? Because I'm on year 2, and I go hard, man. I go hard for the industry. I just want to know, what have you been through? True. Like, because it is like there's probably a story behind that. So, yeah, I'm because I'm still looking at that site too, as we're speaking, and but yeah, I'm all for that as far as. Oh no, y'all gotta excuse me. I'm looking at this. Yeah, they got a lot of stuff.
Exactly my point. Okay, this is what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me slow down. I used to work with them. Okay. Yeah. And one thing that I realized is dog eat dog is a real thing. Okay. And when the man is on the hunt, he's really not willing a lot of times to let other people into his business as much as he might act like he wants to. So, in the art of being in that section and growing out of that, becoming my own boss, making my own Seamoss, making my own gels, creating my own platform and promotion, what I've been yearning for is, like, okay, this is what I watched. I watched 3 production and manufacturers who like make soaps, who make the lotion and like the butters. I've met with these people directly. What this individual did was go out and scout for people who know how to make the base product, but don't know how to create ingredient lines, right? So I would love if I could create a team of us who do the moth. Okay, you want to pick up a soap, get the soap done. I want to create a butter, get the butter done. Say Julia wants to create a bath bomb that for we go out together, find a productionist that can do these things, bring them all back to the table, and we break bread and eat like that. Like, why do you need a separate productionist? You need a separate productionist. I need a separate productionist. Okay. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, actually, the funny thing is that I would love to really, really talk about that. I always say everybody has a certain position. I think we were kind of somewhat talking about this earlier. Like, only thing I like to do is create products. That's all I like to do. I do not like to sell. I do not like to do anything of that nature. I don't even like to be on social media. So this is probably the only one or probably 2 only times I kind of go on and speak anywhere. I love being in the background. That's just and what you're saying is kind of like, okay, everybody has a position. Everybody comes up with one certain thing that they do good, and everybody brings that one certain thing to the table. And with that one certain thing, we come and we create something that's massive, that we can all sell individually and we break bread that way.
Yeah.
So I'm big on that because I like to do one certain thing. Like, I do not like to sell anything. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I just like to create it.
That's me. I just like to create a creator and then teach people how to sell because I'm a hell of a seller. I'm a hell of a seller. But I don't like to sell if I don't have to.
Exactly. I'm like, man, I got all type of marketing tricks. I just don't like to sell. I don't like to be in front of a camera. I like to be behind the camera. I don't like to, like, anything that like this, I don't do. Because, like,
no, dude, I was shocked when you messaged me and was like, hey, I'd like to come and support you on. I was like, really? What? Okay.
So I'm gonna tell you the reason why. I'm one of them Kanye's. I know I'm gonna say something, like, I'm just in my own head too much. Like, I'm really one of them guys that just comes out every now and then because I'm just in my own. I'm 5 years ahead of time as far as what I'm thinking about and things of that nature. And I love to come back and talk to people, like especially you, because I listen to you all the time. So when I do get online, this is probably who I come in and listen to. And
thank you.
Because I know that you know what you're talking about. We've always had good conversation, and it's always been friendly. I didn't have to go crazy on nobody. I didn't have to, all those good things. And so that's why I say, and then right after this, guess what I'm about to do? I'm about to go right back into my shell and go create some more because I'm probably going to end up thinking about something as far as what we talked about. And I got to go back and I got to go, like the Seamoss directory. Now I'm about to go back and redo that because I'm feeling like that's something that needs to be kind of put some more. But the funny thing is that I actually was trying to give that away to people.
Give it away like what? Like how?
As far as I didn't have time to manage it.
Yeah, to build it.
Like, I pretty much created the kind of the shell for it and kind of how I kind of wanted it to
look like
somewhat operate, but at the same time, I always looked at it as a collective. Like, somebody else is gonna come in and say, "Hey, you need to do this to it," and "Hey, you need to do this." Like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
I just entered the team then, huh?
Exactly. So now you learn to understand. Like I always keep. Like, I'm one of them that keeps it open because if I don't do it and just gonna sit there, then it's never gonna get done. And somebody needs to say, "Okay, here, just do this." And I'm like, okay. I'm not one of them egotistical people like, no, I gotta do it. It's me. Because I gotta say, it's not gonna work like that for me. Man, somebody else come and take this. I'm on to the next thing. And that's my problem, is that I created and I'm like, okay, yeah, well, all right, let me start creating something else. But I know it needs to be worked on.
Well, I'm here for it.
This is why I say, go to seamossdirectory.com, look at it, be like, okay, you need to change this, you need to change this, and I'm gonna talk to you. I'm gonna talk to you outside this, so I'm probably let you into my back office, and you say, okay, well, we can work on this, because it has a good shell to it. It just needs some work. It needs somebody to focus on it. To be truthful with it.
Absolutely. Peace and love, Tish and Jay. If y'all want to come to the stage, this is the Seamoss Club. This is the Seamoss Monk. Empress Good the Remedy, and I got my Seamoss plug to my right. You can click the link above. That is, I put up there a Seamoss interview that I did a couple months back that answers questions that you may have. You can go ahead and click the link above and check that out. Seamoss Monk and Seamoss Plug, they also sell and make Seamoss as well, as do myself. So definitely tap in if you have any questions. We're here for that.
Yeah, man. Ricky's actually one of the biggest like Seamoss sellers definitely in Atlanta, if not like North Canada, or not Canada, United States. He sells a lot of Seamoss and the different products. I've actually put your Ricky, put your site up on the live stream so that people can check out the directory. Which which I'm surprised not more people haven't been using to their advantage, because there's not a lot of platforms for places to sell their products or promote what they're doing. That's part of the reason why I created the Seamoss Buyers Club, was because I was trying to sell Seamoss, and every group I got into, there was like, and they would say on the group, "Oh, we're here for your friends and we're here for the community." And then when you got in and you try to promote something, they're like, "Oh, no, 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 only these 5 sellers can sell, and or only these approved people, or only us, the moderators, can sell." And I'm like, this is whack. Like, you're supposed to be building a community, but it's a community for yourself, right? So I was like, fuck.
That's the go-to though. That's the scenario. That's what I guess that's what I've gotten used to. That's why I kind of stayed away from social media.
Yeah.
As far as like I get frustrated. I'm not gonna lie. I really get frustrated by social media because I don't know is it by the information or like, okay, so I can leave social media for 3 to 4 months and then come back and it's like the same information being
regurgitated. Yeah.
Regurgitated over and over again.
That's because when you try to give them new stuff, they run from you and say that's not true because they just heard 2 months ago that this is what it is.
And that's true. The funny thing is that I've had to, and this is just me being, like when I first started, I may have said 1 or 2 things that I've had to go back on. Mm-hmm. I'm one of them people that I send a mass text, "Hey man, I did this wrong. This is not the right. You got, this is it." I think that's another thing that we're getting information, especially us that kind of, I would say that I've been studying Seamoss for 2 years, just strong. Like that's all I do. That's just my whole life. However, I know I don't know everything, and so during that process, it's like you get information, then you understand that okay, I might not get all the information, or it may be tweaked. And when you get the information, you want to give it to your people, and so sometimes you gotta go back and say, "Hey, you guys, this might not be right." Are people willing to do that? And then that's really what's going on right now. Is that a lot of false information been given, but a lot of people don't want to say, "Okay, I was wrong with this false information I just gave y'all. I need to clarify this a little bit better, so that y'all have the right information." I think that's a big thing right now.
I agree. Most people are not afraid to admit when they're wrong or they've made a mistake on the information, and they assume that they have the answers for everything. I'm sometimes I do this stuff because I'm hoping someone will challenge me, and if they put good information, I listen.
Hey, I've been hoping to be wrong about the and I'm not gonna really get into it, but I'm hoping to be wrong about the Seamoss getting his minerals from rocks for forever. Like, I actually argue with people like, man, I just want you guys to prove that you are right. Like, just prove it. Like, I just want you to completely say that. Like, I need the whole process.
Yeah.
And I want it. Like, because the reason why is because I came up under the person that said it. You get what I'm saying? Like, like I came up studying this person. And so I want it to be right too.
Yeah.
And that's how I leave it. Like, I want it to be right, but right now I just can't say that that's the right. That's just not right for me right now, and my perception of how I see it.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I think everybody starts by thinking that, or assuming, or learn. Because I know when I was in the beginning, I was like, okay, everybody was like wildcrafted, and I was like, okay, well, what is so special about this wildcrafted? Like, what makes wildcrafted, and why is it better? And that led me on understanding what makes algae and what algae is making up. And then I was like, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, okay, well, wait a minute. Like, the algae, how is it getting it from the rock, right? And then it was like, well, then I read the science magazines, and they're all saying no, it's impossible. There's no structure. And then I started thinking about it really logically, and I'm like, okay, in order for this sea moss to get the minerals from the rock and get all 92 minerals have to be in that rock, or else it's getting it from somewhere else too. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's just crazy. I know this. Most people that anybody that sells more than 500, 1,000 pounds knows the truth.
Yeah.
Right? Anybody that sells less generally has no idea what it is. That's what I've learned. After a certain point, they figure it out, and most people they just want to keep their mouth shut because it's not worth the argument.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's really true.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of and even because I don't really sell. I think I haven't sold Ocean Farm in probably like a year.
Yeah.
I think I sold Ocean Farm for like a good couple months. But a lot of the majority is try to be as as wildcrafted. Not to mention now that you get into more of the colors. When you get more of the colors, you ain't got no other choice. So
what do you mean? You saying that you can only get the wildcrafted in the colors?
No, I'm just saying like with my farmers, they're telling me, hey, I'm diving for the wildcrafted colors, and that's all they want to dive for. Like,
okay,
they're trying to get nothing but the wild, because they know that's what I like.
From my experience, the Seamoss that comes in the colors, like the purple, the greens, and that, it's coming from farms too, right?
Yeah. Now they actually have. What I'm seeing now is that they're actually able to produce it a lot more now as far as the color wise. I won't say it's a lot, but I will say it's like they're producing a lot now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, most people are producing the colors because it's more profitable. Like you make more money.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit longer, but I'll say this: majority of the Seamoss now that's coming out of St. Lucia in general is all wildcrafted. Most of the guys that I know that are farmers, they say they haven't even touched their farms, and that they're all diving for the Seamoss. It's
exactly like that's really because like when I first got into it, I pretty much bought a farm, and that's how it started off. And now they don't even touch it.
Yep.
It's not even worth it for them no more. It's like, hey man, don't nobody, because if you say that you have Ocean Farm, then nobody wants to touch you anymore.
Yeah.
So it's not even worth it. So yeah, everything's coming out wildcrafted and
But there's Ricky, I'm telling you, bro, I was there with my own eyes. There's no fucking difference. They look exactly the same. You know what I mean? There is like a couple species that might be a little bit different, but I'm telling you, the stuff that I see you selling, the stuff I see most people selling, like it looks like there's no. It's very hard unless you know the person actually taking the sea moss out of the water. It's very difficult to know whether or not that was taken from the water or from a rope. But I
see. Okay, so this is how I feel about the water and the rope situation. Like I really don't. I understand it, but this is how I look at it, and I think we kind of discussed this earlier. Is that I understand that we don't really get a lot of. We don't get angry that we don't get wildcrafted fruit. Like we don't get wild fruit. Like all our fruit is planted.
Yeah.
And planted in soil that is adequate to grow the fruit. That's how I feel the same way with Seamoss is that it's planted in the same waters to grow. Now are the fruit that you get off of vines better than the fruit that you plant? Oh yes, they're always better. Like it's wild. You're getting all the nutrients. However, we have to understand that most of the fruit that we do get is planted.
Mm-hmm. But when you go and you see these ocean farms firsthand, and you are active in the propagation or the planting of the ropes, you'll see that it's like there's no difference. Like the sea moss that we're getting to put on the ropes is coming from the wild. Where we're putting the ropes is in the exact place where the wild. Like a lot of times these farms,
It's like it's parallel. It's like they're looking at each other.
exactly, and the farm is right over a rock. The only thing that, and I laugh when these guys are like, oh, well, you can't get nutrients from a rope. Dude, like, you are so lost. The only thing that rope is doing is holding the sea moss from it floating away. That's the only reason. Do you know what I mean? And so that they can say, this is my sea moss. Because any sea moss that breaks off, any sea moss that floats on the ocean, finders, keepers, losers, weepers. Do you know what I'm saying? And so they couldn't grow, they couldn't like develop a farm or develop a way to cultivate or to harvest this stuff if it was out in the wild, because anybody could walk up and get, like, there's no control. That's what the ropes are for. That's what the sticks are for. Just to control it, to make sure, like, this is my sea moss because I put this here. That's it. There's no grow medium. There's not, like, to me it's wild. It's growing in the wild. It's left alone. We don't add, like, when you're growing a plant, you add water to it. You add this to it. You control what is being fed to the plant, right? That to me is what changes it from being wild. You're manipulating the conditions. There's no manipulation in this situation at all. The only manipulation is that you're using a twine instead of you're attaching it to some rope instead of a rock. Yeah. And before I get into a big rant about it more, Anthony, I noticed that you came up here and you kind of raised your hand. Did you have any questions that you wanted to ask before we go off into a different subject or keep talking?
Yeah, I had a question because I just started getting into Seamoss maybe 6 months ago, and I feel like I walked in the middle of you guys debating like real Seamoss compared to fake Seamoss.
Somewhat. We're talking about the difference between sea moss that's grown in its wild setting and sea moss that is grown on a rope called like that's been cultivated. I don't believe that sea moss is anything near fake. I don't even think there's such thing as fake sea moss. You have low quality sea moss and high quality sea moss. That's the difference in my mind. But go ahead.
Okay, all right. So that was my question because, like, if there was such thing as real versus fake, I just want to know how can I tell the difference when I'm purchasing it? Because I've been purchasing this from the same lady for about 6 months. So if I needed to find another person, to get my product from, then I would have to do that.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't think any of the CMOS is fake. I think there's low quality, and I'll give Ricky and Empress to give their opinions after I give mine. But I feel that what's important is for you to find out where the CMOS is being harvested from, and the I guess the treatment. And then another thing is you want to make sure that it's dried correctly, because if it's dried properly to a certain percentage rate, then you're getting more sea moss for the volume based on the weight. I feel like the other ways you're not getting the same quality, and a lot of times when they do give you the sea moss and it hasn't been dried properly, it's usually an indication that they're growing it in an area for industrial purposes, and those guys aren't really concerned as much of the nutrient value as they are with the like the carrageenan or the agar that they're using to extract for commercial purposes. So that's my view. Rick, I'll give you a chance to give your opinion, your 2 cents.
That's actually right on as well. I won't say that there's no such thing as fake, because I do know that there's somebody producing some fake, but it's not what we did is probably some kind of Christmas that they got fake going up there. But besides that, if you got somebody, I would say the biggest thing is get you a supplier that you're okay with. Like if you have to question if your CMOS is real or fake, then that means that you haven't really had no conversation with your supplier like you should. Just to even like I'm not sure if they're one of those that you can have a conversation with. With it being CMOS, All right. Yeah, she's the lady herself. She's Jamaican, and she actually told me that she gets it from Jamaica. It's just, once again, just because someone says they get it from there, don't necessarily mean that's where they got it from. You understand? Exactly. Like, now let me ask you a question. Now this is probably another question. Do you feel the difference? I wouldn't know. I'm relatively new to the Seamoss. So before you start taking Seamoss to now, like, what is your review on it so far? Since you've been doing it for about 6 months. You see, with me, I think, not to dive too much into it, but me personally, like, I had 3 kidney transplants. Yes. So I feel like a lot of the things that, other people will pick up, off the back don't affect me. For example, like, I could take a whole bunch of painkillers and it won't affect me. My tolerance was built up after having, the drip, all those times I had the surgery, et cetera, et cetera. But, so when it comes to the Seamoss, like, I don't feel it. Like, I'm hoping,
maybe the question needs to be more so, okay, first of all, your energy sounds amazing. So Seamoss is working, okay? Second of all, if Seamoss is a cell proliferator, okay? So that means it rebuilds everything in your body while you're sleeping, while you're active, while you're sitting down. It's working. So if you're taking it like you're supposed to on a daily basis, your 2 to 3, 4 tablespoons, or making sure you're infusing, bro, if you're not breaking any ligaments, if your bones aren't cracking, if you're not feeling like you're about to have another heart attack or a heart palpitation, Seamoss is working. It's literally repairing your heart valves as we're talking right now.
Okay. Yeah, and that was one of the things as well, because of my situation. I don't take it as much as like a normal person would take it, because now if I ask my doctor anything off the back is no, you can't take that, no, I try to do things more like herb wise, or like for vitamin D, he'll try to give me pills when I know I could get it elsewhere. So it's like I can't talk to my doctor about it. So I can't ask him, hey, how many, teaspoons of the Seamoss you think I can take? So I just try to do it like to the bare minimum. So what I do is I just take the scoop and I mix it into a smoothie, just because I don't want to. Once again, this is my 3rd kidney, so I don't want to, God forbid, mess up my kidney, thinking and hoping, the Seamoss is doing me justice when really it could be, doing the opposite, not getting along with whatever meds I have to take, because I have to take anti-rejection meds. I just don't want it to counteract, but I know, or I hear and I read the power of the Seamoss and the 92 minerals, and I'm like, all right, that's something that I feel that my body could use, after everything it's been through. Okay, so what I would say about that is, I don't think it's gonna hurt you. But again, I don't have issues with my kidney, so it's hard for me to tell you, hey, I think you should take 2 tablespoons a day. I just know how good Seamoss is, and with me is the nutrient that it's giving you. It may counteract what's going on, but it may be a good counteraction of what's going on. It may be what you really, really need. As far as, like, right now, it may be because you may feel that you're just taking a small dose, like the Empress said, you're taking a small dose and you're seeing, and it's working for you in some sort. I'm one of those that say, okay, take 2 tablespoons and see what happens, and see how you feel with that.
May I chime in?
Yes, I want you to. I really want you to.
So first things first is when you're separating yourself from Western medicine, slowly but surely, you have to trust in the Eastern medicine that you're using. Okay. Caribbean medicine has been around far longer than these Western medicines and these Western procedures. So you must step into using herbal medicinals or earth elementals with trust. you have to trust. It's mind over matter. So if you're not trusting the Seamoss, I'm going to just tell you to stop taking it now. If you trust that white pill or that red pill or that blue pill or that pink pill, if you trust those more than the 2 tablespoons of Seamoss that you're taking currently, stop taking it. Because you literally back yourself into a corner when you take something of positive proliferator in your body, and then you're thinking, I don't know if it's working. I don't know. You're putting yourself backwards. Energy, positive energy towards your health and wellness all the time. Even if you don't know what it's doing, tell yourself, yo, this is going to work for me. This is going to make me feel better. And again, Anthony, like I said, your energy sounds amazing. So Seamoss is working. So I think it's mind over matter, and you need to trust in it. Trust in it. You've trusted those doctors to replant the kidney 3 times. How about we trust in the hands of Seamoss? Because people have eliminated cancer active cells in their body. A lot of things have happened in positivity for that. So I just want you to think positive, that it's rebuilding your heart, it's rebuilding your kidney, it's rebuilding everything that's been distorted over time within your body. So you gotta trust with your mind, then your body, then your soul. Like it starts with your thoughts, Pop. So I truly hope that helps. And no, you don't need to ask. Don't ask them nothing. Take your Seamoss and be quiet.
Right, definitely. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Just before you cut in, I personally do trust in it. You know, my oldest son, he does whatever I do. He's 13, so he takes it. You know how recommended, how it should be taken. But it's just like you said, with the medicine, there's certain things that you just can't put above. Like for example, my mom has cancer. I don't believe in chemotherapy. You understand? Like I've seen the turkey tail and the other little medicines that I read up on and looked up, natural stuff that you can take to eliminate it, right? But now with my situation, I've never seen nothing herbal to combat antibodies. So it's like a thin line with that. Like you can't put how can I explain? Like I can't put all my trust into, all right, let me not take this rejection med because I feel like, something else could work. Because it's just proven, like, if I don't take this anti-rejection, my kidney will fail on me because it's not mine, technically. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so ready? You're ready?
Yeah.
It's time now for you to go ahead. You can do one or two things. You can either get yourself a herb encyclopedia, or you can come talk to Empress. Okay?
I'll take option number 2.
Okay. Because there is more than enough. There's roots, herbs, leaves. I mean, it's absolutely so vast. It's not vague. It's vast. The amount of herbal medicinals that like you said, whatever you're asking for, there is a herb for it. Trust me. In Jamaica, one thing, if your belly is hurting, go drink tea. If your head is hurting, go drink tea. If you want to have sex but you can't have none, go drink some tea. I mean, it is what it is, Just go drink some tea for everything.
I got all 3 of those teas in my cupboard over there.
And Anthony, I also will say another thing, and I kind of think Empress kind of got on this as well, is that it's actually sometimes it's who you connect with as far as who is your supplier, as far as who you getting your Seamoss from, because it's somewhat like being your doctor, being your healer, being somebody that's going to guide you through a real process for you. So if the person that you're with right now is you're not getting guided, or if it's not being offered as then it's something that you might want to go to somebody like the Empress that's kind of willing to kind of guide you in that direction. I think that's another big thing with Seamoss is who you connected with when you actually get your Seamoss and how they're explaining it to you, as is how Empress explains it.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. I already had planned to hit her on the back channel. I saw she sells the Seamoss, or she has Seamoss. Another thing I seen was the carpooling. There was a lot of things I wanted to talk to her about in the back channel. So I appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time.
The what pulling? Car pulling?
The crystal card pull?
Oh.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, well, what happens is, like, you can do natural things. You don't have to go to that far extent just yet, but you can just, you can purchase shungite for shungite, and I just learned recently there's one called Tektite. Shungite or Tektite are actually they kill certain toxins in water, and it recalibrates the vibration and frequency of your water, pulls out any radiation, any waves that shouldn't be in there, just electromagnetic, whatever, just negative ions, electrons, neutrons, anything that's in the water that's not supposed to be there. It just helps to recalibrate. So that is like a beginner step right there. You can just drop shungite into your glass of water, not plastic. If you have plastic of water, like plastic jugs or whatever, transfer your water from plastic to glass, because the plastic particles are breaking down in your water as we're speaking right now. So do your best to transfer. I do my best to do it as I drink it, I transfer it out to the best of my ability. So yeah.
You spoke a little bit about vibrations, and it made me want to ask a question. What is everyone's thoughts on taking Seamoss, and do you like when it comes to vibrations? Like, do you like? I've been told that like Seamoss will help you vibrate at a different frequency, and so I was just curious to know what your guys' thoughts about that.
I'm going to answer real quick. I think that I believe that's the reason why I continue to take Seamoss, because my vibration went up. Just even quality of thinking, quality of everything went up when I started taking Seamoss. That's why I was so high on it.
What about your manifesting? Did you start noticing that you were manifesting things more?
It wasn't the manifesting; it was the production after I started manifesting. Is what I was able to produce. Because you can always think and manifest what you want, but then it's the action afterwards. I was able to actually, because sometimes I would get lost in my thoughts. You get what I'm saying? So getting lost in your thoughts, sometimes you wouldn't put the actions afterwards. But with the Seamoss came into play, it was like, okay, everything I thought about I was already stepping into.
Executing it. Yeah. What about you, Empress?
I was lacking in focus. Actually, I was not taking my Seamoss for like a month or two recently, and today I made an energy smoothie with 3 tablespoons of moss, and it reminded me why the hell I need it. I felt the energy immediately. I was like, oh shit.
Oh.
Okay, so man. So that's another thing that when, like, everybody asks me, so what is it about Seamoss? I say, you know what? I know that it's working, because when I don't take it, I'm just off. I am totally off when I'm not taking it.
And that's another thing. Do you? Well, let me get Anthony. What are your thoughts about taking Seamoss? Do you feel that it helps you vibrate at a different frequency, or do you feel any effects like that way?
I know a couple weeks ago, my mom asked me, how I felt, with all this pandemic going on. My son come home from school with a cough and stuff, and I personally don't wear a mask. I don't believe in that. So, to this day, I could knock on some wood or whatever, but I don't believe in that either. But what I'm trying to say is, I told her I feel strong. You understand what I'm saying? Like, for 3 kidney transplants in, for just everything my body's been through, like, I feel strong. I feel like to quote unquote have a lower immune system because of the meds I'm taking. I feel like I have the strongest, worst immune system out there. If you understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel good. I feel strong. I walk, in the street without no fear, no virus or whatever the case may be, and I feel good genuinely.
Yeah, God is good. Like, that's crazy that you've gone through these like such adversity. You know what I mean? And you're still here. Like, that is awesome. Like, I don't know how I would be like if I had gone through such trauma, in a sense. Like, like 3 kidney transplants. You said 3, right? Kidney transplants. That's crazy.
Yeah, 3. My last one was this past March.
Yeah, you must have a purpose on this planet. You know what I mean? For you to be, because most people, like, 1, 2 would take them out. For you to be, you know what I mean? Still,
Or one.
yeah. This is what I'm saying. Like, I'm just like, wow. Like, okay, I want to hang around this guy. He's got some blessings on his ass.
Thank you. When it comes to the frequency you guys speak of, actually, when I was in the hospital in March, I had to stay in the hospital for an extended period because since it was my third transplant or whatever, I had increased antibodies and they had to get rid of it or whatever the case may be to have this kidney work. But what I'm trying to say is this last day in the hospital is what really got my mind going, and looking into the natural herbs, looking into the meditation, looking into all these other things that I've never looked upon because I had the time. Like I told my mom and my wife, some people close to me look at me different because I'm talking different, I'm acting different. But I feel like God kind of slowed me down again.
Mm-hmm.
So I could take time to, focus on other things. So when you say vibration, like right now, I have chills saying this. But I'm trying to raise it. Like I haven't been the best person, so I'm trying to raise it. I'm trying to align my chakras, quote unquote. I'm trying to, do all that now. Because it's never too late. So it's now where I'm trying to get all that together.
If you'd like my advice on one of the best ways that I believe is like one of the best ways to raise your vibrational level, is to go out and just what's the word I'm looking for? Like, just find things to do for people. Just that act of servitude, that act of like giving without expecting to receive anything. Like, go volunteer and stuff like that. Go buy someone, a random person, a gift or something like that. The feeling that you get from that generosity, from giving that stuff away, I believe is one of the key things, at least for me, that helps me raise my level of vibration. I'm like on cloud 9 when I do things like that, and so that's something I would consider. Sometimes it's not all about health, you know what I mean? It's about the actions that you put out into the world.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel like I came to this room and threw all you guys off course. I
No.
apologize for.
Oh no, actually, be truthful with you. I think you have some good energy. And some of the stuff that you actually talked about, I think that even being this kind of conversation kind of raises vibrations a little bit more.
I agree. I don't believe that people come into these sort of situations by accident. The fact that you found us and then you came here when there's only these particular people in the room and stuff like that, and we get to discuss this topic, and you know what I mean, you're getting your questions answered. I don't know. To me, it's like there probably is even more to it, and we haven't seen. Like, you know, your purpose could have been here to come in this room so you can connect with Empress and learn all this stuff. And you know what I mean? Like, nothing happens by accident. There's a reason why we're all in this room together. We just don't know why.
Yeah, I definitely say that all the time. The Heavenly Father puts people in your path for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It, like, dude, like, there's a story I want to tell you, but at the same time, it's like such a personal story. I don't want to blast it out there, but like, there was a situation where, like, this person, like, in the beginning, they got put into my path, and I didn't understand it at first, and then it was like afterwards, like, it was like when it became clear why this girl, who this person was, and why she was in my life, I was just like, wow. Like, wow, God works in the most like crazy ways. Do you know what I'm saying? It's just, it is amazing how God works. You know what I mean? He definitely is one mysterious spirit.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I've seen it,
Mm-hmm.
in my life and people close to me's lives. My stepfather, he raised me, and he was a match to give me his kidney. He was actually my first donor. Meanwhile, my biological father, didn't even want to do it. Let alone, I'm not sure if he was a match or not, but he didn't want no parts of it.
Wow.
But meanwhile, my stepfather who raised me, he went in there and he did it.
Mm-hmm.
No turning back, and just So absolutely, I agree with you.
Awesome. So, were you gonna say something, Empress?
No, I was just giving my claps and kudos
Nice.
for those who are strong. Thank you for staying with us.
For sure.
Yeah.
So,
my dinner came out great, by the way.
Oh, nice. What did you make?
Spaghetti.
Sweet. Vegan spaghetti?
Man, don't call me out like that. I've recently incorporated back chicken and turkey into my diet. Oh, from 6 years of being vegan vegetarian, yes. So, I'm experimenting with myself right now.
Let me ask you, how's that going? Like,
it depends. Can't eat too much.
I think that's my biggest issue is that, like, because there's certain things that I like, and I think sometimes, like I love beef brisket. Like,
man,
that's some beef stuff.
Like, but I don't eat anything else. But like when beef brisket comes into play, it's like, man, okay. Like I try to stay the course, but beef brisket comes into my life. That's like the weakness. That's like, okay, like your body can get a cheat day.
Well, especially when the beef brisket's done good.
I be working out. You know what I'm saying? Like my ego and my body be working out a conversation. Like you get one day. Ego, you get one day. You know what I'm saying? You can get in your feelings. You know what I'm saying? And I eat brisket.
Yeah.
Eat brisket. Maybe take a shot of Hennessy.
I mean, we aren't robots. We still humans.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I be having to have conversation with myself to tell myself that, though. Like, because I think as sometimes we want to operate like robots. Because we like, no, we got to do this. We got to do this. We got to say, man, no. I want my brisket. Yeah.
It's really just my monitoring, and doing what you do in between. So just don't overdo it, because at some point you have to realize that your tummy actually goes back to a certain size, and you can't eat as much as you used to. So that's my struggle. My eyes are bigger than my belly, and sometimes I put more on my plate than I can actually eat. So yeah.
I'm definitely like that. I'm always thinking with my eyes and not with my stomach. There's times where like my fridge will be it's not so much now because I eat more healthier, but there was a time when I was younger where my fridge was just full of takeout containers because I would go and eat and just like order more than I could like physically eat, and I was always taking food home to eat later. It was crazy.
And did you actually eat it later?
Yeah, most times. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a leftover guy. I like eating the food cold. I don't microwave so much food. I'm big on the air fryer though. Oh my gosh, that thing was like game changer. I don't even use the microwave anymore. Even like where I would do it once in a while, I just air fry everything. The badass. So Anthony, you were saying before you were getting started into the business. Like, are you starting to sell, or were you just buying the gel for yourself?
Yeah, just using it myself, giving it to my family.
Cool.
Not a big.
Oh, okay. I was gonna see if you needed some tips or advice because all three of us here are in the business selling gels or herbs or the raw Seamoss. So it's like good opportunity to pick our brains.
Right. No, I'll leave it to you guys, the pros.
Yeah. But it's a big business. Like I'm sure all these guys will agree. The market is huge and it's growing. Like that's the one thing I keep trying to stress to people is just like, you know what I mean? Just go out there and push it. Like, you know what I mean? Go out there and build try and get new business, um new clientele, you know. Yeah. Do you have any other questions or anything to ask about CMOS?
No, you guys answered. The only question I really had was, I don't want to be purchasing, fraudulent CMOS that, it's going to do my body harm. I want to get the real stuff, the good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you're getting the good stuff. It sounds like it. It's coming from Jamaica. The lady knows what area that she knows what area it's coming from, right?
No, I didn't ask her, specifically the area. She just said Jamaica. You know, her label is the Jamaican flag. She herself is Jamaican, so.
Yeah, I mean, ask her. Like, I would go back and ask maybe the because I know this. I know some Jamaicans that are actually importing CMOS from like other countries because it's cheaper, and then they're repackaging it there and then reselling it on the market, which is
Yeah.
not the best.
I took a look at your guys' I guess CMOS.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably definitely be purchasing it just to at least compare, what I'm getting over here compared to, what you guys have.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, some of the CMOS is going to be similar, but some of it will be different just because of the regions that it's from. And it's not to say like, you know, what I mean, one CMOS quality is better than the like. I guess what I'm saying is it's good that you're trying the both, right? Because you won't know until you try it. I think that's why Empress was saying before, like, is the CMOS working for you? Because when I first started my CMOS journey, I remember getting CMOS or using CMOS that everybody would now, if I showed it to them, they'd say, "Oh, that's fake," but like it couldn't be fake because I saw results on it. You know what I mean? Like it had effects on me. How is that fake? You know?
Is that not like my first CMOS was what you consider fake too, and it actually worked.
Yeah,
it actually worked wonders. I just knew that there was better CMOS out there.
Mm-hmm.
But that CMOS worked.
Yep. That's exactly. I think it was like the Angel brand or it was Caribbean Corners that I was getting it from.
Yeah, I got it off Amazon.
Nice.
That'd be true, but I got it off Amazon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, ours, I remember it was so my like as a kid, I always tried gel, right? At Seamoss, it was more about the drink Irish moss, and it had like dates and apricots and coconut in it and shit like that. And it was all about your it was like the strongman tonic. But it wasn't until like the few years just before I got into the CMOS journey that I got reintroduced to it, and it was through a friend that was saying, "Oh, like everybody's trying the CMOS now on this alkaline diet and da 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 da," and Dr. Sabi, and I was like, "Oh, okay." You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, I know CMOS. Maybe I'll start with that. So I asked a couple people around, and then I got introduced to this lady who was Jamaican who was making the gel, and I bought some off her, and it fucking blew my mind. And it was like, okay. And as I got more into it, I was like, where are you getting this from? How are you getting? And she's like, oh, I get it from the store, the carrot. You know what I mean? And that's when I started realizing, oh shit, the stuff that she has, this is the cheap stuff. You know what I mean? And so I was like, oh, I'm going to St. Lucia. And originally, when I went to St. Lucia, I was only planning to buy 100 pounds. So I was going to buy 100 pounds or 50 pounds, stuff it in my suitcase, bring it back with me, and I was going to sell half to her at my cost. Like I wasn't going to make any money. It was just more about, you know what, if I get 50 for me and I get 50 for you, I'll get a better price because I'm getting 100 now. That's how I saw it. But then when I got down there, and like you said, Rick, I literally came the day before they shut down the airports. So the next, pardon?
You said a day before?
Yeah, so I landed March 22nd or March 21st. And so the next day they closed down the airports. You couldn't get flights in and out of St. Lucia. And so I was there from then till October. That's when they started the flights back up again to direct flights to Canada. You know what I mean? But when I was down there, I started seeing how what I started seeing, because I was like you, Rick. I go and I see the market and I see what everybody's doing, and I like to be that fly in the wall to understand who's, what's triggering everybody and what makes everybody excited and stuff like that, And so the one thing I noticed is everybody was out of Seamoss. And I was like, what? Like, and so I was like, okay, we're going to do a business, but we're going to do it so that we never run out of Seamoss. We're going to make sure that we buy more Seamoss than we need. We're going to make sure that we don't sell more Seamoss than we have. You know what I mean? I was like, in the beginning, I was really strict about how many wholesale, like there were some people where I was like, no, I'm not selling you that much because it's going to affect my ability to get it for other people. You know what I mean? And so I was really strict about how much I sold and who I sold it to. And then I built it from there. But like I said, the market I saw was that there was there wasn't any active CMOS sellers. Like there was no one that had always had stock. And then there was so much supply down there. And it was just, these guys weren't fully organized. They didn't understand how to, create an operation that looked legitimate enough to trust a foreign buyer. And me being in the real estate industry, I was like, I know how to establish trust. I know how to get people to, and that's why we did the shipping from the States as opposed to St. Lucia, because I knew if I bring it to the States there and hold it, I can distribute it and have it shipped out in days rather than weeks. And I'll beat everybody.
That's the biggest thing, because you want to get there as quick as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so as opposed to taking a week, we get it down to 3 days. You know what I mean? You can't beat that.
That's somewhat how I actually started. I don't think when I first started, because I was getting a lot of CMOS, I didn't really see myself as competing with anybody. I actually wanted to get into everybody's hands quicker than anybody. Yeah. So I was competing with Amazon. I was like, okay, whoever's on Amazon, I gotta compete with them. So if they were getting it to you in 2 days, I gotta get it to you in 2 days. Mm-hmm. Like that was the biggest thing. And so I actually set up, like, even having the warehouse where it was pretty much, even having Saltbox just came into play, particularly for that reason. Mm-hmm. We can get there as quick as possible. We don't have to worry about having to send it over to the UPS. It's just, we just walk it right next to our warehouse door, and it gets picked up. Mm-hmm. That was the biggest thing. And so it was that like, and because I was selling to everybody, so I couldn't compete with gel because I wasn't selling gel. Mm-hmm. As far as I knew everybody, I kind of was selling to my competitors, if you can understand. Mm-hmm. Like I was creating my own competitors, to be honest with you. And so, because Atlanta, being in Atlanta, it's just, that's what it is that a lot of the major suppliers were coming out of Atlanta, and a lot of people from Atlanta were spending a lot of money on Seamoss. Mm-hmm. Because one thing about Atlanta is that if there's anything as far as business-wise, we're going to jump on it. Mm-hmm. We're going to jump on it quickly, and we're going to figure it out as we go, because we know that there's somewhat of a business atmosphere for Black people in Atlanta. So when you start a Black business, then people kind of gather around you and help support you a little bit more than, I would say, other cities that I've kind of gone to. Mm-hmm. Besides a few, like Philadelphia, and I always kind of pull up Philadelphia, because I think anytime you start something Black in Philadelphia, it's really, you kind of, there's a certain bond there for Black businesses. That's a place I would say. But Atlanta is just a whole nother beast when it comes to, I won't necessarily say big business, but they want to see you become national. They want to see you compete with everybody. Yeah. They want to say the biggest CMOS brand is
is in Atlanta, Georgia. That's what Atlanta wants. And so only thing you have to do is kind of be in a position to kind of give them that. And we started going that route. As far as I just want to be in the background, and I want to package up Seamoss and have a warehouse and get it out to people and not even have my name on it.
Yeah.
I don't even want my name on it. I just want the Seamoss I just want it to be out there. I need everybody to have Seamoss. I need it. Like, it's almost like how cocoa butter was. I mean, how coconut oil was 5 years ago. Like, nobody was on coconut oil as far as just a household product. Like, you just had in your, I would say 5 to 10 years ago, you wouldn't see coconut oil in everybody's house. Now you go to somebody's house, everybody got a bottle of coconut oil.
That's true.
So
although I'll say we always had coconut oil
in the same brand, in the same frame. It's like, okay, so everybody should have a form of Seamoss in their house. Some form of Seamoss. And that's what we're pushing. That's what, like, I see that being I see that being the case, and I see that being the case in the industry that's kind of ran by minorities, ran by black people. Like, we have an open industry that we can push to where we can really, really, really form. And I'm more on corporation, even though I'm independent. I understand with my corporation is that you have a lot of small businesses that were actually doing the exact same thing to come together to compete on a global scale. That's what I look at corporations being.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot of people look at corporations being totally different, but I look at a lot of individuals coming together with the same mind frame, saying, okay, let's really compete.
Yeah. Let's put a good product out there.
Let's really compete. And in that form, you start to form a corporate structure, because it starts to be a structure, because you have to have a structure to have organization of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And once you start to get the structure, then everything starts to come into play after that. Then you start to really be able to compete. And I think that's when it's going to start getting really, really exciting to me, is when that happens, is when a group just says, you know what, this is what we're going to do. We're going to come together. Okay, you do this over here, you do this over here, you do this over here. We're all going to come together, and our job is to push these products as hard as we possibly can.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like what Empress was saying. Like, this guy takes care of this product line. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It's exactly what Empress was saying. And that's how I've always looked at the corporation. That, okay, well, people just fill in a position. Like, somebody's good at operations, as far as just the operation, business management, and how the day-to-day structure goes, and how many people to hire, and what the salary should be, and things of that nature. Somebody's really good at that.
Mm-hmm.
And so you put them in a position, and they don't really have anything to do with, as far as, they may not even see Seamoss. That's not their position to even see the Seamoss. Their position is to make sure that the structure is set up the right way. Like, then you get somebody that, okay, they're good at directly marketing to a certain people, or somebody that's good at expansion, learning how to expand.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you get all these people in these certain positions, and then once you get all these positions filled, to kind of, like, really what it is, you can actually move any product after that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's you have a assembly line where you just put a product up there and just go. Like, you actually have people in place that now it's just all right, what product we're going to do next.
Agreed.
I like it. Thank you so much, Seamoss Plug. We want to welcome Lex to the stage. Thanks for coming in to the Seamoss Club. You have the Seamoss Monk, Everett B, and Seamoss Plug. Anthony is here as well. This is Let's Talk About Seamoss with St. Lucian Seamoss Company. We have our link at the top here where you can click. It's a small interview done with me and a podcast host. And I just answer some simple questions that I know everyone usually wants answers for. So if you want to click the link above and just take a look at the YouTube video, and also tapping in with our other two Seamoss kings here. They sell, produce, and have great information and background. So yeah, I don't know if you have any questions, Lex, or you want to chime in.
I'm here to get educated, for the most part, because I want to try Seamoss, but I never tried it. I'm scared about what it tastes like, all of that, and I just want to know all the benefits for real and not just what I read online, because I feel like I'm not finding enough information online. So that's why I'm here.
Well, welcome, and thank you for joining. So you've never tried...
Thank y'all for having me.
No, my pleasure. So you've never tried Seamoss at all? Like, not even a
No,
spoon?
I haven't. Not even a little bit. I don't know what it smells like. I don't know what it feels like. I've seen it. I've seen other people take it, but I would like to try it myself. I want to detox, and I want to put good things in my body. So far, I've been drinking a whole lot of water. My face cleared up, everything. I feel better, but I want to feel I want to feel my best. I'm too young to feel as old as I do.
That's cool. And I find it cool and interesting how everybody's starting to get on that sort of level where they're realizing, you know what, I want to be better than, I'm not happy with the way I've been living. I want to live better or try harder or try something different. I think you started one thing that a lot of people don't do, and that's the water issue. So many people, even including myself, don't drink enough water as they should, and that's a lot of the reasons why they feel shitty, because they're just dehydrated.
Yeah, the way I eased myself into it was the things that you put in your water to give it a little bit of flavor, not Kool-Aid or anything, but Mio and Osprey, just give it the tiniest little bit of flavor, because I am a flavor freak. And I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, water don't taste like nothing, because it does, but it's easier for me to drink a whole bunch of it and not drink juice if I have the option to give it just a little bit of flavor. Then I can drink it all day long. It's easier that way for me.
How much do you drink a day, did you say? You trailed off a bit.
I drink a lot. I don't know how many ounces those bottles are, but I get these really huge bottles from the grocery store, and I buy 30 of them at a time, and I just, whenever I'm thirsty, I go get another water bottle. I try my best with it, because I'm tired of pop, and I'm tired of Kool-Aid. I'm tired, the most I'll drink is lemonade, and if I'm feeling like I need to treat myself, I'll get a Baja Blast, because that's my favorite soda. But yeah.
Cool. Well,
Damn, they still make Baja Blast? I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah, it's only at Taco Bell. It's like Taco Bell is one of my favorite places growing up. Yeah, they only sell it in stores in the summertime.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry, I just had to interrupt. Baja Blast. It's not good for you, but damn, it tastes good.
Girl, yes.
One of those things.
Yes, it's one of those things. I don't need it, but I need it. Yeah.
I've never heard. I'm from Canada, so this is all. I've never heard of Baja Blast.
Yeah, Baja Blast is a certain flavor of Mountain Dew. The flavor is called Baja Blast, but they only sell it in Taco Bell. And in the summertime, they only sell it in the summer in cans and bottles.
Oh, wow.
But it's only a summertime thing. Because it's strictly for Taco Bell and Taco Bell only. They only sell it there.
Yo, Lex, I'm so, I'm geeking right now a little bit, because nobody, I thought I was the only one who felt that way. I'm sorry, we having a little Baja Blast moment. This is really,
it kind of got serious about that Baja. I was like, oh, this is real.
It's just it's just as serious. Yes, it's just as serious as McDonald's, right?
man, you ain't lying. Seriously, McDonald's fries. Yeah.
It's like when Taco Bell give you something and take it away. Done that.
It's like they
give you the fries and they take them away.
Yeah.
Then they give you the fries again next summer and they take them away.
Yeah.
I love fries so much. It's like there's nothing else that tastes like it ever anywhere.
That's like me with the McRib from McDonald's. I've been waiting for like the last 5 years for it to make a comeback.
They ain't bringing that back. Julian.
They did bring it back.
They did, but then they took it away.
I think
they took the high C orange from McDonald's, and as a kid, that's all I ever wanted from there. And they brought it back, and I was so excited.
The high C.
I didn't even know high C still made juice.
Yeah, they sell it in grocery stores for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got kids now, so
well,
in the juice section.
Lex, one thing I will tell you is that Seamoss for me actually helped me reduce my cravings.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's something I need to do. Because for me, sugar and certain foods, it's like I watched this documentary on Netflix. I forget what it's called, but when they said sugar does to the brain what cocaine does to the brain, they're absolutely right, because I'll be tweaking and I'll be feeling myself tweaking for certain foods. And it's like, damn, like I just can't kick this shit. What is it with this shit? And it's because it's sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's your body. It's a false narrative. It's giving your body a false narrative that is full.
Yeah, like I really find myself tweaking. Like I will say, okay, I'm on a diet, and then at 2 a.m. I find myself standing in the kitchen, and I'm like, what am I doing in here? Go lay the fuck down. But I can't go to sleep until I taste something sweet. Like I gotta put a Skittle in my mouth or something, or I'm not gonna be happy tonight.
That sugar is a false narrative, and I'm telling you about it because I'm struggling with the same thing. Like I love cinnamon rolls at nighttime. Like I have to go. I take the Seamoss so I don't get my cinnamon rolls at nighttime. Like, and it's kind of helped me with, like, and I know when I'm not taking Seamoss because if I go a couple days, I'm in the grocery store.
Yeah,
trying to get Seamoss. I'm trying to get cinnamon rolls, trying to get certain things because my body's trying to fill that void. Because I will tell you, like, the biggest thing with Seamoss for me is like, we don't really get the nutrients that we're supposed to get in our food. And so that's the reason why we eat the way we eat. And so with Seamoss, you're getting the nutrients that you need just really quick. And even sometimes, and like if I take Seamoss and like early in the morning, that's why sometimes I don't like to take it early in the morning. I will not eat for a while. Just because my body's able to grow.
I really need to start using it. Like I'm about to be 25 December 7th, and I just got I have 2 kids. I had a kid, my first child I had when I was 19. I have a baby mama body, and I'm over it. It's like I look at people like Normani and people like Tennessee Carolina, which is Cardi B's sister. Even though she had surgery and they don't have children, we're the same age, and I'm very out of shape, and I don't want to be. I want to be together, like I shouldn't be this chunky, y'all. Like I want my face back. I want my jawline back. It's the jawline for me. I don't even care about the food, but I want my fucking double chin to go away. I want to feel better. I want my knees not to pop when I bend over to pick up these toys. Like.
Okay, so I'm gonna let Empress go on this one because.
Sorry, y'all.
No,
I want to
feel you
search for like the ultimate health. Like I just want to be healthy. Damn it! I don't want to grow up like. Okay, so I am regular poor black girl in America, and watching my family just have all these health problems, and like, how dare I continue to have the information that I have and just not try and do better? Like, they be knowing shit, but they won't act on it. And it's like, they just got all these health problems. My mom is only 45, and God, like she's on the borderline having diabetes and some more shit. Like that's horrible.
So
I don't want that.
This is what I would say to you is, first, you actually have so many opportunities for yourself as far as with Seamoss. Seamoss, like I got into it just like you. I'm looking at, let me find something that's going to help me. Shoot, I just wanted an extra 10 to 15 minutes in the bedroom. You know, I'm a man. Like, you know, we simple. Yeah. We simple-minded. Let's just be truthful. And Seamoss gave me that. Like, you know, and like, but it was like it's the best regulator for my body. So anything that I was having issues with, I was like, as far as just small, like inflammation in my knees, like I know when it's about to rain outside, like, you know, certain things of that nature. And I don't want to be bad. And Seamoss was kind of clearing up that inflammation. Like I wasn't really having trouble getting out the bed like I used to. All these little small things it helped me regulate my body. Now, with that being said, when I first got in, is that I was like you, and then it became a business because I have so many people around me that needed the exact same situation. They were actually worse off than what I was. And so I'm looking at all these people worse off than what I was. I'm like, man, I can help these people out. Now, I don't know what area you are, but you did say pop. So I know you're somewhere, you might be somewhere in the Midwest or something of that nature. So I'm thinking that you probably have a lot of people around you that need to get healthy. Am I correct?
Definitely in Ohio.
Yeah, see, I already knew. As soon as you said pop, I was like, oh, here we go.
No
so
soda.
With that being said, now let me ask you a question. How many people in your city sell Seamoss?
I probably know like 2 or 3. Not gonna lie. Like, yeah, it's like everybody. Now, see, since I was a kid, you know, when I was in high school, not even high school, I want to say 8th grade. Okay, 8th grade year, there was this DVD going around. Long story short, it was called The Truth, and everybody called themselves being a conspiracy theorist. Now, I lost all my friends in high school behind that shit. Now, all of a sudden, everybody woke, everybody is everybody. That's fine, good, great, y'all just got here. So everybody loves Dr. CV. Everybody wanted this and wanted that. They preach about it online, but not a lot of people is actually like fucking with it. So it's hard to find out here. And it's hard to get a hold of through Instagram and shit like that because it be like sold out sometimes.
So, what I would suggest is you become that person.
Yeah.
Ew, that sounds like a plan. That's something I can do from home, right?
Exactly. Truthfully, it doesn't take much. It really just takes somebody that's willing to put in a little bit of effort. You'll actually, like, when you start, like, you'll understand, you'll buy a pound of Seamoss, and buying a pound of Seamoss, you actually can make enough for you and your family.
That sounds amazing. I came to the right room, universe, because I am broke.
You absolutely did.
Yes,
so the idea would be for you to be taught the proper way to store Seamoss, produce Seamoss, like making it the proper way to intake it. I really think before you even start giving it out to people, you've got to ignite your own journey first.
Right,
so let's get Lex back to Lex. Let's get Lex to where Lex needs to be, because what I find is that I am the testimony. People, I'm gonna say this word with no disrespect. When I talk to fat people, okay, and I be like,
okay. I'm not fat.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying this how people, it's how people look at themselves. So I'm just like, and immediately I say fat people because people look at me and be like, oh, you little skinny little thing. How you stay, that's how they, they just wave their little hand. Oh, you little skinny little thing. And I'm like, I wasn't always this slim though. Like I had to do things. Over 175 pounds wearing a size 14 pants. Like I couldn't find clothes that fit properly. My thighs were this big, my calves were this big, my waist was so, it gets complicated. So I feel like you have stamina. I hear the energy, I hear the need and the want. You're questioning, which is usually the first step into igniting a health and wellness journey. Asking the questions, how can I, what can I do, what can I buy, where can I go, who can I talk to? All these questions always uprise and bust open the health and wellness journey. So I would, from a woman to a woman, I would love to help you focus your energy on eliminating the cravings, the sugar, the salt, just whatever things that you feel like could be possibly in your way as far as health, but then also mental, right? Staying in bed at night, making sure, if you feel like you want candy, let's get you some sugar-free candies next to the bed, okay? Let's get you some other option that is like, okay, this is sufficient. And you're telling yourself this, like, I don't need 50 grams of sugar. I just need the sugar-free candy. I'm going to suck on this, I'll go to sleep, have a good night, so...
Right.
Yeah.
Eat a mint or something.
Yeah, just some, and even accountability, shit, you may need somebody to call at 3 o'clock in the morning, like, girl, I feel like I want these milk and cookies. Can you please tell me to go back to sleep? Just tell me.
Hey, tell me. I'm being a fat bitch. Call me a fat bitch. Please call me a fat bitch.
So sometimes that overall backing, getting, like you said, starting to see the minimal results, like the chin fat, the water weight releasing, the toxins removing out of the body, your, like you said, you use the word fupa, so your glandular system in the middle, your intestines, your big and small intestines, your spleen, your kidneys, your livers, everything that is processing out food obviously is lacking in some type of nutrients, and it's not getting what it fully needs, whether it's water or the Seamoss or just vegetables and fruits in general overall at a proper intake, so that stuff can be eliminated. Because you don't even gotta jump into the moss yet, to be honest. Like, I'm not pushing away from moss. I'm just saying, like, you could drink celery juice for like a week before you even touch on the moss, and celery juice will kick a lot of the toxins and waste you have in your belly. Like,
me and one of my best friends since I was a child, she has way more health problems than me, and like, we've been looking since we started getting fat. We've been looking for ways, all that skinny tea from Instagram. We've been all of that. Like, we done tried so many things, and it's like now problems are getting serious. Like, it's like, like,
it gets expensive.
It gets expensive. We're lazy. That's another thing. Like, we need something that don't taste like shit. Like,
and
the skinny tea is disgusting.
Yeah, ISO tea is not fun.
That shit is nasty as hell.
And to be honest, I'm gonna throw this up in the air too. I don't know if y'all know TLC. They have taken Seamoss, because every time, I'm telling you, I don't like these little pyramid scheme mass produced joints, because they get on my nerves. But they have started infusing moss into their goods that they're selling. A lot of CBD infused and a lot of moss stuff, and just like you was talking about the ISO tea or the skinny teas, they don't taste great, but they're pushing them, and people are selling them because you could buy a tea for $2.
Well, that Nautica stuff, to me, that's not Seamoss. Like, you can't because it's got so much other stuff in it. Dragon fruit, this, that, like what that, and how is it shelf stable for like 3 months or something like that? Like,
that's what I'm trying to still figure out. Like, I don't know.
Preservative acid. Just turn the package around. There's a citric acid in there, absorbic acid. There's a bunch of it.
There's got to be something.
Yeah, but I guess certain people don't care about that, though. I guess that's who they're going for.
Yeah. Oh no, certain people don't. Excuse me. Certain people don't even know the difference. That's why they're like eating it, like, oh yeah, we're taking Seamoss, and it's like, no, bro. Like, one, it's got dragon fruit, so you're taking dragon fruit and Seamoss. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's, and that's when a lot of people will ask me, like, what's your view on the flavored gels? And I'm like, well, it's not all Seamoss, so whatever you're taking, it's like the more flavor or fruit you add, the less Seamoss you're actually taking.
Exactly.
So
like a tablespoon of this and like 80% that. It's not busting like it needs to be busting, y'all.
Like, okay, so if you're gonna get something of that nature, it needs to be something like a smoothie, something that you can drink real fast. Like, and that's how they need to. However, if you're getting a gel, if they're telling you that they're gonna sell you a gel, then it needs to be 90% smoothie. 90% gel, and then the other percent fruit or whatever you want to put in it. I know a lot of people do the powder now. I'm more on if you're gonna put something in.
I'm sorry, plug. I was saying I don't like the powder, and I don't like the capsules. I don't like it.
See, I love capsules. That's just me, but I like freeze dried capsules. So, and I like vegan capsules. I'm particular though.
Wait. Backtrack. Freeze? I know vegetable capsules. Freeze dried?
Yeah. So this is the thing is that I have freeze dried Seamoss.
Oh. Okay. So, don't slow down.
Yeah.
Slow down. Let's focus because Lex is still here to gain her information.
Okay, exactly. So we don't need to go into that part. We don't need to.
I am going to make sure I talk to you though, because I want to know what you're doing over there.
Yeah, I tell you, I just sit in the back and create all day long.
Yeah,
You got your Dexter's Laboratory going.
That's really what it is. That's really what it is. But Lex, I think Empress is actually telling you all the truth. Because she's right. Just make sure that you get on your path, and then once you get on your path, people will see it. That's the biggest thing.
Be the example.
You have to be the example. You have to be the example because people will see it, and you won't even have to. It's like you won't even have to. They're going to come to you. You're going to be shining different. It's a different type of light that's going to be illuminated on you. That's really what you're looking for right now.
Right.
Fully.
Yeah.
Come on, Lex.
Like, how do you even go about buying Seamoss? Like, I just find somebody that sells it and buy a shitload of it. I mean, I can do it. I can make something. I'm an artist, y'all. Like, I can put it in some jars and make it look sexy, and I can sell it. Make me sexy to make it look sexy and sell it. Like, look, I done bedazzled this mug. You can save the jar after, put a plant in it, use it for your little flowers and shit. Look how pretty it is. Buy my shit. It'll feel better, and it's gonna be cute sitting in your fridge.
I think it might be best to get with somebody like Empress that actually makes gel, and that's really what she's into. That's like she'll kind of get with you, and the focus would be on gel and you coming up with the right gel. Because I heard you earlier that you're a flavor person, so I know it's gonna have to have some flavor. And I know you're gonna want, you know what I'm saying? I know you're gonna want to soup it up a little bit. Me personally, I'm in Dexter's Laboratory. However, I don't really deal with gel that much. And so, like, I can tell you what I like date gel. Be truthful. Like, I just put dates in my gel, and that's it. I'm good with that. But
what exactly does just straight up, like, if you could describe it, what does straight up Seamoss taste like? Because as far as flavors, I want to say since 2019, been training myself to not, like I said, I'm addicted to sweet shit. But I have been training myself to not like shit that's that sweet, which is why I can go get those things from Dollar Tree. It's like, it's just powder and you put it in your water bottle and it tastes good, but it don't got no damn sugar in it. I can drink that shit all day. Like, I don't care if it's that sweet. And I do shit like take a tablespoon of honey and just eat it, just cause. Like,
I would say Seamoss doesn't taste like anything really. Like it just tastes like you just.
He's a lie. Don't lie.
Okay.
Like that.
All right.
Not lie to her like that.
Like,
all
right. Well, it tastes like you just swallowed some seawater.
Seawater, so salty.
Yeah, it's a little soft. It's like it just depends. It's like, but it just but that don't taste like nothing to me. I guess that's just what I'm trying to say.
Well, that's because you trained your taste buds to a certain extent. So for the ones that are
that's probably what it is, really.
Exactly.
He's like, it don't taste like that. He's like, you was there, but I done had people gag right in front of me. I'm like, oh, okay.
You know what though? I think that's because of the gels. I think because they're not used to gel.
Yeah, it's the
taste.
I was gonna say
I don't know.
the texture for me.
I think it's the texture more than it's the taste. Sometimes I think if it was in a shot, then nobody would say nothing. They would have
like
food,
an egg
and that was
texture?
it. Like it's a gel. It's like jelly.
Okay.
Like
So just think if you just chewed on some jelly
with no taste or flavor.
with no taste on it.
See, this gonna sound real sad, y'all, but I don't know what the ocean smells like, and I don't know what it tastes like. I've never been to the ocean.
See, that's what I was just about to say. I say you're from Ohio, so it's kind of like,
Yeah, all we got is lake water.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it's not like lake, like Lake Huron or something like that you can just go. I don't know. It really don't taste. But you know what? I've trained myself, and you're right. I've trained myself to say it don't taste like nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can do that though. I can do that. I know I can do it. There was this thing that I read that I keep reminding myself of.
But if you like
when I think
sweet,
about my health. Mm-hmm.
If you like anything sweet, what I would say, just add dates. Dates will actually sweeten it up, and it's a good sweetener. It's actually vegan. It's very good for you. It's natural. I love dates though, so that's another. I've learned to love dates.
Yeah.
So,
there's this thing I read, and it was saying something along the lines of, if you can control your hunger, then you can control anything in your life. And I just really want to control my hunger, because like I've been on this like journey, not only with my health but just with myself, and I need to have myself under control. There's a lot of things that happen in my life that require me to have control over my emotions and a whole lot of shit that's like really, in my life.
Have you ever tried fasting?
Yes, that is awful.
Okay, never mind.
I don't last. I never last. I just be
so that's honest. And what I will say is that sometimes, and I'm like you, I had to start fasting and started telling myself I'm fasting for a different reason.
That shit sucks.
Yeah, dude. Like when you say, man, I'm not fasting because of the food. I'm fasting because I need to get my brain intact. I need to be thinking a lot better and things of that nature. Then the fasting becomes a lot easier. Once we start thinking about the food part of it, then we become hungry, and that's what I have issues with. And so when I'm fasting, what I talk about is, my brain functions on be operating highly, so I can think, and I won't go back to these ways I was doing. That would be a lot of time when I'm fasting. I'm telling myself these are the things I'm going to get better at.
I tried to fast one time. I ain't gonna lie, I only did it for a day, and like I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm gonna fast. I'm not gonna eat for 3 days. I'm gonna just drink water. Woo-de-woo-de-woo. I want to be able to meditate so deeply and woo-de-woo. I want to talk to my fucking ancestors. Woo-de-woo-de-woo. End of the day, I'm like, if I ain't fucking even gonna be with my fucking ancestors, and so I just was like, fuck it, I can't do this no more. And I'm one of those people that like, if I don't eat, I get a fucking headache. And like, nope, couldn't do it. That shit is awful. Like, I'm looking for I don't know. I think Seamoss would really help me. Like I can do that and drink water, probably eat a granola bar here and there, and really lose some weight. Cause I love granola bars. I'm just trying to like replace everything that I be tweaking for with a healthier choice. Cause I don't want to get fat. I can't give my mother the satisfaction, y'all. She would love to see me be fat as hell.
Oh shit!
I can't do it.
But
can't do it. I got ops watching me. I'm sorry.
But with the fasting, you try to fast like for multiple days at a time, 24 hours, or because
I wanted to do this water fast. I seen some girl on YouTube do it, and her stomach went from being like mine to flat as hell. She just drank water for 3 days straight. Every time she got hungry, she drank water, made her stomach full. And I'm like, I can do that. I couldn't do it.
that's crazy.
I couldn't do it, y'all.
I think you should retry to attack the fasting, but do it in phases. Like even with me, I don't think I've fasted for more than 12 hours straight. Like I won't eat in the morning.
You should actually start with 8 if you're beginning.
Yeah.
You said eggs?
8.
Yeah, you should do 8 hours like a normal 9 to 5 because you're not thinking between 9 to 5. You're just doing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, like,
to go multiple
what kind of
days.
egg? Like, how should I eat it? Like, boil it or something?
Huh?
Or just fry it? I don't know. I'm sorry.
So listen, when you're fasting, first thing you want to do, right? The week before you actually choose to fast, you have to set up your eating regimen properly.
Okay.
You have to prepare your nutrients and vitamin, mineral intake to a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the cravings come from. That's where the I'm hungry. That's where all those things, because you're in the rotation of eating food. So you have to, so Monday through Friday, you wake up, you drink your 32 ounces of water. I'm not even going to give you 16. Start off your day with 32 ounces of water. Don't eat no egg. Don't eat no bread. Don't eat no oatmeal. Don't eat nothing that heat has to go to. Drink yourself room temperature water, not cold.
Oh yeah, I love room temperature. I hate cold water. Don't want cold water just feel sharp to y'all. It's just sharp
to your system. It's not good.
Awful.
So 32 ounces of water daily when you rise. That is your break fast. Listen to the words, not your breakfast. Mm-hmm. Your break fast. What are you using to break your fast? 32 ounces of room temperature water. That starts up your system when you rise up. It tells your system, hey, I'm awake. I need to go to poop. I need to go poop. You're supposed to go poop. Like, your gut is important. The water is going to start up the system and send you to the bathroom, ignite your urination, and ignite your intestines from whatever. And honestly, water can push out things that's been in your system from 2 weeks ago that you think pooped out yesterday or the day after. So the 32 ounces of water daily. From there, this is an experiment on yourself. You gotta talk to yourself while you're doing this. Like, okay, after my 32 ounces of water, you have to stop and ask yourself, how do I feel? Am I really hungry? Or do I feel dehydrated? Because sometimes you just need to drink more water. That's where the I need to eat something or I need to drink something. I think someone said that already as well. The water, I think Seamoss Plug said, the woman, or no, you said, every time she said she wanted to eat something, she drank water. So that is the mindset. The mindset. I'm hungry. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Let me go drink something. Drink a fluid. You got to get yourself onto the fluid. Maybe even, I'll even suggest, there's coconut-based yogurt that I eat. Mm-hmm. And it has prebiotics and probiotics. Lactobacillus in there. Things that eliminate waste, but also it has fibers in it. So it fills you up. I mix the coconut-based yogurt with granola. Granola and the yogurt gives me that, like, maybe 2.5 hour, kind of like 2.5 to 3 hours, like, okay, I'm good. I don't really need anything because the yogurt got a little bit of sugar, it got the milky taste, get a little bit sweet. You know, you get a little bit of both sides, and it is a little tart at the same time because of the lactobacillus and the prebiotics and probiotics in there. So you get kind of sweet and sour balance in there. You can add a little honey, put a little, I don't know if you ever seen them make the acai bowls with the bananas, and, you know, they put the yogurt. try to eat before 9 o'clock. I'll say before 9 because you eat after 9 already. So just try to not eat after 9. That's something I've already been trying to do is eat earlier. Because I definitely went with eat. Like, I want to say in the beginning of the pandemic, I didn't wait as much. But, like, being home and locked in the house with nothing but your food and your kids that want to eat every 5 minutes. Yeah. So, like, and then we'll eat, like, all day because the kids eat all day. Like, oh, the kids are eating something. I should eat something, too. They got really fucking fat. So, yeah. I've been trying to eat earlier. Yeah, the babies got energy. They gonna burn off that food way faster than you. So yes, they really ruin it. I'm never not hungry. But yeah, I'm hearing everything you're saying though. I'm taking notes. I really need this. I really like. First off, telling it sounds amazing. I've been having a hard time finding something that I can do from home that is, provide for real. Like, it doesn't require me to be gone away from my children and not have babysitter, can't work when I need to work. It seems like, and I swear to God, it's killing me. My kids go to school, right? I can't never get a babysitter on the weekends though. And then every time I get a job, I specifically tell them I can't work weekends. And then when I get the job, like, they be all cool with it. Then when I get the job, what they do? Schedule me for the weekend. Now, when I don't show up, my ass is fired. I told y'all I can't do a weekend. Like, it's never ending battle.
I never understood that. I hear that story a lot with American. Like, I have a friend that's American, and he tells me the amount of times where he's worked at these jobs where it's like he will straight up tell them, I cannot work this day, and they will almost intentionally.
You said you're Canadian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, America don't give a fuck about us. I'm gonna tell you flat the fuck out. They don't give a fuck about their people. I don't know if you know about our healthcare and all that shit.
A little bit.
It's a shit show down here.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Welfare sounds great and all, but it ain't shit. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, like I never understood that, like why they would have, or what I mean, these sort of rules. And I guess it's because there's so much people there. It's like you're replaceable. You know what I mean? I'll never forget it. I used to spend a lot of time in Bermuda, and Bermuda has one of the lowest unemployment rates in the world. And in fact, like everybody there has, like, it's almost impossible to get fired from your job. Like, my friends would tell me, like, they would be taking vacations and meeting me in Canada every other, and they'd be getting paid like crazy amount of money. And I'd be like, how are you taking these vacations? And they're like, oh, we just tell the guy we're going on vacation. And I'm like, you don't have to put in a request. He's like, hell no. And I'm like, well, what if they fire you? He's like, fire me? Like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, what if they tell you? They're like, well, who are they going to hire? I'm one of the few people that know how to do this job on the island. Like, they have to, like, they don't got a choice. You know what I mean? I was just like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, over here in America, it's basically, my hair, god damn it. Sorry, y'all. I'm over here taking out some fucking fake hair lock. I just pulled a piece of my real hair. Anyway, like over here in America, for example, my situation, which is about to sound crazy, but I'm a mother of two, and I'm on welfare. I get food stamps, right?
Yeah.
And I have a apartment through public housing. And if I get a job, like I have it through public housing, which means it's through the government. I don't have to pay rent until I get a job. Now, if I get a job, I get $500 in food stamps. If I get a job, they cut that in half. If I get cash assistance, they take, fuck the job part. If I get a job, I gotta pay rent. Rent about $500 worth over there. If I get a job, I have to pay rent. The rent gonna be $5 something every month. Now, I don't have child care, so I haven't gotten a job yet because of the whole babysitting thing. Now, I get $500 in food stamps every month. If I get cash assistance also, they're not gonna give me $500 more in cash assistance. They're gonna cut my food stamps down the middle. Now I gotta live off of just $500 every month. And if I get a job, they take away more.
Now, not only are they fucking up how much I can spend on food and the little bit of cash I get to pay for childcare, I gotta bust my ass and work to also pay this high ass rent that they gave me. It's all a shit show. Like,
yeah,
it's all a shit show. If I didn't have to be an American, I fucking wouldn't.
yeah. It seems like a lot of that stuff is just stacked again. It's like you damned if you do, and it's damned if you don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially if you're not white. So, pretty fucked up down here.
Yeah. See,
well, you gotta learn how to play the game. Like, it's actually a game, and even with what you're doing, is learn how to play a game. Okay, so they say that you can't get a job. Did they say you can't get a business?
No, hell no, they did not. You gotta finesse these. Fuck.
See, that's what we gotta look at right now. Like, you can still get everything you want to and still have a business.
Right. I just don't know what to sell. That's all. I don't have a product. Just like crack. Don't have a product. And Seamoss is gonna be the product.
Yeah.
Right.
Why not?
Yeah. Cause I'm an artist, you guys. I paint, I draw people for money. But I'm a traditional artist, so it's very time consuming and it takes too long. I can't have like 8 clients at once because I'm only one person. And they want detailed work.
So when you say a traditional artist, what do you mean by traditional artist? Like,
I mean paint brushes and canvas and paper and pencil. I don't make digital art. I don't have an iPad to draw on or anything like that. Like, I do it with my hands. Everything is by hand.
Well, actually, that's
a good skill. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a wonderful gift.
It's really hard to make money doing that because everything takes so long.
Okay, so let me ask you another question. Who has seen your gift? Who has seen your art?
I'm pretty popular in town. I'm from a small town called Youngstown in Ohio. It's pretty poor here, so everybody don't want to. They don't want to spend how much I'm worth on my art. So I'll do portraits here and there, or paint some sneakers. Whatever you want done, I can do. I can pretty much do a whole lot of shit. I can draw you, your family, all that.
So the biggest thing I would say is that there's certain businesses that need to stay local and certain businesses that need to be national. Art needs to be more national than it does need to be local. I would suggest that you actually create art and record you creating art. Mm-hmm. Like, do an Instagram that you're recording yourself creating your art. That's really how I see most artists blow up, is that people see them on Instagram. I've actually bought an art. Yeah, I bought an art from somebody that I seen on Instagram, just because I like what they painted.
And I just to add in the 2 cents here, I agree with you, Ricky, that you want to show the stuff how it's made, because once people see the work and the effort that's involved, it shows the value to what you're doing.
Right. I don't never show people how I make my shit. I just do it and post it.
They can never appreciate it.
Yeah, no, you gotta show the process, like, cause that's the best part of it. It's the process. Is like, just like, I'm not an artist, and so me seeing somebody do art from start to finish, where they started at, like, it's almost kind of like getting somebody's mind and kind of understanding who they are. As far as even where you start, where you go next, I watch all that. And that's actually why I bought the art that I bought, because I watched the person do it from start to finish, and I was just like, wow, and I had to buy it. That's a big thing to me, and I would go that route. That's some extra money. That's not, and all these things are part of getting you back to where you need to be at, because it's just not like health. It has something to do with mental health as well. As far as if you're not in position, if your mind is not in the right position, as far as even if you're not able to make the money and you're looking around you and you don't see that much possibility, then that can definitely hinder what's going on as far as with your weight and things of that nature as well.
Yeah.
I definitely have mental health issues, the common shit, depression, anxiety, and probably some other shit that I need to get checked out, but I don't want to end up in a psych ward because I have intense emotions towards certain people.
It just needs to get better. Like, you just need to see life getting better, and that's really what it is. Is that once you start seeing life in a better reflection, then like the depression and things of that nature, you won't. That all just fades away. It's right now is life that you're dealing with, and trying to. If you've been doing the same thing for 25 years, and now it's taking that time and going the opposite direction on what you have been doing and taking those steps backwards, you're gonna be okay. I think, but the thing is that
That's what I was about to
what
say.
you want to do. That's the first and foremost, is that and you're aware of it.
Awareness is always the first step, and the desire. You have a desire to change. You know what I mean? Your body will follow your mind through that. You know.
And I do love that you're brutally honest about everything, and that's the biggest thing. Once you're brutally honest about everything that's going on, is you're able to change it. I think you see a lot of things, and so you're able to counteract it.
Yeah, I'd rather just, tell it off. You don't tell it off. You don't really understand where you're coming from. Like, I really do have a hunger. Like, I want better for me, for my kids. I want to be able to give them some generational wealth and whatever, because, you heard what my life is like. A lot of that. I mean, I can't point fingers at nobody, but a lot of that shit is my parents' fault. They had a kid, two people came together in the 90s and fucked and made me, and I'm here, and, they didn't prepare for my future or anything like that. They were just like, oh, well, you owe me all your respect and all of your, energy because we let you breathe. So, worship me.
You're telling the truth like that, but that's what we deal with, because I'm actually somewhat close to your parents' age, and if I had kids at a young age, you know what, I'd be having. That would be the conversation. I would have messed it all the way up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm be honest with you, but because I didn't I got to understand that my parents probably didn't know.
Right.
Like in the same way as like the people that had kids that are my age, that they had kids when they were young, they didn't know. They just now getting it right. They just now getting it right. It's, and we understand that we're kind of a couple steps behind, but y'all generation is picking it up. Like, y'all are so honest, and y'all understand, and y'all see it, and y'all say, "Oh, my parents didn't know."
They didn't know no better.
They ain't know no better. They got tricked too. Like, you gotta understand. Like, okay, so I'm just on that era of where internets just start being popular. Like, you can go online. Like, when I was getting out of high school, you can go online and go to the internet. So when you start thinking about that, like, information wise, you didn't have no information before the internet.
Yeah.
Like, no information. Like, there was no way that you can go. There was no YouTube. There was no Google. There was no way that you go and figure out some stuff real quick. Like, if I had a question about something, I had to go to an encyclopedia or something of that nature.
Well, I was just about to say Encyclopedia Britannica was in my head.
Like, these are certain things that, and you know what they were actually saying. Like, they were telling us all the wrong information.
So, I think I spent a lot of my life being mad at my parents only because growing up, I was a fucking nerd. I'm still a nerd. So I read books, and it's like, what the fuck you mean you didn't know this? Go to the fucking library. It's a fucking book. Get a fucking book and read. They didn't have no desire to read. Everybody wanted to be popular.
Okay,
gold chains and nice cars with the candy paint and whoopie.
Because that's what we grew up on. And I'm not saying that they're right, because it's just that, okay, we were fed something different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all wasn't showing nothing really.
Yeah,
y'all came. What you said you were 40-something years old?
Yes, I'm 43.
During the crack in the
Exactly.
80s, and then the 90s came.
And then it became about bling, and then it became about getting money.
That's what I say, the bling bling.
You become a product of your environment, and so what happens is, and they're probably in high school at this time. Now, this is what I say about anybody that's in between the ages of, I would say, 40 and 50, and really 45. If you're 45 and 55 and you survived the crack era untouched, I salute you.
Well, thank you.
Right.
Because that was a hard era for anybody that was in high school or of that age, that you don't really know what you're getting into.
Right, yeah.
You just out there partying. You just out there partying. My mother's
mother was a crackhead. She was the victim. And that ruined our life. That ruined my future. That ruined my mother's future. So I understand. So
it's something that, and to be honest, it's not that different than what's going on right now, because a lot of these people are on pills.
Yeah.
It's the exact same scenario. It was just worse, because what happened was that we're actually going in the right direction. Like we're Cosby showing at the time. And like you gotta understand something. Like it was, everybody was starting to become all American as far as family wise.
Yeah.
Like it started to become real Cosby showish. Everybody wanted to be doctors and lawyers and things of that nature, and everybody wanted to be professionals. And then here comes crack. And so you have a lot of people that, and just like how you would go out and you're 17, 18, 19 and want to go smoke a blunt. Right. But they were out, hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, hit this new thing. It's crack. Like, just think of somebody, somebody gave you some gas. Somebody said, hey, man, hit this gas, and the gas ain't gas, it's crack. Yeah, it took for me, like, my grandma real prideful or whatever. I don't bring up her crack days or anything, but it took for me, and it's gonna sound fucked up, because I don't really watch shit like that much. I just recently got into it, but it took for me to watch Snowfall and see Franklin Saint's little girlfriend turn into a crackhead and go through what she went through with her father, to realize that's exactly what my grandma was doing to her fucking parents. They were stressed out, trying to lock her in the house, handcuffing her to shit so she won't leave, fighting everybody, stealing from her mama, stealing from her daddy. Yeah, I've seen it, and it made me cry, because it's like, this shit molded my future. Look at that. It's right there in my fucking face. Damn the government and all that came with that. You see, now you start to realize is that you really ain't mad at your parents because they didn't know no better. You're mad because you in a game that you know that you're losing, and it's affecting you so much, but you don't know what to do about it. Like that's really where it comes into, and that's really where we're falling victim, is because we know it's a game, and what it is that people don't want to come to grips that we're in this game and they're winning. Mm-hmm. Unless we get together, unless we come together and get it right, then they're gonna keep on winning, and they're gonna keep on having these wins, and we're gonna keep on having these losses that feel so bad. Like, and we're gonna keep on doing so many things, and we're gonna keep on going through the same thing. And so we have to figure out how can we win. And it's the small victories that we have to really look at. That's why I look at Seamoss, because it's an industry that they don't control. We control it. It's a small victory. Mm-hmm. That if we control this industry and keep it ours, then guess what? Somebody in Youngstown comes into the Seamoss industry and goes from not being able to actually afford to even have a job because she's afraid of what the government going to do to her, to somebody that's actually controlling the whole city because she actually just built the herb shop. She had a art gallery around the corner, and all this because you actually started selling Seamoss. See, these are things that we have to start looking at, because the same way that they put crack into our environment, the same way that we put Seamoss into the environment. Mm-hmm. Like what it is that we just got pumped the exact same way. And if we do it the exact same way, the same lives that we ruin are the same lives that are going to are going to be revamped from what we're doing right now.
Facts.
Exactly. Yeah, we gotta fix it.
I want to chime in with y'all. So, you know, I am on the wave of things not being controlled. However, just be aware, and if you don't realize by now, I be having little inklings of information that people don't even pay attention to or might not know. But there are people that are taking Irish moss and Seamoss to the Food Administration and getting it approved. Just telling you, if you don't know. They're taking capsules and getting it. So.
Oh yeah, you can go to the laboratory. No, you actually there's the laboratory you can go to. Actually, my Seamoss is in the laboratory right now.
To be FDA approved.
Yep, because once you actually take it through the laboratory, once you take it to a laboratory and they actually have all the information on your Seamoss, it's easy to get approved after that.
Well, why would you? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So now we can have that conversation.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Keep going. Positivity. I'll be having to reel out sometimes the real of what's going on. But I didn't know you were part of the movement, so it that will not allow us to totally control it.
It won't. Okay, so this is the thing. Yes, and you're right. It won't allow us to totally control it. However, so it's just kind of like the steel industry. It's just kind of like how you would have industry back in the day, where you would have a Rockefeller. You would have these certain groups or certain entities that would actually come around, and what it is that they made it so hard for anybody else to get into the industry that what happened, nobody even wanted to compete. I think I look at it that way, to where certain people don't want to come into the industry because we don't allow them, just like they don't allow us in their industries. Like that's, I think, the biggest thing for me.
You got it. We can talk about it more often.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. There's always more to the story, so I got you.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So basically, keep white people's hands out of it because they be fucking shit up.
That's all. You know, ideally, if you pay attention to, there's actually two extreme sides to our spiritual spectrum right now, and one thing that I'm not upset about it, but it bothers me that when I go online and I go to look up like a herbologist or herb academy or somebody to teach me about yoga or teach me about crystals, it's always people that don't look like me. Majority is people that don't look like me. Like they're doing more witchcraft. They're doing spells. I'm like, who?
I'm afraid of them.
Then it's like, okay, then you go into the health and wellness aspect, you know, Seamoss, Irish moss, this, that, you know, capsules, herbs, this, and I'm just like, they're apothecaries. When you look at it, I'm just saying, these are the spectrums that I'm paying attention to because I am all about us. When you look at their apothecaries compared to our apothecaries, they always go on the bigger, massive scale. It's like, they bought a farm of lavender, and I'm like, and then we're manufacturing from Chinese people. Like, we're getting our herbs from Asia. Like, what?
It's they know how to sell the illusion.
I guess. If it's an illusion, it's a hell of a one.
Yeah, like they know how to, like, it's an illusion that they sell. Like a lot of times and this is another thing. It's an illusion that they sell a lot of times, and another thing is that they come together. They'll get 10 of them to put their money together, and yeah, they can buy 20 acres of lavender fields, and that's what they do. Mm-hmm. Like that's like, so what we don't do is come together, 10 of us, and buy lavender field and say, hey.
Yeah, because everybody want to be the LeBron, but don't nobody want to be a team. It's like everybody want to be Michael Jordan. Everybody want to be the star of the fucking team. But they don't realize it takes the team to win the fucking game.
Okay, so
everybody want to be popping in a boss. I'm a boss, bitch. Yeah, I do this by my fucking self.
think so. I think so to a sense, but I don't think so. I think that if you give them an alternative of playing the position, however, you still get a ring and you still get money. I think they kind of switched their position a little bit as far as wanting to be the boss and wanting to be LeBron. Like a lot of times, they don't believe in as far as in the team around them to actually get them to that championship ring, and that really is the really problem, is that once you start seeing that you actually have a team that's actually, like, you'll see a lot of people, and even with basketball, is that you take less money and you take a less position to go to some place like LeBron's team, so you know that you can get a ring. You know that, like, because that's what you're chasing now. So I think a lot of people, that it could be the sense that a lot of people, especially younger people, that don't really understand it, would say, "Hey, I want to be LeBron. It's all about me." But then once you start getting a little bit older in age, you say, "Hey, you know what? It's not all about me anymore. You know, I'm trying to leave something to my family. I'm trying to leave something to generations." And you say, "Okay, so let me get with the right team. Let me get with the right group of people that actually have the same mind frame, and we can actually get into it. We can go through it as one. And once you get that part, then you start to get the dynasty. Then you start to look like Golden State." Right. And I think that might be the biggest thing, is that one. And the thing is also, though, but you need those young people that think like LeBron, because those are the ones that kind of push the envelope. Because a lot of times the older, and this is where it kind of gets tricky at, a lot of times, is that we all have to, like, we need young energy, we need old energy, and we need older energy. Like, we need all generations, because a lot of things that the young generation understands that maybe me being my middle class, I don't understand. Like there's a lot of things as far as online marketing and media and things of that nature that I don't understand. I don't understand TikTok. Like, there are certain things that is just, we don't understand. And then there's certain things that the elders that are older than me are not going to understand. Like, they really don't understand internet. They don't understand social media at all. Mm-hmm. But they got so much knowledge that they can give us about just life and how things operate and things of that nature, that they have to be a part of it. They have to, because we need that. So it's all about us coming together and saying, okay, that everybody plays a certain part, and we need all those parts. It's even though I'm 45, I'm 43, and I'm 45, I have to listen to somebody that's 25, because they're going to know something that I don't know. And I have to put my ego to the side and say, you know what, this person is smarter than me at this. And I have to say, even though I've been in this life a little bit longer, maybe they're going to know a little bit more, because I haven't been focused on this part. And they have been focused on this part. And it kind of goes with the same people with the elders and my generation. It will go down to the exact same thing. So I think that's the big thing. We just all coming together and understanding that we all have a part to play.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's the challenge, is like, how do we humble ourselves? How do we all humble ourselves so that we can work together, or even just trust each other? You know, that's one of the biggest challenges I have when I'm trying to do what I'm doing. A lot of the guys that I'm working with or come across where I'm like, oh, let's do this together. It's like, they're just kind of like, what's the catch? What's the, you know what I mean? Like, they're waiting for the scam to drop. And I'm like, no, there's no scam. Like, this is what it is. We do this, we do that, we make money. Like, let's run. You know what I mean? And they're just like, no. And then they're worried about, you know, this person making too much money and this and that. And it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue. And then you have to have somebody that knows how to manage.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing. Like, how can you have somebody to manage all these different personalities? It's delicate. It's like you gotta understand, but that's how the United States was structured. Mm-hmm. Like, just look how the United States is structured. The United States is strictly a business. it's strictly a business. And when you start operating, when you start treating it like it's a business and just not like they don't care about us. And you said it, they don't care about us, Lex. We are what we are. We are commodities to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is like
they only like what we can do for them.
Okay, so and I'm not gonna try to go too far into this, but I'll just have y'all think about something. It's just kind of like how we treat robots.
Mm-hmm.
So
we create, and they run with it.
Exactly. Like we create robots to be in our likeness, to think and function, and now they function at a higher capacity than what we do in some form. But how do we look at robots?
They're a tool.
They're machines. They're just machines.
Yeah, they're tools.
They're just tools. They just do what they're supposed to do. Like now, and that's how they look at us. We're just tools.
Mm-hmm. Tools
we're just machines to extract what they need us to extract, to get what they need to get out of us. What we got to do is from that we got to create our own identity. Yeah. We got to say no. I'm become my own business. I can operate on my own.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I don't want to. I don't know if y'all into all of that, but I had a numerology reading, and I'm not meant to work for nobody. Based on my life path, never. I'm not meant to work for nobody. I'm supposed to be my own boss, and because
What's your life path? On the 3 or 4?
It's 8.
Oh yeah, you definitely ain't supposed to be working for nobody.
But you know what's interesting?
That you're an 8, so
yeah.
You know what I was.
My daughter's also an 8.
You know what I was thinking as you saying it is that what I realized is that a lot of people don't understand, and I'm not saying about you, but a lot of people don't understand what it means to really be a boss, like to be a boss of a company. And a lot of times it's not glamorous and it's not exciting. It's long hours. You know what I mean? It's like it's being there when no one else wants to be there, and you're still there. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the toughest part that I found in business is those days where it's raining out and no one wants to go out of the side of the rain, but you have to be the guy that goes out in the rain without an umbrella. It just fucking suffer.
One person as far as business that's really a huge inspiration for me is Walt fucking Disney.
Yeah.
I know he might be an evil motherfucker or whatever y'all believe. You know, every time I bring him up, he'll be like, "Oh, he's racist." Yeah, okay, so
he's dead.
Hitler. Like, they be having some good shit to say sometimes, though. You know, you can learn things from bad.
Yeah, we won't get into Adolf Hitler. That's a whole other subject.
No, fuck that guy. But still.
Actually, I don't have no problem with him like that. I don't really.
Yeah.
So real quick, Lex, you brought up Walt Disney. I think Walt Disney's birthday is December 2nd or 3rd.
Yeah, mine is December 7th.
Mine is December 1st. There we go. This is why you came. Wonderful. Wonderful.
But yeah,
you about to pull you out the trenches, fool.
You see, it's all making sense.
I don't know if you guys have Disney Plus, but there's a documentary on. It's called Imagineering or something, and it's basically the whole history of Walt Disney and how he created his empire, which is Disneyland, and what Disney is today. And when you go and watch it, it's like, this man is the shit. Like, I ain't never seen nobody say, well, I don't care what you said, I'm going to have it because I said I'm going to have it. Like, if manifestation was a person, it's Walt fucking Disney. Like, what? Like, I love that man. Like, I'm in love with him for that. Yeah, period. Faith, trust, and Pixie does. Nigga, like, what? Like, who said I wasn't going to do what? Yeah, your mama, nigga. Like, I got it. Y'all got me fucked up. He did that. And I love Disney from the bottom of my fucking heart.
If that's what you like about Disney, you need to read this book by Napoleon Hill called Think and Grow Rich.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It'll blow your mind because literally what Disney was doing in that, the Think and Grow Rich teaches you those principles on how to know what you want, to see it, to go get it, and to stand firm in like your resolve and your desire to get it. Because like you said, when he has that desire, that's what caused all the manifestation of everything that he wanted. Was that his end?
Yes.
Like we
Everybody kept telling him no, and he's like, yeah, whatever, like whatever, like I said,
there
I'ma
is
fucking do it.
but this is the thing, there are so many things that are in life that are taught to us that are counterproductive to what we're doing, you know what I mean? Like a lot of the things that you're doing and the decisions you're making, it's based on these things that we've been taught, and it's like it's contrary. When you read the book, you'll start seeing all the shit that you were like led to believe that were true, and it's not, you know what I mean? And just it will cause you to think with a different mindset, and that's the mindset you need to sort of break the chains that I perceive that you have that are keeping you in the state that you have. If you take a step back and you look at it, everything is created with our thoughts. Okay, I'm wearing an iWatch right now. 20, 30 years ago, this was on Dick. Someone imagined Dick Tracy wearing this. It now exists. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because we wanted it to. So you can create anything with your mind and make it real, physical, but you've got to want it. And if you don't have it, it's because you don't want it badly enough. And you got to ask yourself, how badly do you really want this stuff? How badly do you really want the change? Because you need to push yourself to that point where you can't breathe. You know, I think there was some story I remember watching where the guy was like taking him out to the water, and he's like, you have to be willing to go out to the water. You got to want it so badly that you're willing to go out to the water and almost drown to get it.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah.
That's some deep shit.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, Think and Grow Rich. That's the book you need to read. It will.
Yeah, that's actually an excellent book.
Yeah. I'll say this: anybody that's rich and successful has read that book, and it's, to me, it's the basis and the foundation of every self-help book. Gary V, Tony Robbins, all those guys, they all follow the basis of Think and Grow Rich. My whole life centers around Think and Grow Rich. I started this Seamoss business on a thought. Like, if you could see what I was doing when I first started this business, and listen, my partner thought I was crazy. Like, the whole time I was like, we're gonna do this and we're gonna get a warehouse, and he was just like, no, like, whatever. And then it wasn't until like about 3 or 4 months ago where he pulled me aside and was like, now I get it. Now I get why you were talking all that shit when you were talking.
Exactly. Like, I was watching that shit about Walt Disney and just getting goosebumps. Kind of made me want to cry, because like he was just so like, they're like, that's impossible. Well, it's impossible. That shit is impossible. And he's just like, whatever. Like, I got this. Like, I'm gonna show you guys it's very much possible. And how many years has it been? 50 something shit, 90 something years. Walt Disney and Disneyland, and that shit is just so amazing. Like, and I'm glad you got to do what it was that you said you were gonna fucking do as well. Cause like, that's one thing I hate is some naysayers. Well, makes me sick to my stomach.
Here's something that I've learned about the naysay. Here's what I've learned about anybody giving you advice, even us on this panel, even all of us talking. Anytime someone gives you advice, they're not giving you advice. They're giving themselves advice. The advice that they're giving is based on their own ability. They have no one knows what I don't know what your ability is. Rick doesn't know. Empress, no one knows. Not even you know until you go out and do it. Do you know what I'm saying? So when I say, oh, this is impossible, or this, it's like, you can listen to what I have to say, but you have to decide if you want to make that true for you or not. Do you know what I mean? And you can reject that if you want. You're living in your own world. This whole world that you live in is a manifestation of your own thoughts and your own decisions. And so if you don't like the way things are, you need to think differently and make different decisions. To me, that's the basis. And you know what I mean? You can't allow other people's opinions and advice determine what your strengths and weaknesses are. Only you pick that. Sorry, I'm done with my little soapbox rant there for a second.
No, you're great.
That was right on.
I need all of everything that's being said right now. You guys have no idea. Like, seriously, I just want my life to be not what it is anymore. I want to be fucking rich. I want to be wealthy. I want to be comfortable. I want my kids to be comfortable. I want to be peaceful. I want to wake up every day and love what I do, so I don't be miserable. Like, life is miserable, right? I mean, for now I'm cool, but I don't want to tell my whole life story. But you guys, you have no idea. This is the type of shit I be looking for. Some days I get on Clubhouse and it's okay, fucking astrology and all that shit, whatever. But how I'm gonna make some money? I'm poor. I can look at my birth chart all day long and still be broke. Please, for the love of God, somebody tell me how to make some money. I listen to millionaires sometimes, and they still don't be saying shit. They say a whole lot of nothing on here some days.
Because they're not really selling. Sorry, go ahead, Empress. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Julie, 1 second. Yes, 1 second. I want to help you use the chart to make money.
Yeah, see, it's so hard for me to find people that will actually tell you about your chart without trying to get in your pockets for it. Damn, you can't just tell me why is everything ancient Chinese fucking secret. What?
I was actually just about to ask you straightforward. Do you know what's your Jupiter? Do you know what planet
Jupiter? Hold on, I actually have an app to help me keep up all of that. Let me go swipe
you got the co-star joint?
Now I have an app called Sanctuary.
You need to try co-star. You gotta get on co-star. Sanctuary.
Yeah. I've used Sanctuary since it was just a Facebook thing, so I just always had it on my phone just cause.
Alright.
But yeah, I'll try some other stuff. Let me see.
Yeah, Jupiter. Because your Jupiter is your expansion planet. That's the planet that pushes forth, and your Sagittarius. So Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. We're ruled by expansion. We are truth seekers. We are philosophers. We are go-getters. We are fireheads of all the fires.
And my Jupiter is Capricorn.
Okay, got it. So here we go. This is where Julian, thank you for opening up the room. You have exceeded what the Seamoss Club is for at this very point.
Thank you.
This is what Seamoss does. This is what Seamoss does. I want y'all to know right now. This is what Seamoss does. It decalcifies your pineal gland. Thank you. It decalcifies your pineal gland and opens up for your uploads and downloads to come in with clarification and cleansed messages. So here we go. I'm a Capricorn moon, so that means my moon is ruled by Cat, the earth goat. Mm-hmm. Your Jupiter expansion is Capricorn. Capricorns are the goats. They are the greatest of all time. Business head people. We don't play no games when it comes to the business. So what's happening is whatever your moon is in, you need to come out of your emotions and get into your expansion.
Yeah, my moon is Scorpio, but my rising is Capricorn.
Very good. Okay, so you're water. You're always in fluidity. You're always in emotion. You're just up and down. You want to go here, you want to go there, but you want to do this and you want to do that. So you need to get out of water. Get out of water. You're in your water too much. You got to earth yourself. Bring everything down to the ground, and that's what Julian is talking about. You might want to go ahead and try to see if you can do a free download on Amazon Books or something like that, because they do like a free trial, and see if you can get Think and Grow Rich and tap into that book, because it's the fox. You got to get out of the water and bring everything into earth manifestation. Use the earth. Use Capricorn. Use the goat. The goat is the joint that scales the wall. It scales the mountains. Like you can't get to me, bro, unless you scaling the wall too. And there's very few goats. A lot of people trying to use the GOAT, but it's not for everyone. So it's time for you to tap into the Capricornius. You need to get into your earth. Get out of your head. Lex, get out of there. Nothing is good in there right now. You got your past, your present, and your future floating up in there, and you're allowing yourself to, you're actually flooding yourself out. Your own thoughts are flooding you out of thinking and knowing that you can grow rich. Like, you just stop thinking. Just don't think. Don't think, because you know what you don't want. You've seen what you don't want. You've tasted what you don't want. What you don't want has happened to you over and over and over. So, no need to think about what you don't want anymore. Let's tap into what you do want. And what you do want is to be grounded, healthy, alive, energetic, focused, present. You want to be present. So, okay. Fire, earth. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Yeah. Time to expand. Time to, because you got the ideas, and you do it through your art. The art, it's good to tap into your water when you're doing art, because you need the fluidity of your energy to go through the colors and the different ways of what you're drawing. When it comes to the manifesting of actually bringing the money in from the art, that is the Capricorn energy, not the Scorpio energy.
Yeah. Damn universe. Well, it's 2:22 on the clock. Man.
That's my number.
The universe is cussing me out through you right now. I mean, not that you're yelling at me or anything. But
the messages gonna come through who they need to. Yeah, like, you've been cutting yourself a new asshole for whatever reason, I don't know, but you're overdoing it now. Like, that's enough. Okay, that's enough. Just pull yourself about that whirlpool, because when we sit and wallow, that's when the tenement yard becomes more than, you can't see the lavender farm over the tenement yard now. Like, damn, I used to be able to see the lavender farm. I thought I was walking toward cool, calm, and collected, but it's like you're hoarding these thoughts over you continuously. I want, but you're not looking about what's directly present in front of you. Your skill, your talent, your mindset. Like, you have it. You can do it. Currently, right now, I'll tell you what. I'll give you the positive. You're in a great space. Okay. Yes, we don't like the government. Fuck the motherfuckers. Okay, great. But use their asses. Okay. You're not paying no rent. Positive. You get food stamps. Positive. Figure out how to use 10 or 15% of those food stamps to buy something from the grocery store to make some money. Like, you can make hair oils. That's what I do.
Right.
I'll just give you that right now. You can buy some olive oil, some grapeseed oil, some coconut oil, mix those all together, put some chamomile $2.99 from the store. Baby, drop some chamomile joints. You go to the hair store and, like, dollar store, get 5 little bottles, fill them joints up, put a little $10 joint, and listen, what's up? They come with my art. If you don't want to buy no art, you can buy hair oils.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? And that can help just open up the vibration of I can, I will, I must. Like, I'm ready. You got to step into that joint. I can, I must, I will, I'm ready. Like, and keep telling yourself that. Don't back yourself into a corner. That energy is dead. Kill that shit.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm so glad I clicked this room, you guys. I was listening to some white folks talk about aliens being in their backyards before I got here. And I'm like, I don't want to listen to this shit no more. I listened to it for like 10 minutes. I'm like, what else is on here? And then I actually came because I see Empress B's name, because I listened to you a few other times. I'm just, Clubhouse pings on my phone all damn day sometimes, because I follow a lot of crap. So I like to have options. And like, I only really come listen to people I've listened to before. So I'm glad I came in here today. Sat here, took out all my twists. And my head isn't heavy anymore, because these twists were 36 inches long. Lord have mercy.
Awesome.
I'm always looking for a master plan, and I came to the right spot today. Thank you all so much. This is great.
We're welcome. I'm just happy that we can serve the universe and make this possible for you, because I feel like that's how God's blessings work. God works through people, you know what I mean? Like or just people in general. And there's some people that listen to God's, like requests and follow through and make it happen so that doors open. And there's others that, don't, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I guess to me, it's like it was unique that I decided to do this live stream. That Ricky messaged me and was like, "Yeah, I'm going to come in and join with you." Empress, who I've been talking to for months before, knew like the type of rooms that I am. We all came together to come and give you some advice to kind of inspire you to, like to me, that's how God works. He puts people in your life to make changes happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was wonderful.
Yeah.
I don't get out too much, so anytime I get to sit here and talk to people for a while, and this is actually my first time listening to Empress, and so I kind of sit back and wait for her to talk a lot of times, so I always like hearing the new information. I always like to hear, especially what she did kind of as far as with the astrology and connecting with that. I'm over here on CoStar right now.
Mm-hmm. No, Empress is serious.
My Jupiter's in Cancer right now. She got me looking at all my stuff like, okay, let me get right.
No,
mine is downloading. I love that.
Empress is serious, and she'll hold you to task. Rick, she had me one day when, like, how I met her. We were in some Seamoss room, and she just kind of cornered me. Was like, "Oh, so you want to help people, eh?" She's like, "How about giving me 25 pounds of Seamoss?" I was like, "What?" She's like, "Put your money where your mouth is, buddy."
Yeah, she said, "Match my energy."
Yeah, that's exactly what she said, bro.
Match my energy.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta understand something. I be looking for that. Like, and that's the energy I be looking for. Oh, so that's what you want to do? You try? Yes.
But
you gotta love that.
Let's make moves together.
Exactly. You just tell me when to go.
Yes.
Yeah, like, boom. That's it.
Mm-hmm. No, Empress is serious, and she actually kind of inspired me. I haven't started it yet, and maybe Rick, you can come in and assist me on this. But one of the things I want to put together secretly on the DL is a mentorship course or like a coaching thing where I'm working with females in the CMOS industry to help them grow their business, develop new business techniques, and scale. You know what I mean? Because I don't know. I feel like it's important for us to create a space to help empower females and give them opportunities. And I don't know. I think a lot of these guys, I like working with females better. I feel like they're more serious. And
well, this is the thing. We're actually in the age of the female, though. Yeah. So we just can't. Like, what it is us denying it. As far as like, we're in the age of the female, where the female is actually really coming into power, and we've kind of witnessed it for the last 20 years. It's just that we have a lot of males that kind of stuck in their ego and don't want to come to grips that it's females' time to
shine,
to come to the forefront. Because what it is that they have a lot of manifestations, and they've seen a lot of things. Like, we've been male dominated for so long that we need a female entity. We need that female energy to come through and kind of balance us out. We've been unbalanced for years. I'm not talking about small years. I'm talking about for thousands of years. Mm-hmm. And it just now come to the point where we're actually getting that female energy back. And it's an energy of, okay, let's get balanced. Because you got to understand, look how sick, as far as we got COVID, we got all these things that are coming in. And I'm talking about as far as global, as far as earthly. We got all these things that we having issues with. Now,
me being a man, I truthfully say, anytime I get sick, you know where I'm going? I'm either going, when I was younger, I was going to my mom. When I'm older, I'm going to my girl.
Yeah.
Right now, as an earth, we sick. So who we supposed to go to? We supposed to go to the women around us. That's who's going to make us better. That's who's going to get us back to where we're supposed to be at.
Nurture us, yeah.
If we don't understand that, then we're going to be at a loss. You got to let these women come in and take their rightful place and stand behind them and let them go. And just say, okay, go. Go. I know it's your time.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what I think. That's just my perception of what's going on right now.
No, you make some good points, you know what I mean? And I do agree with you on that level that it is that time where I've seen a lot of women take like sort of power positions, leader positions, you know what I mean? They're not just, they're becoming more stronger and more to the forefront.
Yeah, and I'm not saying a man stop being a man. I'm just saying a man stop to understand that, a woman is actually has a role that is very significant as far as we don't need to be doing everything. Like their thought process and how their vision is right now probably is going to be better than what ours is, because like if you go to social media, and this is what I tell my girl all the time, if I go to social media, I can't sell nothing on social media. I can't do no TikToks and think that I'm going to be it. I can't do no reels and think that people are going to watch. They don't watch no man reels. They don't watch no, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Men reels look creepy.
Honestly, Rick, I remember one time you did a live stream and I was like, this guy doesn't look comfortable doing this.
I don't.
That's what you said. It wasn't bad. You just didn't look comfortable. You know what I mean?
I don't look comfortable because I'm like, this don't, like, this is not where I'm supposed to be at. Like, it's like, nobody wants to see a man talking about Seamoss all day. I'd rather see a woman talking about Seamoss. I'm just going to be truthful. That's just me. Mm-hmm. If I was to look up and say, hey, who's talking about Seamoss? I want to see a woman talking about it. I don't want to see a man. And unless there's some good information going on. Oh. And that's just me. Like I gotta know the man. I gotta be like, hey, yeah, that man knows everything. If I'm just scrolling through social media, I'm not gonna stop on a man.
True.
Yeah, most men don't want to listen to other men, and that's something that my father told me when I was younger. Is that basically, because I'm a woman, I can get a lot of shit. True. Just because I'm a woman and I'm cute and I'm this and I'm that. Like I can get a lot of shit done just by flirting. Like mm-hmm. Being a woman, pussy is powerful. Like sex sells. I ain't saying I'm gonna be like half naked trying to sell Seamoss or anything, but a little smile here and there.
That's what sells. No, tell you that's what sells. And it's not even you don't even gotta be sexy. You just have to be presentable.
Nice.
Yeah. It's nice, cute, presentable, happy.
Presentable. That's all. Like and I always tell, like, even with, cause my girl, she like, I'm like, only thing you gotta do is say is just look this. That, hey, you know what? This is what Seamoss makes you look like.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm not even talking about being, like, I'm not talking about hoes. I'm talking about, just naturally, hey, I naturally look good.
Mm-hmm. You have good skin, good glow, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I got good genes. I'm glowing.
Yeah, you know who's really good at doing that? Rihanna. Because she made a beauty skin line, Fenty Beauty. Fenty is her family's last name. Now, one thing I will tell you is her skin made me buy it. I love Rihanna from the bottom of my goddamn heart. That's my favorite woman in the whole wide world. And I didn't just buy it, and I'm not saying her product is just good because it's her, because I'm obsessed with her. But when I tell you she know how to sell something because it's her, like, yes, I'm Rihanna. This is my natural face. This is my natural ass. This is my natural eyes. These my natural eyelashes. Look what this mascara do to it. Look at my skin. I'm glowing with just this face wash, this fucking this cleanser, this toner, and this moisturizer. Like, you want to look like Rihanna? bought that shit.
Yeah, and that's Rihanna for you. Like,
and now she's a billionaire.
Now she's a billionaire because you know what? She realized that everybody wanted to think just like what you just said.
Yeah, like everybody's gonna be like Rihanna. She's one of the biggest influencers in ever without even being called an influencer. Like, if somebody cut the side of their hair off, if Rihanna cut the side of her hair off, everybody was cutting the side of their hair off. Rihanna dyed her hair red, everybody was dyeing their hair red. Rihanna got that tattoo on her titties, all the bitches started getting tattoos on their titties. Like, she shaped women like me. I love her. Like, yes, like, if you don't like Rihanna, something's wrong with you.
So, and now look what she's doing. Now she's getting women to get business.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the next phase. That's the next phase. Is that Rihanna got business? Guess what I'm about to do? I'm about to get me a business. I'm about to Rihanna up. I'm about to Rihanna up. That's what everybody's doing.
That's gonna be the new saying. Yeah. We're gonna re up.
Yeah, you're gonna re up. Yeah. See, now you're gonna have me hashtag. I'll be like re-up. Just
yeah. Re-up. Think like re. Think like Fenty.
Yeah.
But yeah. Rihanna Fenty. Period.
So what do you think?
I want to be like her. I want to smell like her. I want to have skin like her. I want to have money like her. Yes. Period. Like if anybody, if that is somebody to look up to, I don't care. Love that woman.
No, it's good to have role models or people to inspire. I would, if I was you, I would read whatever book she came up, find out her life story. It's amazing when you read some of these people's life stories and the shit that they had to go through or be, like to the obstacles they had to come. That was one thing for me growing up. I was always big into reading autobiographies to understand the people's lives and what they went through. You know what I mean?
Yes, I don't mean to keep talking about her, but I'm really a super fan. Like, I love that woman so much. Like, seriously, I know every single song. I've tried my best because I'm broke. I try my best to buy everything that she come out with. Like, I listen to all her interviews. I want her to talk more. She be kind of ducked off. But, yeah, like, I know about her upbringing, her family. Her dad had a drinking problem and shit. He used to smack her mom sometimes. They would fight a lot. Shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, her and, like, this is going to sound like, corny and controversial, but her and Chris Brown, I love them. See, Chris Brown is like, he reminds me a lot about myself, and Rihanna is like who I want to be like, always. Chris Brown is a person who he struggles. He struggles. He's human. He's a human being. He's an artist, and he's like great at what he does. Like, can't nobody tell him shit because he's the shit at what he does. At the same time, they still try to like attack his character because of his past and things that he has done in the past and things that happened when him and Rihanna were kids, because they were kids. Because I understand and I'm more accepting of they fought because I have had a baby daddy. We're 19, 20, 21, and he would say some shit to me and it just makes you want to punch him in the mouth. The next thing you know, he got me in a headlock. So,
shit.
Like, I get that. You're young, y'all. It's like being, when you at that age, they were 19 and 20 years old when that shit happened. When you at that age, shit like that, you still get heated like a teenager. It's like, you get in a fight, shit happens. Like, I'm not justifying that either of them should have put their hands on each other, but shit happens, and they demonize him so much for that, and I just understand his pain. He can dance, he can sing, he's an artist, he draws, he paints. Like, I love them both so much, and they came from nothing. They came from absolutely nothing. Rihanna came from a small little island that I didn't even know existed until I knew her.
No way.
You know what the fuck Barbados was?
Yeah, it is a tiny island.
So small.
It's like St.Lucian.
I thought Puerto Rico was small, and my mother's family is from Puerto Rico. And then I go and look up Barbados, and I'm like, damn, it's right there. She is like a rock.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would love to like get into the Seamoss shit. I really need something that's really gonna take me from whatever this part of my life is. I'm at a point in my life where I feel like I should be doing something, very much something. What is the something? What is the something? What is the something? Like, it's something that I need to be doing that's going to have me where I want to be. But it needs to not come with so much complications. Like, it feels like every time I seem like I find something, it's some complicated shit that's making it hard to happen. Seamoss sound, I'm not saying it's going to be easy to just sell shit, but I can sell some shit. Like, I can do that. I sell art all the time. I know how to, like I was talking about TikTok and shit. I know how to TikTok. I know how to make reels. I love making reels. I make them all the time with just short clips and videos of myself. I know how to put music on it. I know how to throw words in it. I know how to put little stickers on it. I know how to do that. I can do that. And I'm the type of person that'd be comfortable sitting on live talking to people that just randomly pop up. I can keep people entertained. I can do that. And I can sit there even if the Seamoss is nasty and take a shot of it.
It sounds like you have what it takes. See, that's really what it is. Like, and this is the thing that you're willing to do more things that I won't do. Like, I won't get on TikTok. I have a YouTube channel that has no videos.
I know. I was like that too. Like, I had a YouTube channel for years that had like 2 videos on it.
Because I just okay, so this is how I feel. Like, I feel if I had got into the YouTube era and stuff like that, like I'm in my 40s, and so I look at these old heads that actually be commenting on rap and all these other things in sports. I'm like, I don't want to be one of them. Like, right. Like, that's really what I look at. I'm like, oh man, I'm looking at, like, I'll watch $1 Million Worth of Game and things of that nature. All these podcasts and stuff like this, all these YouTube and all these old rappers that used to be hot. Now they got podcasts and stuff like that. I'm like, man, am I gonna look like that? Like, you know what I'm saying? And my kids gonna be like, Dad, why are you online? Like, you know what I'm saying? And like, I'll be like, I don't want to be that guy.
I feel like it's more so you don't have to be that guy. You can be completely yourself.
Yeah.
And what you got to realize is YouTube, when people make YouTube videos, that's a whole lot of sitting in a room and talking to yourself. So if you make mistakes, you go back and you do it again. And wherever you fuck up, you can literally cut that shit out of the video. Edit it out. You
That's
can sit
true.
there and be talking and fart while you were talking. Okay, I'm going to do that part over, cut that part out because nobody needs to hear that. Like, YouTube, you got to realize that's not live. Even though you can go live on YouTube now, it's a whole lot of you with just you. So I, being the age that I am, I'm used to living my life on the internet. The majority of the people that I associate with every single day is through Facebook and Instagram. And if I didn't have Facebook and Instagram, I probably wouldn't know anything about a lot of the people that I grew up with because we're so busy with real life. The internet is a huge part of my life. I'm not 30 or anything like that. People in their 30s like were on MySpace when that shit first came out. I'm part of the group that got on MySpace towards its demise, and then Facebook came out. And then I was like, Facebook was out in 2003 when some people were in college, but I'm part of that group of people that, okay, it's 2010, we got Facebook, we just now getting smartphones. I came from flip phones. I'm a millennial. I came from flip phones to smartphones. When I was 13, I touched my first touchscreen phone. The first touchscreen item that I ever experienced in my life was a Nintendo DS. And after that, it went to smartphones, and the smartphones just got bigger and better over the years. I'm like, me and my little brother are 12 years apart, right? I have experienced Super Nintendos and Nintendos all the way up to PlayStation 5. And him, if I this actually happened. I handed him a Game Boy Advance one day, and he asked me, "Why isn't the screen working when I touch it? And how do you charge it?" That's not how that works. You got to put batteries in it. You have to use the buttons. And that was a funny day, but I'm a millennial. I get both ends. I understand the old shit. I understand the new shit. I know that we went from a world that was like not so sensitive to a world that's now sensitive as fuck.
Oh man.
And yeah, like I can't.
We got real sensitive.
Yeah.
But
throughout the month of October, I couldn't watch not one video that its intent was to be creepy, but all of them had a, "Hey, warning, fake blood, warning, fake blood." Like, what the fuck? It's supposed to scare me. What the fuck do you mean, warning for fake blood? Who gives a fuck if there's fake blood in the video? It's supposed to scare me. Now I know something scary is gonna happen, and you ruin the element of surprise. Like, oh my gosh, I'm just so fucking irritated with these people. But yeah, I know how to use all that, and the more you realize, it's a whole lot of you by yourself.
Yeah.
Doing that internet stuff is just you with you. So if you mess up, you erase it and you do it again.
Yeah, you like what you said. You gotta find something that's comfortable. Like, I don't feel comfortable on.
Right.
Yeah, so okay. So this is the thing, and probably your parents could say is that we were taught not to be on camera.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? We were taught don't let nobody film you. Like, and so it's like it
need your
feels
permission.
different. It's like, okay, I'm breaking code. Like, I'm breaking code. This ain't what we're supposed to be doing. Now it's the exact opposite. Now it's no, you need to be filmed. Or like, okay, so my biggest thing as far as with business wise and with I guess social media and doing marketing and things of that nature is that, you know, I have all these things where people will text me and say, "Hey, this and this and this happened to me," and things of that nature, and I'm just like, "Oh, good. Well, you know," and I'd never think to say, "Hey, you know what? Maybe I need to screenshot this or do that because I can use it."
Right.
That just doesn't. I come from an era that doesn't. You're never supposed to, like, if you do something good for somebody, you don't speak on it.
Yes, I completely understand that. I'm like that as well. So like, I never like the whole. But
business is not built on that.
Shit.
Yeah, business is not built on that. Business is the exact opposite. You do something good for somebody, you tell everybody. Like but that's how it works though. And I'm starting to understand that, like, hey, you know, you help somebody else out. Hey, you show that you help somebody else out, because then people understand that this is what you do. This is how you do certain things. Like, you don't ever tell anybody that nobody ever know, and then you start to hear it kind of be like a Young Dolph situation. Like, oh, Young Dolph did all that.
Right.
You know, you get what I'm saying? Like, nobody knows what you do until you're dead, and then everybody says, "Well, yeah, he did this for me, and he did this for me, and yeah, I didn't have any money, and he let me hold 50 pounds of Seamoss so I can get myself up and running." Like, you won't hear that until you're dead and gone. Then everybody says all the good stuff you did for them. But what it is that you're supposed to actually tell people that while you're going, and I guess I'm not used to that. I was built totally different, so I can do all these things, and I won't. Like, I'm like, no, we don't do that. We don't tell people what we're doing. We just do it. And
if they find out, they find out.
That's exactly how it is. And but I have business people around me, and I have advisors that's like, what are you doing? You have all these opportunities to capitalize on this and capitalize on this, and you're letting all them opportunities. Well, you didn't get a video of that person saying that? Well, can you go back and get the video of it? I'm like, that doesn't feel right.
Really?
Like, no, and I'm like, that doesn't feel right. You know what I'm saying? To call back to the, hey man, can you do a video of you saying that I helped you out with your cancer? Like that don't feel right.
They want everything documented.
Yeah.
and I understand it. Reason why is because people don't believe you. If I just said, yeah, I'm helping this person that has cancer, you know what I'm saying? They're like, oh yeah, whatever.
Yeah, basically like Dr. Phoebe. If he didn't track all them people he healed, then nobody would have believed him at all.
But the funny thing is that like that same person will be around me for like a couple hours, then they'll hear a phone call. They're like, hey, yeah, they're like, you for real, huh? I'm like, yeah, it's real. It's just, you know, it's not advertised. You know what I'm saying? We're not advertising that this is what we're doing to people because, you know, once you advertise, hey, I'm helping a person with this, I'm helping a person with that, and cancer's in remission, and they ain't had no high blood pressure and thing, you actually start having different issues. Like, yeah, you start having, you know,
the government.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you start getting them other issues. You guys start getting that. Hey, man, let me just calm down. Let me just go underground for a little bit and pop back up. And that's really what happened. Like once people start saying that, you start clearing stuff.
Scary.
Yeah, like
I'm already knowing it's them white people, man. I know I shouldn't say it like that. The Translucent are evil.
And then you know how Tupac said, man, you gotta have your money right if you're ready for war. And like my money ain't right to go to war with them.
Yeah.
No.
The only person that can go to war with them is probably Jay-Z and Beyonce.
I ain't built enough. I ain't built it up enough. We ain't all on one accord yet. It's like, all right, I'm gonna pop my head out there for y'all to cut it off. Like I don't mind y'all. I don't mind them cutting my head off as long as the backing afterwards is saying, okay, we're gonna pick it up from here. Like
I'm not ready to die for this.
No, I ain't gonna die. It's just that they gonna ruin the business. So what it is that they gonna ruin business, but I got like 6 of them. So so I'm okay with them, you know what I'm saying, tearing one of my businesses down, but shoot, I got a couple other that's gonna come right behind it. It's just that, you work for something that you build up, and I'm okay with them coming and saying, hey man, I'm gonna shut this one down. Well, cool, I knew you were gonna shut it down sooner or later. I got a couple more right behind it that, that we're just waiting for. And I got some ghost ones too. So you're not even knowing that I'm the owner of those, but I got those too. So.
I feel you. But hey, you know what? Just touching on what you said earlier about like helping the people and stuff. You know, honestly, like I feel like this: if it's not done right, it's gonna come off really corny. You know what I mean? And so sometimes I feel like you don't need to show those stuff. Like, yeah, it's good for business and this and that, but it's just better that you just do it. Do you know what I'm saying? And if it comes out to light, it comes out to light because like you, there's a lot of stuff like people like I have friends where like I've sent people Seamoss because like I heard their son had lupus and I just sent them Seamoss free. Try this out, see what it is. And then they come back, oh my son loves the Seamoss. It was the best. Even where I have this warehouse, one of the guys that works here found out he's got cancer. I was like, you know what, bro? Here's some gel, here's some, you know what I mean, soursop leaves, here's some this. And just the other day, like I seen him and the guy looks like he didn't even look like the same guy. Like he's totally different, looks like happier, healthier. And I'm like, how's the stuff doing? He's like, my doctor says whatever I'm doing, keep doing it. You know what I mean, my numbers are going down, things are being healthier, you know. And sure, I could get him to do a video and do this stuff, but to me that's like, it's almost like a small gain. The real blessing is in you just helping that person for the sake of helping them, not expecting anything in return. You know what I mean? And you just keep doing more of that, then someone will come out of nowhere and be like, "Hey, I'm going to give you a testimony." Like you shouldn't have to even ask for these or expect them. They just will come naturally after you do a certain amount of good work. I'll tell you this, like there's probably, you only see maybe 2% of the good stuff that we're doing in St. Lucia. I barely talk about any of the stuff that we're doing just because we're not doing it for the sake for us to talk about it. We're doing it for the sake of doing it. So we're just going to do it. And if someone decides to highlight it, then they do. but we're not going to try to intentionally use it to exploit that. Because then it kind of says, well, are you helping these people because you really want to help these people, or are you helping these people because you want to use their testimonial to further more sales?
That's the issue. I've never, when they tell me, I'm like, I wasn't.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro.
I wasn't thinking about it. I wasn't thinking about using it as a way. I'm like, no, like I just react on a lot of things. To be honest with you, I react like somebody, like just like you say, somebody calls and like, hey, I have this situation. I'm like, oh, hold on, and it's the reaction to say to certain things I'm not even in business for. Like there's certain customers that I won't even say are customers because they haven't paid for anything, because I feel like I'm not in business.
I agree with you.
Like I give them, like you say, like the lupus, or somebody has extremely bad diabetes and they're trying to, hey, I want to figure it out. I want to figure it out with you. So if you're hurting, okay, let's go ahead and try this out. I don't need no money from you, because I know that if you're actually struggling with this, then you're already probably spending an arm and a leg trying to resolve it anyway. And that's the biggest thing. Like, okay, so my whole thing is let's figure it out.
Yeah.
Like let's see if we can come up with the solution so this isn't a problem for you anymore. And like you say, and you just sent, and it's just like, no, don't even worry about it. I'll take care of shipping, all that stuff. I just need to know. I just need to, like, if it actually helps you out, then I know that it actually works for this too. And I always tell people, like, no, I need to know, like, oh, you have a skin ailment? Oh, let's go ahead and see if we can put it on your skin, and even different forms of how we can put it on your skin. Or have you tried this? Have you mixed it with this? And then I get so entranced on it because I'm a problem solver.
I'm like that too.
I like to solve problems. Like, okay, you got this issue. Oh, okay. I'm over here looking at herbs and things of that nature. I've grown into an herbalist because I'm always looking to see, okay, what can I add with this? What can I add with this that can, if I need to, like now I'm on, let me see what I can add as far as complete multivitamin for people. I'm gonna mix Seamoss in with this and this and this and this, and oh yes, now we got something. Now we got, and I just keep on going and going and going, and that's, I guess that's the biggest thing, is that, it's a rabbit hole where that goes to, as far as just coming up with certain things and getting people acclimated as far as what we do without actually. I think that's the reason why I like to stay in the background. That's another reason why I like to stay in the background. I just say it like that because all that, I'm not used to that. I'm used to, like, if you highlight what I do, hey, that's cool. If I see that I'm added on certain things, because I actually had, in this kind of same scenario, I actually had a lady that I actually just hire freelance photographers just that need money, and I'll just have you just shoot for me. So a lady that I actually hired a couple times, and we talked about Seamoss the last time she shot, and she kind of said a couple things, but I really wasn't like really paying attention to exactly everything she was saying. She was like, yeah, she's been having some skin allergies, and she was asking me certain things that it would help for her skin. And so me being me, I'm like, hey, well, I was really on multi at the time. I was like, hey man, well, take this multi. This multi is good. It has everything in it. It's gonna cleanse you, it's gonna boom. And I'm just telling her all these things, and so didn't think none of it. A couple months later, and this is somebody that I actually, we correspond over IG. When I'm on IG, we correspond. She'll actually, hey, how you doing? Things of that nature. Didn't think none of it. I get added on hey, I had skin cancer. I've been taking Seamoss, and doctor said that skin cancer is pretty much null and voided. And I'm like,
wow.
Like, you around me here? I was like, so you had skin cancer? You over here telling me that you had something that was an issue with your skin? And I was just trying to help her get better. Like, I didn't know you had skin cancer.
Yeah, like I would have given you more Seamoss.
Like you just said that you was having issues with your skin and everything like that. And I'm kind of going in. I want to fix your issue. but you didn't say you had skin cancer.
Yeah, like that was what I wasn't expecting. Wow.
Yeah, I was, and that's that feeling, but that's what makes you keep on selling. That's what makes me keep on selling Seamoss. That's probably why I don't give out those testimonials, because those, like, I get one good phone call a day of what's been done or how the people are feeling, and that's that thing that puts you right back into that. This is why I'm doing this.
Mm-hmm.
This is why I love it. Even though I know you know, we deal with a lot of BS. We deal with a lot of man. Like, I deal with a lot of, and I understand. I deal with a lot of people that just don't know about Seamoss, and they get information from a whole bunch of different people, and then it's kind of explaining it and things of that nature, and I don't mind explaining it, and I don't mind any of it. I just know me. I spend a lot of energy. If I talk to somebody in the daytime, like, you're probably gonna be on the phone with me for an hour.
Yep.
And so I don't even, like, to the point now, like at the warehouse, they tell me don't get on the phone.
Yeah.
We're not gonna get everything done. They're gonna be like, Rick. I'm like, hold on. I'm going into booths and stuff like that. They're gonna be looking at me crazy. Like, Rick, you supposed to be. I'm like, hey, I'm telling this person, like, you know, this is, and it's always, this is a potential client. This is a potential customer. Like, this.
Everyone's a potential customer. I know.
Yeah, everyone's a potential customer. I'm like, and they can ask the smallest question, but what it is that I want to give you all the information, because I don't know if I ever talk to you again.
Yeah, and you don't want to give them the wrong thing, and they go the wrong direction.
And so it's more the conversation is like, ooh, before you get off the phone, let me tell you this real quick.
Yeah.
So if you're not gonna get Seamoss from me, this is what you look for other people. I'm gonna give you a couple recommendations. Go look at this company. Go look at this company. Go look at this company. I don't have gel, but this company, and they be looking like you're just giving up all your client. You're giving up all your competition. I'm like, they're not really my competition. They just offer something that I don't offer. I know that I just need you to buy Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna give you a whole bunch of variety. Okay, you want gummies? Oh, these two companies got gummies. Like, I know them. Call them. Tell them that Rick tell you.
I'll even go one step further. There's some clients where I just tell them I don't want to do business with you just because I don't like them, or I don't like the way they talk to me, or do you know what I mean? Like, in some ways,
I'm like that when people ask me for art. Like, they ask in such a rude way, and it's like, bro, no, I can't do it.
No, I'm not here to kiss anybody's ass.
Not? I don't want to.
Yeah, one of the best lessons I ever learned was what this girlfriend of mine. We grew up in high school or junior high, and we met again as realtors, right? Because I do real estate, and she was a really good realtor, making a lot of money. And I asked her this. I can't remember what happened, but she was talking about this client that she was having trouble with, and it was asking her like about the business, and was kind of like giving her a hard time to get started. So I was like, well, didn't you want to say this? And didn't you want to try and work it out or make the deal happen? And she was like, hell no. I told the guy to beat it. And I was like, what? Why would you do that? She's like, listen, dude, we hadn't even started talking, and this guy was giving me static. She's like, I don't work with people like that. The people I want to work with, they're the ones that are ready. They're already giving me high fives before we even started. She's like, I want to go in there running and excited. If you're telling me like I got to prove this and I got to fuck you, I don't got to prove anything. You know what I mean? I just won't work with you. Problem solved. And so she's like, I only work with people I like, and that's why I like working. So I think people need to think about that sometimes when they're developing their business. What is the people that you like working with? What are the style? You know what I mean? And that's part of the reason why I am the way I am on social media, and I show some of the stuff that I show, is because I'm trying to attract the kind of customer that I really want to deal with, and I don't want to deal with some of these customers that I don't. You know what I mean?
Yes. Who does your brand fit with?
Who does my brand fit with?
Yeah, no, that's the main thing that I always tell myself. Who is my brand fit with?
Yes.
If my brand don't fit with my brand just doesn't fit with certain people.
Exactly.
Like, and I understand that. I start telling people, like, I always say I'm more of a street brand.
Yeah.
I'm a street brand. I tend to deal with more of the streets. I look for people that actually like to deal with more conservative, a different type of crowd, because that's not who I'm going for. Like, if you get on one of my social media, especially the people that I hire to do my social media for me are young, and so I don't have an older crowd, and so you might hear some cussing on my reels and on my and certain people ain't gonna like that.
Yeah,
I understand that. So I know that, guess what? This is not. I'm really what I advertise that for guys that know that the game is over with and the dope game is over with, and you need something else to go to, bro. I got you. Like that. Like that's who I really advertise toward. Like that's my advertisement, or their girlfriend that's telling them to get out the game, and they're trying to find them something different to do. I'm like, hey, I got you. Hey, I can show you how to make 100 into 1,000 real quick. The exact same way. And you want to lock up your whole city the exact same way you want to lock up your whole city on that end? I can show you how to change it, because in the United States, the drug game is over with. It's done.
Yeah.
All these young cats can just call it over with. Once weed start getting legal and fentanyl start getting into everything, that's it's over with. Like, that's over with. Fentanyl is tore everything up.
That's true. That's crazy.
And people don't realize that once, like, you gotta understand, all these actors and actresses that were dying and passing away of unknown causes, everybody know what that was.
It's fentanyl.
It's fentanyl.
Yeah.
Like you can't, like, these cats can't do no recreational drugs no more. Recreational drugs will get you will cause a suicide. Well, now it won't cause suicide, it'll cause an overdose now.
Yeah.
That's
Make
no
you
more.
Go crazy. Yeah.
That recreational is no more. It's like you playing with your life if you using recreational drugs that way. Like, you really playing with your life. You don't know what you're getting no more. Joker think he's doing cocaine and doing fentanyl. And it's bad, because in Atlanta, I actually lost a close friend off of it.
Wow. Yeah.
He liked the party. And he really liked the party. So it was one of them situations, like, when you say, hey man, you going out to party, like, but he would have a name for it. You going out and doing his name, like, you going out and da-da-da, like, that means you're going overboard with your party. And so, like, there's a lot of cats that just still on that lifestyle, that they party excessively. And right now is not the time.
Yeah, it's like playing Russian roulette, man.
Right now is not the time. And that's why I say we need to get on something different. Like, what they got coming into the city right now is gonna kill people. And then I always tell people, like, okay, so you like to smoke? Like, it ain't like what it used to be. Jokers is going broke smoking. Like you guys spend $50 just to get something good.
Dude, yes. I just recently started smoking weed again, and don't judge me, y'all, but I was a huge pothead at like 14, 15 years old. I don't even know how to vibe weed no more. Like, what did you call it? What? You said it's a 3-point what? What happened to it? A nickel, dime, and a dub? Like, what you mean? No, I'm not understanding.
Like, it's a 50. It's a 50. So it's like, it's totally different. Like, jokers is going broke over weed. Like, like you would never get stressed out of weed. Like you get $5 and be okay with some green. You can't even do no $5. Joker's gonna look like, man, what you want, a half of an edible?
Yeah, I had 3 best friends, and I saved $3. I'm like, I know each of y'all got $1. Come on.
That's like the song I Got 5 on it. You remember that song?
So it's totally. I tell you, cat, man, like, Like you gotta be really on your job if you got a weed habit right now. Like you got a weed habit right now, man. You gotta have a good job. You gotta be making some good money because it's expensive.
Or have a good connect. You know what I mean? I'm lucky. Up here in Canada, it's legal. So
yeah, so it's legal a lot of places. Well, like now, we just don't know where it's illegal at. It seems like it's legal everywhere. Like I'm truthful. It
no,
seems like
I'm just laughing.
As long as, truthfully, as long as it ain't got no fentanyl in it, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Like they don't even care about weed.
They don't.
They don't even care about weed, man. I could say some stuff, but I don't want to say some stuff because people still doing what I'm about to say. So that would be incriminating.
Yeah.
But they, like, the thing is, like, people move freely with weed right now. Like, nobody, I don't think a lot of people are caring about getting caught with weed right now. They're like, oh man, you got how much on y'all?
Yeah.
Like, you gotta get caught with some outrageous amount of weed for it to even make some news.
Mm-hmm.
Like you ain't like Joker is not like Joker. You can get caught with a pound of weed right now, and you're not gonna make the news. You might not even make the back page.
Wow.
Like a couple of years ago, it's totally different. Such and such been caught with a pound of weed, been a major trafficker, and and now you get caught with a pound of weed. It's like, man, all right, here's a $350 fine.
Yeah. Don't make that mistake
where
again.
I live, the big thing is pills and the opioid epidemic up here, and you can't even okay, for example, I got hurt. I went to the hospital, and the only way I can get 30 opioids is to have a C-section because I'm allergic to ibuprofen and shit like that. So if I take it, my throat will start to close, and my lips and everything just starts to swell up, and I can't breathe. And it's very after the swelling goes away, extremely, I can barely breathe. It really hurts. And they only gave me 5 Tramadol. You don't know what Tramadol is? It's a really strong pain pill that if you take a couple of them, it's going to make you feel high. They only gave me 5 of them. What the fuck was I supposed to do with 5 of those?
Yeah.
But because they don't want to give y'all any opioids out there because they're afraid that y'all selling them.
Yeah, they don't want us to sell them, and they don't want us laying on the side of the road nodding. A lot of people take them very heavily, and they'll be in the car with their children leaning in traffic. It's really sad, but it's just real.
That's crazy.
The way it makes you lean like crackheads, it's it's a crackhead. It's jumping around, it's doing backflips and some more shit, and then they lean. No, the pills just make you because I had to take Percocets after I had a C-section with one of my children, and I realized, wow, this is what this does to people. I was talking to my daughter, she was a tiny baby, she was babbling, and I just leaned over, I closed my eyes like I was going to sleep, and felt myself nod and pick my head up. It makes you nod, you be nodding and nodding.
It's for relaxation. It's a muscle relaxer.
Yeah,
it really does what it says it does.
Hell yeah.
But so what the epidemic is, especially with young dudes, is that's like their sex pill.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they use it for. That's what I know, man. Joker's going crazy off perks. I'd be like, damn, y'all off them perks? They're like, yeah, man. But I started realizing what they're doing it for. Mm-hmm. It's a muscle relaxer. They're using it for the muscle relaxer because, and like everybody said, everybody wants that extra 15 minutes.
Right.
And they doing it for the extra 15 minutes. And more really, they doing it for the extra half an hour to 45 minutes. They may doze off in it. To be truthful with you. That's just
crazy.
But the thing is
from experience messing with men that have pop pills for a long time, after a while, it messes up your dick. Like, you'll go soft while you fucking, and then it'll wake back up. That shit'll fuck you up.
But that's really what ends up happening. So that's their issue.
Yeah.
Is that, but then by the time they realize what happened, they stuck on the perk. Like, it's not even about the sex anymore.
Yeah, they're addicted. That's crazy.
They're addicted to the perk. They need it. They need that muscle relaxation. Like, yeah, boy. And then that's hard to wing off of. Jokers have trouble winging off them pills.
Not good. I'm glad I've never been caught on that.
And everything.
Yeah, it's ugly. It's ugly. I haven't seen the but it, like you said, it's kind of like the crack epidemic. I haven't seen the worst. I haven't seen the biggest players start taking pills and just go down. You know what I'm saying? They don't function the right way. Like, they nodding off in the club, jokers running their pockets. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm being serious. Like,
that's
you're in
crazy.
the club, you nodding off, and jokers in your pockets. You don't even know what's going on. Jokers, like, especially jokers that's on them Xannies.
Oh yeah, that's a whole another thing.
Yeah, you get a Xanny, drink a beer, and then everybody in your pocket. Next thing you know, jokers around here, they go to the club with $5,000 and come out with $50.
Wow.
They leave $50 in their pocket.
Wow.
It's ugly. And you see it, and you hear stories about it, and if people come back and they talk about it like it's nothing. Like, hey, we just ran such and such for the party. I mean, he off them da-da-das. And
yeah, that's like Cardi B said, she used to get niggas drunk and rob them. Like,
that's the play. That's the play in Atlanta.
It be the women too. Hell yeah, the women.
That's
all
the
them
play in
pretty
Atlanta.
girls, pretty faces and fat asses to get your ass wrong.
Shoot, that's the main play in Atlanta. You trust Atlanta. You think that you go into this club and you about to have a good old exotic night. You got you two women going to, man, come on, man, you getting set up.
Yeah. You think that's
like,
bad?
And you don't even know. You just think that you about to have a good old night, and 7 times out of 10, it don't end the way that you planned it.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that. I remember watching a documentary about, I think it was in Brazil or Argentina. There's this drug that they make, and it's from a plant that grows everywhere on the streets, and it's like you blow this dust in their face, and what happens is it basically turns you like into a walking zombie, where you're completely coherent, like you're alert and awake, but you're like anything they tell you to do, you just agree to it and you do it. And so people will go out with 2 chicks to a bar, and then the next day they wake up and they're on the beach naked. And then they go home and their whole house has been emptied. Like everything moved out, all the shit gone.
That sounds like voodoo to me.
Yeah, it was some kind of voodoo thing, and it was like known that these these local ladies of the night or I don't know if they were prostitutes, but just girls would just go and just target these guys. So it's crazy what they have out there,
Yeah, that's ill right there.
Yeah.
But
one time, like I quit. Relax.
Like, let me try that. Let's see how strong this powder is.
That's
a whole bunch of it.
That's a whole new powder right there. That's fentanyl times 30.
Yeah.
That's magic.
Yeah.
You said that's that magic pill.
That's the magic right there.
It was like some kind of zombie drug, or they had some name of it that meant zombie, and it was like that's what they say. Like you're basically, you know what I mean? You're like a walking zombie, and you don't remember anything till the next day, and it's like all you remember is what you were doing before the drug. And then like people would say, like they would go back and they'd be like why did you let me in? It's like, what are you talking about? You had a key, you had this, we thought everything was fine. You didn't look like, the people don't look drunk, they don't look high, they don't look anything. They're just normal. They're just like whoever they're with. If they say go open that door, they'll go, okay, I'll open the door.
Wow.
Yeah,
man, I'm not. See,
Shoot me, you're not going over there, boy.
That's why you got to be careful. I don't trust going out with girls I don't know.
Yeah, I'm somebody accidentally sneeze in my face over there. I'm about to, no.
That's it, man. You gotta.
Got me.
They gotta run. You know, it's safe. Fuck. But
like some witch stuff to me. Interesting though.
Yeah.
I know what to look for when I go over there. Like, anytime I see two girls, I'm like, no.
Run. But we should kind of wrap it up soon, just because I don't know if you guys realize it, but it's like almost 3:30 in the morning, and I get up like around 6:37. So I'm like looking at the time.
Yeah, I probably won't even go to sleep. I'm down here creating. I'm just gonna.
Nice.
Right. I'm gonna look more into the Seamoss stuff. I definitely drank a couple energy drinks earlier because I had to get my kids after this weekend. I need to wake up for them, but now I'm just up.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad I found this room. This is amazing, and I definitely gonna look into this. Like, before we go, like,
yep.
How much does Seamoss really go for so I can invest in some?
I'm gonna let Julia. You go ahead and handle that one, Julia.
Okay. Well, I mean, it all depends really on how much you buy, right? And are you looking just to start your business with gels? Then I would start with like maybe a couple pounds, or even just 1 pound to make it and see if you like it. My thing that I always tell people is, it's a great business. It's a lot of money, but you got to make sure you like actually doing the work, right? Because that's what's going to bring in the money. If you hate making gel, then you know what I mean. Then you're not gonna get far in the business. So yeah, I would recommend buying a pound or two. And I mean, you could either buy it from me or Ricky. I think both our prices are relatively the same. And then
I would definitely that route. Even just buying a pound to start off. You kind of can, and you won't feel a certain way as far as if the first batch doesn't go exactly how you want to. Me personally, I'm like, okay, if somebody buys a pound, they always look like, man, I got too much.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's always. So really, what it is, if you buy a pound, you're like, okay, well, I can actually give something to this person. I can actually give something to this person, and that's what you're gonna end up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so a pound is like enough for starters.
Yeah,
definitely,
for sure.
That,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, because like I have just a little bit of money saved up. I got like $950 to the side. Christmas is done. I Christmas shop in October because I'm smart.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like being in the stores in November. I hate people. So yeah, I really want this next year coming in to be better.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm definitely gonna talk to Empress B again as well. She DM'd me about a 20-minute constellation. I'm gonna see about that too.
Definitely do.
Yeah, and I was gonna
really
suggest
get my
that.
shit together. You guys have no idea. Like, if I sat here and tell you my life story, yeah, you just be like, how are you still like, how did you not slit your throat so long ago? Like, why are your wrists not cut? Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad I came here. You guys, thank you for all the everything. It's great.
Well, definitely follow us, each one of us, and reach out to us, and like as you go on your journey. And I can't speak for Ricky, but I know for me, I'm totally willing to share, just like we did tonight, our information, whatever we learn, ideas on how to sell the Seamoss and stuff like that, just to kind of, I don't know. To me, it's like starting a new business in a new industry can be sometimes challenging without someone to sort of kind of like bounce ideas off or sound, you know what I mean? Like, should I even bother doing this? Am I wasting my time? And, like I said before, you got to figure out your own advice, but there's nothing wrong with listening to what people's experience are and then you deciding how to go forward based on what you've heard.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think you pretty much got a lot of the basis of the information already tonight. So I think
moving forward, it'll be kind of easy for you.
I hope so. Thank you so much.
What's interesting is like, what are the chances of you coming into a clubhouse room, meeting two of the probably biggest Seamoss sellers in North America, and being in a room where it's almost like you virtually had us to yourself?
Yeah, that's the funniest part about it. Like I've only been on Clubhouse twice.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's crazy as hell.
That's the universe. You know what I mean?
I think this is my only time talking on Clubhouse as well.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah.
No.
That's it's no coincidence. I was supposed to be here. Y'all was supposed to be here and talk with me tonight. Like, I really, yes, absolutely. and then I have the perfect business partner too. Once I tell her about all this, we both eye to eye. We on the same level as far as trying to get our shit together.
Once you get to that point, Once you get to that point, it's no stopping you after that. Like I appreciate you coming in, because just having good conversation with people, you actually need that just to understand exactly it. Because like I was telling Julian earlier, I'd be stuck in my shell, so I think everybody takes Seamoss. I'll be true. I think everybody takes Seamoss, and so knowing somebody that does it, and the questions that you have, and what you're looking for your life. Hey, I appreciate you coming in and coming into the room.
Thank you. I'm just I'm excited. Just made my day better. My weekend was great. Came home, it was shit because I have the Tasmanian devil for a mother. But
we're gonna get her on Seamoss. Watch what happens when we get her on Seamoss.
Yeah, change her mood, make her vibrate at a better frequency.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna sneak some in her goddamn coffee.
Yeah,
see if she gets better.
Yeah.
I wish I would have gotten into this before my great grandma passed, because she had dementia really bad, and it probably could have helped her get better.
Even just a little bit sometimes is all that it needs, to make a difference.
Yeah, so this is great. Y'all have no idea. This is all just so great. I'm so excited. I follow both you guys, and I updated my Instagram on my page because I didn't realize I didn't change my Instagram name on here in a while, but I updated to the actual Instagram name, and I try to follow as much people as I can to have good conversation in here and actually doing shit with their lives. Because again, I'm supposed to be my own boss. I can't work for other people. I hate it. I loathe it entirely. So,
well, definitely you should check both of our Instagram accounts, because I know both of us have a lot of information on our products and Seamoss, and even you can even just look to see how we're selling and copy it. As much as everybody wants to kind of break on their own and chart their own path, my belief is always that success is something that's copied. And so if you look at someone like Bill Gates and you copy everything Bill Gates does, you'll eventually become successful like he is. You know what I mean? So don't be afraid to, at least for me, I can say, don't be afraid to copy me and see what I'm doing, and you know what I mean, watch all the videos and use that as a basis.
Yeah, I actually tell you to take everything that you possibly need of mine.
Yeah.
Anything that you see, take it. It's all up for grabs. All the information is up for grabs. And I even tell people, you can take my pictures if you want to.
Right. I literally, there's only a couple people that do it here, and I don't want to sound cocky or nothing, but I just know I can do it better. I just know I can do it better, and people like me. Everybody likes me on Facebook. They think I'm a fucking blast. I'm funny, all that. I have so many people that just talk to me I don't know in person, and we're all on the same page spiritually. I've found my audience. I found my people, my little soul tribe on the internet, and I know I can do it better. I can do it more fun. I can do this.
Then
I'm
do
excited.
it.
I'm really excited.
Then do it. Do it.
Definitely.
Do it and don't look back.
Fuck yeah. This is great. I can't wait to tell my boyfriend. He may be excited.
Yeah, man. And anytime.
He's pessimistic, but he'll like it once he see how much money I make. But yeah, you like it now, right?
Listen.
That's usually how it goes.
Yep.
Yeah. And
we fall in line real quick.
I'm sure Ricky can like testify this too. I have several customers of mine, especially females, that have started with nothing and are now easily making $10,000 worth of sales selling gel a month.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah. Easy. Like that's an easy situation where it kind of goes from, you know, they actually were doing it for family and friends, and they may have found somebody. They started going to the gym and may have found somebody, 2 or 3 people in the gym that wanted it, and then 2 or 3 people turned into, now they got 25 people in their gym that they're selling Seamoss to, and those 25 people then turned them on to about 30, 40 more people. That's usually how it goes.
Yep.
Wow.
So you just got to stay committed to it. You got to develop the plan and follow through with it. And like I said before, if you're not sure about something, reach out to one of us, and we'll help you. Even if you're not buying Seamoss from us, like we're like your friends now. You know what I mean? I help a lot of people out that don't even buy Seamoss from me. You know what I mean? I'm not interested in that. I'm more interested, like what you're doing with your life right now. That's where I'm getting my high from. Like you coming back from like a month later to me and Rick and being like, yeah, Rick, yeah, Julian, I did it. Look, I made $10,000. I even made $500, but it changed my life. That to me is like, yeah, like that's why I do it.
That's the go. That's the energy that we look for.
Exactly. That's the high I get. That's my drug. That's my fentanyl.
Listen, I'm not gonna let you guys down.
Okay, good.
It's only up from here.
Yes. Okay.
Excellent. Well, I'm about to get I'll probably take a half an hour sleep. I'm gonna probably go talk to the wifey for about a good half an hour, because she's looking at me like, Rick, are you really? Did you really just go online all night long? Like I'll go from she's like, go online to, I'm like, no, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go online tonight. I'm online for like 5 hours. So she kind of looking at me crazy.
I can't sleep unless you put your feet on my feet and your leg on my leg. Come on, you know I need you next to me.
That's you probably looking at me like, come on, Rick. Like, this is what you're doing. And then I get geeked up, and then I'm like, okay, I'm about to go downstairs. I'm about to create such and such.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's like an art. Some artists are restless.
No.
I can never create unless I'm alone, and it's throughout the night. And then by the time I'm finished, the birds are chirping, and I had school in the morning, and I had no choice but to push myself through the day. Like, yeah, terrible. But yeah, you guys have a great night, and thank you again so much.
Our pleasure.
Julian, I'll talk to you later as well, man.
Hey, it was my pleasure, Ricky. Thank you so much for being here. You know, it was amazing to hear your story and to talk to you as long as we did. I know we could have gone for another 2 hours. That's why I had to cut it short, because I was like, fuck, you know.
So when are we going to do this again?
So I'm trying to do this every Wednesday and Sundays. That seems to be the times that I have free. So yeah, let's do it. But if there's any other time that you want to do something, you know, Rick, go ahead and even join this club. Like I created the Seamoss Club, but I made it so that anybody that's a member of the club can do their own shows within the club and sort of, how do I say it? I guess use the audience or the people, the members of that club to give out information. And that's the same with you too, Lex. So like if you see on your journey that you want to do a show, have one of us come in and talk and stuff like that, I'm all for it. That's how even with Empress, I kind of said to her, like, anytime you need to do a show, like we're supposed to be doing something called like Seamoss and Herbs, where I'll talk about Seamoss and she talks about herbs and stuff like that. So it's like this group is not for me. It's for everybody.
Definitely. Well, yeah, I definitely do that. And Lex, it was wonderful talking to you as well. I know we'll see you on your journey soon.
Yes.
I know that we'll have all these good testimonies that you be telling me.
She's going to be the Seamoss Queen of Ohio.
Yeah, and then I can't wait to hear her say, you know, my mom on Seamoss too.
Like she stopped smoking, she stopped yelling at me all the damn time. Her attitude gone. She didn't care about that spoon I left in the sink. It's great.
All that good stuff. That's what I want to hear.
God is good.
All right, y'all have a good night.
You too. You guys have a good night.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
All right,
Bye.
take care. I'm gonna close the room now. Bye. I don't know how these replays work. Well, that was great. That was an amazing, almost 5.5 hours of talking. And for those who don't know, that was Ricky Ray from Ricky Ray's, is it Ocean Gold or Gold? Ricky Ray's Gold Seamoss. And great guy, amazing guy. Like as you can see in the video, we could have talked for hours, and I'm looking forward to doing another show. So with that, guys, I want to thank those that stayed to the end to watch all this information. I know it was a little long, drawn out, but that's kind of how my live streams can be. There's no format. We just talk and rap and see where it goes. So it's now 3:37 a.m. Toronto time, Eastern Standard Time. It's Monday morning, so I'm going to sign out, and I'm going to try and be back next Wednesday, usually in the evenings, hopefully before 9, so that we don't have to take this so late. All right. Thanks so much, Seamoss family. I love all of you guys, and I look forward to seeing you guys next time I do another show. Take care.